public management track here at the Bush School. And I'm really excited to open up the sessions today. And the symposium is about cultural identity and national security in the age of conflict. And I really look forward to hear many of you, many professional panelists. This day is going to be really interesting and really informative. And thanks again for joining the event today. By the way, when you walked in the room today, you've been hearing the music, and the music is from Bosnia Sarajevo. Thanks again for joining the way of communication event today. As a reflection of the when war and post-war in the room today, you've been hearing the music, Sarajevo. At the same time, from Bosnia Sarajevo, thanks again, seeing the pictures and the paintings and the graffiti as a also like way of sort of communication for those people who've been affected by the conflict in Bosnia Sarajevo. So my short introduction was all, and right now, please give it up for the Dean of the Bush School of Public Service and Government, Mr. Sherman. Please, Sherman.
All right, I'll do this again. Howdy. All right, as we say in Texas here, as a Texas A&M University former student, I am the Dean of the Bush School of Government and Public Service, and I'm very pleased to welcome you all today to today's symposium titled From the Ashes, Cultural Identity and National Security in the Age of Conflict. Now, as Ellie noted, in addition to our audience here in the Annenberg Presidential Conference Center, where I'm standing here with you all, I would like to welcome those of you are online, which I understand we have a large audience tuning in from many different places. It's an honor to be talking to you here today as well. Now, today's impressive symposium would not be possible without the effort of our sponsor and hosts. I want to give a huge thanks to the International Arts and Artists and the Center for European Policy Analysis for their vision and partnership with us here at Texas A&M University on this project. We're also grateful to NATO for supporting public diplomacy and specifically this symposium and the subsequent art exhibition that's going to occur in January. The George Bush Presidential Library and Museum, which is right next door to us, is providing space for lunch today and will be working with us to ensure proper display and support of the artwork. And our Memorial Student Center, or MSC Visual Arts Committee, will host the art exhibit in January, highlighting art from Bosnia. Thank you all for participating, to all the participating faculty, staff, and former students and other guests providing your time and talent. Now, in just a moment, Mr. Bart Oosterveld, Board Trustee for International Arts and Artists, will come to the stage for some brief remarks. Bart serves as the Chief Criteria Officer of Fitch Ratings. The teams he leads independently evaluate and approve for use all of Fitch's rating methodologies and models, track the performance of his ratings, and facilitate their reporting on these topics to Fitch's board and regulators, which I understand was a hot topic as he talked to one of our classes here at the Bush School last night. Thank you so much for doing that. Now, previously, he was a senior fellow at the Atlantic Council. Before joining the Atlantic Council in 2017, Bart worked at Moody's for almost 2 decades, where he was responsible for credit strategy in the Americas. Among other positions, he was chair of the company's macro board, global head of sovereign ratings, and management representative to the company's board of directors. Bart graduated with degrees in the philosophy of law and the history of Spanish literature from the University of Amsterdam. He holds master's degrees in public policy from Columbia University and in economics from Georgetown University. So without further ado, I would like to kick off today's events and welcome Bart to the stage. Bart, if you could come down, please. Let's give him a round of applause.
Well, yeah, howdy. Thank you, Dean Sherman, for the kind introduction. It's my pleasure to be here with you as a board trustee of International Arts and Artists. And also welcome to the audience here and welcome to the audience online. International Arts and Artists was founded 30 years ago to promote cross-cultural understanding and appreciation through the arts. We are dedicated to fostering international cultural exchange and preserving the diversity of our shared global cultural heritage. Our journey began with a simple yet profound belief that art is a universal language capable of bridging divides and fostering mutual respect and understanding. Over the years, we have grown into a multifaceted organization committed to supporting artists, curators, and cultural institutions globally. We organize exhibitions, educational programs, cultural exchanges that highlight the diversity and richness of the world's artistic traditions. We do this work because we are deeply convinced that preserving cultural identity is not just about safeguarding artifacts, but also about nurturing the intangible heritage that defines communities and shapes our collective future. In today's world, the preservation of cultural identity faces unprecedented challenges. The conflicts, globalization, spread of misinformation threaten the fabric of our shared heritage. At International Arts and Artists, we recognize the critical role that art and culture play in maintaining the resilience and continuity of communities. We are committed to combating misinformation by promoting accurate and authentic representation of cultural narratives. Through our initiatives, we strive to protect and celebrate the diverse voices that contribute to our global cultural mosaic. Our commitment to cultural preservation is also reflected in projects that support endangered cultural practices and provide platforms for marginalized voices. We believe that by empowering communities to tell their own stories, we can foster a deeper understanding and appreciation of our shared humanity. Our charge to you today, particularly to the young and ambitious people that I met yesterday, the students here at the Bush School, is to understand, protect, and embrace the role of culture in securing us here at home and in homes around the world. I'd like to take a moment to acknowledge the importance of NATO and other multilateral institutions in supporting initiatives like this conference. Their commitment to fostering international cooperation and understanding is crucial in addressing the complex challenges we face today. We extend our heartfelt thanks to NATO for having the vision to support this conference and for its ongoing efforts to promote peace and security through cultural engagement. Finally, thank you very much to our co-hosts, the Center for European Policy Analysis and the Bush School here at Texas A&M, as well as our partners, the Ars Avi Museum in Sarajevo, the French Institute here at Texas A&M, the Monuments Men and Women Foundation, the Memorial Student Center Visual Arts Committee, the Playing for Change Foundation, and the Diplomatic Courier magazine. On behalf of all of us, we thank you for being here and for your commitment to this vital cause. I really look forward to today's conversations and the outcomes they produce. I'm pleased to next welcome Ambassador Robert Gelbart to the stage on behalf of our partner, the Center for European Policy Analysis. Ambassador Gelbart has a distinguished 4-decade diplomatic career, including serving as the U.S. Ambassador to Indonesia and as President Clinton's Special Envoy to the Balkans in the 1990s. He continues to drive global impact through his board service to important organizations like the Center for European Policy Analysis. Please help me welcome him to the stage.
Thank you very much, Dean Sherman, and my former Atlantic Council colleague, Bart Oosterwald, for your warm welcomes. I'm especially delighted that my SEPA colleague, former Congressman Will Hurd, will be addressing us today. And thanks to all of you and your teams for working with SEPA, the Center for European Policy Analysis, to host this important event. It's really an honor and pleasure to be here at Texas A&M, my first visit for this symposium. I should say howdy, shouldn't I? But I'm from Brooklyn. I will say I had the honor of working for President Bush during my diplomatic career, including especially as his personal representative, or as we call it, the Sherpa, for the 1992 San Antonio Summit. And it was a pleasure and an honor to know such an extraordinary gentleman. During the 5 years I worked in the Balkans during the horrific wars, including the 3-year period when I was presidential special representative for the Balkans, I witnessed and worked on what we are discussing today. The wars that brought devastation to the former Yugoslavia saw unimaginable human suffering, including genocidal acts. A major part of the efforts by the war criminals and their regimes was the destruction of many hundreds of years of cultural heritage through targeted attacks but also focused efforts to destroy the very communities that created those artworks and sought to preserve their identities and traditions. One striking example is Mostar's iconic Old Bridge, built in the 16th century under the Ottoman Empire and destroyed by Croat forces as part of their criminal campaign against the Bosniaks in 1993. Its destruction was clearly aimed as part of an ethnic cleansing and demoralizing campaign. I had the honor of helping to rebuild it by procuring World Bank funds. Another important symbol was Vedran Smilovic, the legendary Sarajevo cellist, filmed frequently during the war, playing the Albinoni Adagio in destroyed buildings and for funerals, even with snipers firing at him. And finally, the legendary Sarajevo Haggadah, a sacred Jewish text written in 15th century Spain and hidden successfully against Nazis and then during this war. If you're unfamiliar with Geraldine Brooks' outstanding novelized history of it, People of the Book, please read it. This year marked the 75th anniversary of NATO, and a year from this Thursday, we will celebrate the 30th anniversary of the Dayton Accords, which stopped the killing in Bosnia. For the past 75 years, the security NATO provides has been the most important factor preserving life, art, and culture in Europe and North America. When the Cold War ended, there were some who felt NATO was no longer necessary. But as someone said, you don't close the fire department because there haven't been any fires recently. Just a few years later, we saw the fires rekindled, and now we see them blazing. Country after country that was not a NATO member has sought to join. When Montenegro became independent, President Jukanovic told me NATO entry was his highest priority because security was paramount. I had the honor of assisting North Macedonia broker its PRESPA agreement with Greece, which allowed for its entry finally. And I heard today that its former defense minister has become Deputy Secretary General of NATO. And I visited Sweden and Finland in August to witness their rapid efforts to integrate into NATO structures. 80% of Finland's population supports NATO membership, and that's coming from a traditionally neutral country, as was Sweden. Just last Thursday, I had dinner with Bosnian Federation's vice president, who overwhelmingly stressed NATO and EU membership as the keys to the country's future. Without our collective security, there would have been no intervention in Bosnia, and the artwork featured here and the artists who made them might not have been able to bear testament to the conflict and help future artists flourish on both sides of the Atlantic. But this is not a conversation that stopped with the Dayton Accords and related agreements. It will continue to be essential in NATO's future. As we look at Russia continuing to exploit and undermine and attempt to destroy cultural identities, the devastation is on full display as Russia continues its massive criminal invasion of Ukraine. We see Russia literally attempting to destroy Ukrainian identity, using its vast disinformation apparatus to claim there is no Ukraine or Ukrainian ethos or culture, that it is all part of some mystical Russia of the distant past. Russia is purposely targeting Ukraine's cultural heritage, destroying landmarks, artworks, and museums, all as part of a concentrated effort by Putin to reestablish the Soviet Empire. Now, Kremlin propagandists aim to twist and destroy Ukraine's unique cultural and national identity. Soon they will try to do the same elsewhere in NATO. Despite the challenges, our alliance has endured and been strengthened and enabled cultural identity and art to endure and prosper. SIPA's mission is to ensure a strong democratic NATO for future generations. It is my hope that the artworks and discussions today demonstrate how vital it is to continue to maintain robust national and international security as a framework that guarantees culture can flourish freely. It is through NATO, the democratic alliance, that cultural identity, art, and the humanities are safeguarded for the present and for future generations. I am really honored and delighted to be here today, and I look forward to the discussions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Dean Sherman, thank you for your introductory points. Thanks for your remarks, Mr. Osterwald. And again, Your Excellency, your insights have been really significant, so I also could relate, and thanks for your remarks, and thanks for your service. As a career diplomat, I'm also beyond honored to be here to hear your perspective and the professional perspective that you're all going to provide today. So, right now, I have a pleasure to introduce Dr. Joe Golson. Dr. Golson is a president of a French institute here at the Texas A&M University. And he's going to have also really the great speakers today, Mr. Eduardo Espina and Anna Potinelli. So, Mr. Golson, Dr. Golson, please.
Good morning.
Hola.
Howdy. As an Aggie for 40-something years, I'm sorry, I forgot that. Howdy. It's my pleasure to be here this morning. My name is Joe Golson. I'm the director of the French Institute, and I'm chairing this panel that we're having this morning. I want to start by telling you that I want to introduce our two speakers, and then I will also be speaking. The order of speakers will be Anna Botinelli, then myself, then Eduardo Espina. So let me begin by introducing our speakers. Anna Botinelli was born in Florence and was educated at the John Cabot University in Rome and also at the Courtauld Institute of Art in London. In December 2019, she was appointed as the Foundation's new president, that is the Monuments Foundation. And during her tenure at the Foundation, Ms. Botinelli has overseen restitutions of cultural objects for individuals in museums in Europe and remains an international expert in reference in this area. So first of all, thank you for coming to Texas A&M. Our second speaker is Eduardo Espina, who is a professor in the Department of Global Languages and Cultures and is the author of 14 books of poetry and literary criticism. Dr. Espina's poetry has been published in multiple languages, including English, French, Italian, Dutch, Portuguese, Albanian, Croatian, Italian, Russian, and Mandarin Chinese. So as I mentioned, the order of our presentations today will be Anna Botinelli will start us out, and then I'll speak, and then Eduardo Espina. So please join me in welcoming Anna Botinelli.
Thank you all. Thank you, Joe. And following Eli's example, I'm from Florence, from Italy, the country, and not Florence, Texas, because I know it causes confusion at times. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you, Renato, for inviting me, Greg Houston for extending the invitation, Farah for the logistics. I know how much work it goes behind planning something like this, so I appreciate. Before I get started, since we're speaking about national security, I think it's only right that we thank any men or woman of the active serving in the military or retired. I know there was a man in uniform earlier. I don't see him anymore, but if there is anybody in the audience or watching from home that serves our country as a naturalized American citizen, I thank you for your service. The topic that we are addressing today is of great importance because it's really relevant and contemporary. But as it always happens, history repeats itself, and so there is no reason to make our life harder by not learning from the past. And in fact, the World War II serves a great example of what it means when cultural heritage is in danger in a time of conflict. You may have heard about the monuments, men and women. I don't have time to go into detail. If you have 2 hours of your time, watch the Monuments Men movie. If you have a few more hours of your time, read the Monuments Men book. In short, the Monuments Men and women were scholars who volunteered themselves to join the army during World War II and preserve cultural heritage from the destruction of war and theft by the Nazis. These were scholars that, while the United States was not at war yet, they could see that the cultural heritage of Western civilization was in great danger. And so a few scholars like George Stout and a few others that were leaders of the most important academic institutions in the country, they asked to create a commission that could advise the military in Europe on how to protect the art and the culture. This commission was authorized by President Roosevelt, and in 1943, a small article that you see here on the screen appeared on the New York Times, saying that a U.S. group had been named to save Europe's art. These were scholars, like I said, so they show up on the first in Sicily when the Allies invade. The Allies liberate the Italian peninsula, and then later on in Normandy. They have no idea what their task is going to be. They just know that they have dedicated their academic studies to art, and they cannot watch it being destroyed from afar. Here we see Mason Hammond. He is the first Monuments Man landing the European continent. They were given no means, no photograph, no cameras. If they had cameras, they had no film. If they had notebooks, they had no pen. And they had this massive task of assessing the damage that was being done to the country. And it was only when Supreme Allied General Eisenhower issued a historical directive in December 43 that things changed. So Eisenhower, for the very first time, issues a directive to all the troops where he says that monuments of historical importance must be protected as far as war allows. And this is the first time in history that a general in the army puts the responsibility on each troop to assess if damage to culture is being done out of convenience or out of necessity. And this will be of a transformative impact for the remaining years of the war. Now, fast forward into 1945, what happens at the end of the war is that the Monuments Men realize that their task that started protecting the historical sites actually becomes the biggest treasure hunt in history when they realize that Adolf Hitler and the Nazis had been stealing hundreds of thousands, millions of objects from public and private collections from across Europe. Here on the screen, a photo of General Eisenhower that went hundreds of feet underground in one of the salt mines where the art had been stored for safekeeping. The Monuments Men, by the time they leave Europe in 1951, they will have returned 5 million objects that have been taken. On the right, we see just one of the hundreds of thousands of buildings that instead were destroyed but preserved by the Monuments Men expertise. This is a medieval tower in Florence, one of the few still standing, that one of the Monuments Men, recognizing how important it was for the identity of the city, he did everything he could to preserve it. Not only monuments and paintings, but also books. Millions of books had been stolen from libraries all over Western Europe. Church bells had been taken down from tower bells all over Europe by the Germans, thinking that they could use the iron to create weapons if needed. Stained glasses taken from some of the most beautiful cathedrals, and of course Jewish Torah scrolls and other documents. The George Stout, who I mentioned earlier, was the father of this Monuments Men effort, and I wanted to put this quote and read it quickly with you because I think it really frames already in 1946 what we're here to talk about today. To safeguard these things will not affect the course of battles, but it will affect the relations of invading armies with those peoples and their governments. To safeguard these things will show respect for the beliefs and customs of all men, and will bear witness that these things belong not only to a particular people, but also to the heritage of mankind. To safeguard these things is part of the responsibility that lies on the government of the United Nations. These monuments are not merely pretty things, not merely valued signs of man's creative power. They're expressions of faith, and they stand for man's struggle to relate himself to his past and to his God. So here we see how George Stout, already in 1946, understood how culture is the essence of a people's identity. And this is why it was important to learn the lesson of World War II, and when it was forgotten in the years since, it was inexcusable. We will hear about Sarajevo throughout the day, so I'm not going to pause on this. But then again, in Iraq in 2003, with the looting, the destruction, the looting of the museum, of the National Museum in Baghdad, and then in our recent past with ISIS blowing up sites in Palmyra and other parts of Syria, we knew better. We know from the example of World War II that cultural heritage is not just destroyed as a result of conflict. It is a target that makes a conflict stronger. And now we see it in today's with Ukraine. But this is maybe the first time that the moment there was a center that the Russian troops would have invaded, the Ukrainians started protecting their own buildings and removing their own collections. And this is because by now, by 2022, the awareness of the monument's men's legacy of World War II had finally spread across the world. And so we knew better than to come unprepared to an invasion. And I just want to conclude, and I'm sure we can go into deeper conversation throughout the panel. One of the main questions that we asked to the 21 Monuments Men and Women that we at the Monuments Men and Women Foundation met, now none of them are alive, the last one passed a few years ago, was, is art worth alive? These are men and women that risked their life to save Western culture. And their response was unequivocally yes. But what they said was that to run into a building that's collapsing to save a painting, maybe that's foolish. But to risk your life to preserve an ideal, just like it could be freedom, like it could be democracy, then that is worth. And I think this is what we're talking about today. It's not saving the individual piece of art. It is, what does art and culture stand for, and why is it important to save it at the cost of losing one's life? So thank you. I'm sorry.
We'll hold the questions for the end for a general discussion. I'm going to move over here just because that way I can see the screens better. When Corey asked me to participate in this as the moderator, but then as a participant, I thought I would prepare a little slideshow from a trip I took and offer kind of a note on commemoration. And this is about the Battle of Verdun. So let me start with this. I'm hoping you all can see that okay. I would like to speak to you today very briefly about one of the greatest battles of World War I, the Battle of Verdun, and show you some photos I took of that battlefield just before Christmas of 2015, when I visited the battlefields for 3 days with my French brother-in-law. Both of us had grandfathers who fought in the Great War, and we wished to understand, admittedly very imperfectly, what they experienced during that conflict. The Battle of Verdun took place over nearly 10 months from February to December 1916. Approximately 800,000 men on both sides of the conflict were killed or wounded by the time the battle was over. Entire villages were wiped out during the seemingly endless battle, as were hundreds of square miles of forests and fields to be replaced by a sea of mud and rubble. Despite the fact that the Battle of Verdun was essentially a Pyrrhic victory for the French, it remains what the historian Pierre Nora labeled a lieu de mémoire, a place of memory, for the French people and for the French nation, a site of mourning, resistance, sacrifice, and celebration. Today, hundreds of thousands of visitors from around the world visit the battlefields of Verdun each year, just as they do the battlefields of other national and global conflicts that shape our past as well as our present. Having spent my career studying many of these conflicts and visited the battlefields of Verdun and Normandy and Gettysburg, among others, I increasingly ask myself, Why? Why do we visit these battlefields? What are we seeking there? And what are we hoping to find? To be sure, we want to honor the courage and sacrifice of those who fought in these battles. And we want to feel the presence of history and memory, as these things make us who we are. But the Dutch philosopher Ilko Runia points to another reason we return again and again to places like Verdun and Normandy and Gettysburg that will become clearer after we look at the images. So what I want to do today is show you just a few images from that trip that I took in 2015. This, when you enter the town of Verdun, this is the memorial to the soldiers that you see as you enter the town itself. Note the camaraderie, the sense of fraternity, and to make it simple, the wholeness of the men themselves. When you move out into the battlefields, you get a very different experience. These are fortresses that are now out in the fields and the woods near Verdun, where soldiers lived literally for months on end, suffering heavy bombardment and not able to leave these fortresses at all, because essentially all around them was at a level of destruction that was precipitated largely by the advances in weaponry of World War I. I want to show you a second image here. If you look on the right, and I'm sorry these are not as clear as I would hope, but if you look on the right, there's a veritable moonscape, okay? And what that moonscape actually is, those are shell holes, shell craters, and it'll give you a sense, since there's nothing there but just the crater holes, what these bombardments were actually like. The soldiers who experienced the Battle of Verdun, for many of them, they never actually fought in the battle. That is to say, they were never out facing combat. They were literally destroyed, suffocated, and crushed in these massive bombardments. On the left here, you can see what's left, I think, of a military turret next to another gaping hole. You also don't necessarily get a sense of these holes and how huge they are until you actually walk out in them. So the camera distorts that little bit. Having briefly referred now to the experience of the conflict, let me show you some images of the commemoration of this battle and what it tells us about what actually happened in the battle. This is the ossuary at Douaumont. Douaumont was one of the fortresses around Verdun that was intended to prevent the Germans from successfully invading France, as they had in 1870. An ossuary is, among other things, a storage place, and the ossuary means it's a storage place for bones. I would stress that this is a massive building. It's probably a good half a football field long without tower in the middle. The ossuary contains, underneath this building, the bones of hundreds, thousands of soldiers who, of course, no one knows their identity. Were they German? Were they French? Were they British? Were they Australian? No one knows. These bones are beneath this, and you can see the names of some of the soldiers that were not identified or whose bodies were never found, and that's beneath this ground. So you can walk down underneath there into the vaults and get a sense of how massive this is just looking down in the picture on the left to the hallway, okay, and you can see the light at the end. When you climb the tower to the right and to the left, look at this cemetery. This is what you see from the tower itself. These are the identified bodies of soldiers who fought and died in the conflict. That gives you a sense of, if you've been to Colville in Normandy, this viewed from this perspective looks even larger than that. So while we see an image to begin with of the celebration and the camaraderie, what we see from these images is the destructive power of the weapons and the experience of the soldiers during World War I, and then this is the monument to that. This is, I'm going to let you read this. Speckled around the woods in Verdun are these monuments to lost villages, literally wiped out and never rebuilt after the war. So as you drive around this area, you'll see several of these scattered around. Okay, let me return now to the question that I asked at the beginning. Why do we experience these? Why do we go back to these battles again and again? And what I want to do is give you the quote that Ilko Runia provides, what he believes is the prime motivation. And this is what he says. Commemoration is trying to answer the question, who are we that this could have happened? Stated differently, we can ask, who are we as human beings that we could do these dreadful things? Events like Verdun are sublime in that no right-minded person could foresee them, and yet we know full well that right-minded people made them happen nevertheless. So to conclude, one way to commemorate the Battle of Verdun, for example, is to assume our duty to accept our responsibility for such acts and to appreciate our potential to commit such acts again. And we should do our best to make sure that so-called sublime events like Verdun do not happen on our watch. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Very good. In December 1994, George Herbert Walker Bush, 43rd President of the United States, traveled to Uruguay on an official visit. In March 2007, George Walker Bush, 43rd President of the United States, the son, no? Traveled to Uruguay on official visit, 13 years after his father. I find incredible that there are no monographs on the Bushes and Uruguay, considering the importance of Uruguay as a geopolitical and ideologically. I share this information if there are some students interested to write a great PhD dissertation or master. Good morning, buongiorno, bonjour. In April 1973, I was in high school. That month, 4 friends and I started a rock band. I was the one who wrote the lyrics. The name of the band was Escombro, Rubble, Ruins. Our songs were punk rock, written 3 years before the Sex Pistols. On June 27, 1973, a coup d'etat took place in Uruguay and marked the beginning of a civic military dictatorship which lasted until 1985. President Juan María Bordaberry closed the Congress and ruled with the assistance of a junta military generals. Then they changed and the militaries removed Bordaberry. It is a very strange case. It was, I believe, the only case that we have a civil and a military coup governing at the same time. In early 1973, the beginning of the spring in the southern hemisphere, we were rehearsing our first songs in a garage. Suddenly, we heard loud knocks on the door. When we opened it, 4 armed soldiers entered the place and asked us for our IDs. At that time, it was mandatory to have an ID to demonstrate that you were not a communist. The soldier in charge of the group asked me, "Who are you?" I said, "I am the one who writes the lyrics." "What kind of song?" he insists, raising his voice. "Protest songs. Protest songs without words," I said. The man looked at me, I said, "So, if they don't have words, they are not dangerous." The Uruguayan military dictatorship stole the best 12 years of my youth. However, I'm still alive and there are many even days when I feel almost happy. There are times when I think that youth is not as great as it is believed to be. It is overrated. Or, as in my case, youth, having grown up under a military government, learn not to go out of fashion. With the sound of bullets as the soundtrack of my teenage years, I discovered one afternoon many years ago that I had been born a writer and that death would not kill me before I wrote several books. The 12 years I lived under the Uruguayan dictatorship were possibly the most difficult of my life. However, I had never written anything reflective or autobiographical about it. This is the first time I have spoken about this subject. Maybe this is the introduction of my next book. When Corey Ark invited me to participate, I hesitated at first and asked myself, why go back to such a long and painful past? which I remember less and less, especially living in College Station, my city of exile. Nevertheless, here I am. Perhaps it's time to let memory speak and see what it has to say. 1. My editor, Editorial Planeta, the largest and most powerful publishing company in the Spanish-speaking world, has asked me several times on several occasions to write a book about the dark years of the Uruguayan dictatorship, which were 12 in total. 12. Endless, hard with poverty, and today a topic of no interest to those who were not yet born at that time. My answer has been always negative, although Planeta insists that a book of that type can be a bestseller. I already have a bestseller with that publisher. I don't want to have another one. Also, how can I talk about the past today? About a past so far back in my memory? How? Through a traditional narration with a beginning, middle, and an end, when that type of event has no real beginning, middle, or end? With an academic perspective, with many quotes from philosophers and thinkers who wrote for Europe and knew little or nothing about Latin America, or with a story in the style of Joyce's Ulysses, in which the reader would be in charge of putting each piece in its place. Second, poets are always asked what they think of politicians. I never see a politician ask who his favorite poet is. Perhaps in that detail, we will find clues about the terrible state of world politics today. Imagine a journalist from Fox or ABC News asking, Mr. President, who is your favorite poet? They always ask me the same question, who is your favorite politician? 3. In 1975, the Italian poet Giorgio Bassani wrote in a poem in which he said that the task of the poet is to write new words for an irrational and distant God. In his 1949 essay, Cultural Criticism and Society, Theodor Adorno said, quote, to write poetry after Auschwitz is barbaric. For hundreds of thousands, who knows? Poetry, art, literature is the only way to survive armed barbarity spiritually and physically. Furthermore, it is the way to speak with an irrational and distant God. 4. I divide Latin America, that region of the world so little known, into 5 regions. 1. Mexico, Central America, Cuba, Puerto Rico, and the Dominican Republic. 2. The Caribbean islands, where English, French, and Dutch are spoken, most of which do not want to be considered part of Latin America, but rather branches of some European countries. 3. Brazil. 4. The north of South America, Colombia, Venezuela, Peru, and Bolivia. And 5. The south of South America, geographically called the Southern Cone, and made up of Chile, Argentina, Paraguay, and Uruguay. Charles Darwin loved that region, called it the beginning of the end of the world, and found peace and an idyllic wildlife that he did not have in England. He spent 4 years there. Brazil, Argentina, Chile, Uruguay. 4 years at a time when 4 years were an eternity. 1831 to 1835. 5. The Southern Cone is, except for Paraguay, the most European area of Latin America, populated by renegades of European origins who despise Europe, and they find themselves very different from the rest of the world. In the extraordinary short story, ¿Qué quieres tú de mí?, about the state of mind of the people of the River Plate, Argentina and Uruguay, Roberto Fontana Rosa wrote, quote, you must understand that we are not Cubans, Panamanians, or Colombians. This guy heard the sound of a blender and they start shaking. They are sitting at a table, they hear music and they start shaking. People from the South need to feel sad to be happy, or almost happy, end of quotation. In Uruguay, Argentina, and Chile, democratic life was interrupted by military coups, which among its various possible names was called La Guerra Sucia, the dirty war. In Argentina, there was a total between 9,000 and 20,000 deaths and missing, los desaparecidos. During the 16 years and 6 months of the civil military dictatorship, 3,216 people were executed or disappeared by the military regime. In Uruguay, the number of missing persons does not exceed 200, although we must consider that the total population in the country at that time did not exceed 3 million people. I don't include Paraguay in this list because the Stroessner dictatorship began long before the 70s. It lasted from 1954 to 1989. In Uruguay, the military dictatorship, six. In Uruguay, the military dictatorship began in 1973 and ended in 1985. In September 1973, a few months after democracy was interrupted, I was walking down the main street in downtown Montevideo and suddenly a mob with stones demonstrated against the government began throwing stones at the Pan American office because the airline, according to the stone throwers, represented the worst of American capitalism. To me, it was nonsense. Nevertheless, 2 minutes later, a heavily armed army platoon began throwing tear gas bombs at the demonstrators. Without knowing exactly how I had ended up there, I found myself at the main entrance of a building, thrown down on the floor, having trouble breathing, disoriented, and with a girl of my age near me on the floor. One of her hands was bleeding. She told me, "Don't move." I remained motionless, waiting for the end, and the end of the end, because that was also possible at that time. We were there hidden and quiet for about 10 minutes. When the soldier left, the girl something that I have never been able to forget. Now, everything begins again. We ended up the day having a coffee in a near cafe where I asked her, "Do you like Cortázar?" And she replied, "I love him." Cortázar's short stories are more important for humanity than Karl Marx's Das Kapital. A few later, I saw her again, and she gave me an anthology of revolutionary poetry, which include only left-wing poets, most of them very famous, like Pablo Neruda, for example. But later I found out that it was one of the favorite books of the Che Guevara. I read it very carefully, but I didn't find anything revolutionary in it from an artistic point of view. All the poems were written in a tone of social protest, with a language that had nothing artistically new. The same information could be found in a political pamphlet or in a newspaper article. One day, for reasons I forgot, I stopped seeing the one who ended up my ex-future wife. I never saw again, and I think she died in the armed struggle. A mystery. With her, I learned that in wars there are revolutionaries, but artistic revolutions rarely have to do with revolutionary groups or identified ideologies. 7. The artist is the citizen who suffers alone and builds in isolation a poetic of sadness and melancholy, who don't want to dance, of silent resistance that only exists in writing, and that imagine a language that history, especially that of concrete facts, is unable to touch. In March 1988, at the symposium of writers at Rice University, I had a great conversation with Joseph Brodsky, a Russian poet, Nobel Prize winner. At one point in the conversation, he recommended to me, quotation, "When people ask you what you do, don't say that you are a college professor. Say you are a poet. It's more important. College professors have an easy life. Poets don't. Don't tell me. I have spent 5 years in prison under communism for being a poet. End of quotation. In August 2016, I visited Brodsky's grave in the San Michele Cemetery in Venice. Very close to his grave is that of Ezra Pound, the great poet of Idaho, whom the US government wanted to execute for treason after Second World War. Pound was an admirer of Mussolini, whom, by the way, he met only once in his life, on January 30, 1933, at 5:30 in the afternoon. 8. During La Guerra Sucia in the Southern Cone, thousands of citizens who considered themselves revolutionaries died. Revolutionary poetry, written in favor of ideological revolution, but very conservative from a aesthetic point of view, also died. During the 70s and 80s, in Uruguay, Argentina, and Chile, so-called neo-Baroque radical poetry emerged, detested by revolutionary poets of the left and by the right in power because they considered difficult and obscene. That was the moment when all the gay poetry, great revolution moment, I mean, all the left governments that were very homophobic. You know? At that time, the jails in Cuba were full of homosexuals. You know? That was amazing, and there's no written about this. It's amazing, and I thank you for inviting me here because I think I'm going to write more about this. What an irony. In times of dirty war, radical, groundbreaking poetry was considered unclean. In its beginning, it was an heroic literary writing because it was produced in silence, in the margins, against the right and the left. According to the Princeton Encyclopedia of Poetry and Poetry of Poetics, possibly the most prestigious academic literary reference, the Neo-Baroque is the most revolutionary and original Latin American literary movement of the last 3 decades of the 20th century. I don't think any radical poet in the 70s and the 80s imagined that the adventure of writing against history would, over time, become history itself. And finally, I don't know how many of us, among those who contribute to building that literary legacy, glimpsed that the sound of bullets that was heard daily in the street would help to create absolute music, the intrinsic music of poetry, when it defends life under the worst historical circumstances. Thank you.
So, there we go. So we now have time for questions, and I have this magical iPad here with questions coming in from outside, but is there anyone who would like to begin by asking a question today in the audience? Then let me read the first question that we've received for the panel. What role does international cooperation through treaties or organizations like UNESCO play in protecting artifacts while still respecting and maintaining a nation's sovereignty, particularly during conflict? Anna, that sounds like your idea.
Yes, that's a great question, and I think international collaboration and international regulations are essential. However, they shouldn't be the only thing we do to protect our cultural identity. I think it has to be a dual approach where we have the legislation and the organizations that are creating the right environment, but then it has to be each of our responsibility to take it upon ourselves to preserve our own identity and our own culture. It's too easy to hand over to someone else, whether that's an organization or a person, the responsibility of something that benefits us in the first place. And maybe back in the days that was possible, but now I think every country suffers budget cuts, and culture is always one of the main areas or first areas to suffer these cuts. And that means that it's on each of us to really embrace our culture and our identity and do what we can to preserve it. And that can be can manifest itself in different ways. So yes, UNESCO and other organizations are essential, but they only do part of the job. There is another part that's on us.
There's not another question showing up here for the moment, so I want to ask, yes, go ahead, please, thank you.
I'll ask a question. Thank you all for your remarks this morning and for the panel. It's very exciting. I think there's an interesting distance between our first speaker and our last speaker, thinking about, on the one hand, Western cultural heritage that the monuments men set out to protect, these great works of Western art in museums and private collections, very established art with a capital A, and then thinking of the revolutionary punk band under dictatorship, right? These experimental artists under the radar and so on. So I'm curious, perhaps from a policy perspective, do we need different mechanisms to say both that heritage that we see in the monument that is representative of a long-standing culture, and then these more experimental avant-gardes? Who are the monuments meant for the punk rockers, I guess is what I'm asking.
Well, do you want? I just have a brief thought on this. Just to give you an example, in the last few, after the World War II, countries came together. They came up with. They gathered at the Hague Convention. One of the results of the Hague Convention was the creation of a blue shield. Blue shield is something that gets affixed on monuments to designate those of cultural importance. Now, as the Balkan War showed, it backfired, because by identifying which monuments were of cultural importance, they became targets. So arguably, it would have been better not to identify, because then you're providing a map to those who want to harm. And so my thoughts is that policies can be good, but then if we try to regulate it too much, we're giving almost too much information to those who are ill-intended. And that, I think, goes back to my point. I think we all, what I was saying earlier, that I think it's on us to preserve. And so while it's easier to create outrage, to have outrage if a museum gets destroyed, and maybe it's less visible if music or poetry is targeted, I don't think we can create an army per se, as much as just create awareness in society as a whole, and then each of us takes upon ourselves that responsibility. So those would be my thoughts.
Well, I'm sorry. Last night I broke my glasses, and somebody this morning lent me the glasses, so I have problem to recognize my own writing. Great question, by the way. First of all, it is very important to. I was a teenager, so it was cool to play rock, and you hear guns in the streets. That's totally different now. We have to remember, to me, something very important, that there's nothing written about this. This is amazing, that Chile has a Catholic government, Pinochet. Argentina, Videla, Catholic. Uruguay, no. The three generals who controlled the country, they didn't believe in God. That was very important. First of all, for example, they didn't persecute homosexuals. Uruguay was the first country after France to show the movie complete, Last Tango in Paris. Yeah. And in some ways, I was amazing. I started to do research now. They promote pornography during the military government in Uruguay. What I'm saying is, porno theaters, there were a lot, In Argentina, you go to jail. So, what is the point? That in Argentina, in Chile, well, of course, in Chile, remember, one of the first person to be killed was Victor Jara, the great musician. And they broke his hands. And even the National Stadium, where he was killed and buried for a long time, is now renamed Victor Jara, a soccer field with the name of a singer. No? So it was not only the ideology, and the ideologies, even though there's a novel by Fernando Butazzoni saying that Chile, Argentina, and Uruguay, and Paraguay, the four countries were controlled by generals in the United States. I don't know about that. that's a literary presumption, in my opinion. Even though there are signs like members of the CIA teaching how to torture, another topic. As we can see in the movie State of Siege, and Missing. Nevertheless, in terms of politics, there was not, in terms of culture, there was no politics. The government, I know I don't want to take too much time, but at that time, the left wing controlled culture, and I hate that culture. And suddenly I see enemies, and I say, what I'm doing here? Because these people hate rock. In front of my house, somebody paints, rock is imperialism. And I decide, I am against communists too, against militaries, against communists. So it was very strange atmosphere at that time, especially in Argentina. And what happened? You have in Chile, Uruguay, Argentina, a whole generation that was in silence for many years. And when after the Falkland Wars, Argentina was falling apart, the same with Chile, after the election, the no and yes, suddenly one or the last 2 years of the military governments, there was like a spring of culture, poetry, and music. That's why the music that represent the fight against repression is rock. It's very interesting, especially for those who are from outside, even for Colombians or Mexicans. They don't understand that an American or British music represent the young people who were against the right and left. Sunday, we have elections in Uruguay. We have 2 candidates. One of these candidates Delgado, represent what is called like the third party. I don't know if it's clear the answer. But it's amazing. And since we are talking about monuments, they didn't, even monuments about the lefty thinkers, they didn't touch it. They considered it decoration. What they attack writers, yes, writers. Many writers went to jail or went sent outside in exile. But painting, no, didn't touch any painter. Even they knew that he was a communist. It's very interesting, very interesting. Sorry.
So we're getting a lot more very interesting questions here, so let me just pick one out that I think is probably very timely for a lot of us. How can emerging technologies such as AI enhance efforts to identify, preserve, and protect cultural artifacts across the globe?
It is a great question. It's a huge question. I think technology has to be used. If the Monuments Men were able to find and return 5 million objects in 1945, when technology was not a thing, we have no excuses with everything that's available now. So definitely technology needs to be employed. Now, how? That creates a lot of ethical questions that I think are still debated today. Is 3D printing or reproduction, is that taking away from the uniqueness of a monument or of an object, when it's not just the object itself, is the fact that the artist had his hand or her hand on it. And so are we giving more importance to the final object as opposed to the process? That was something that was very much debated when the Bamiyan Buddhas were blown out by the Taliban and leaving these big holes in the rock. The community, once the outrage had subsided and was trying to see what can we do from now, are we going to rebuild them? Are we going to project a hologram sort of image where you're still getting a sense of what was there but not replacing it entirely? So I don't think there is a one answer to this question, as much as a case by case, and very much has to do with the cultural identity. And I don't think it's anybody's right to decide above the community that's lost that piece of art, tangible or intangible. How does that community need to find this identity with an object that was lost. Sometimes that means by reproducing it, sometimes it means by leaving that void where that serves as a reminder of what has been lost. So technology can help, but it's not always the answer, I think.
Someone from the audience? Yeah.
So sort of an elephant.
Could you speak up just a little bit?
Sort of an elephant in the room. UNESCO just called a special session because of the destruction that's happening in Lebanon. So we're at a place where we could influence that destruction. What is the place of NATO? What is the place of you guys? How do we address that?
Can I piggyback on that to a certain extent?
Since we didn't have an answer, I think so.
Because stepping back to the 1954 Hague Convention, you mentioned that to a certain extent the Blue Shield created targets in the Balkans. But in my mind, prior to World War II, there wasn't a globally accepted concept of art and culture needing protection. However, I kind of see it as the Blue Shield analogous to the Red Cross and the Red Crescent, etc. That there was millennia of cultural acceptance that medical facilities and the sick and injured need protection. Could it just be that we need to give it time for the concept to embed itself that art and culture is necessary to be protected, even in conflict?
Well, I think the bad guys today are worse than the bad guys in the past, and so there is that exponential increase of danger that wasn't the damage that a gun could do years ago. It's not the same damage that a bazooka can cause, and so we can give it time, but the time is shortened because by the time we wait a millennia, we might not have a monument to visit left. So again, it's trying to find the balance between the theory and the practice. Of course, we need to create policies. Back to the previous questions. Of course, we need to create roadmaps. Of course, we need to implement clear guidelines of what needs to be preserved, and then allow for those things to sink in. But we also cannot just sit and wait. So I guess that's how I approach this subject and how we approach it as an organization. But back to the previous question. Something that shouldn't be forgotten when comparing what happened during World War II to these more contemporary conflicts. The monuments ban during World War II, so while conflict was still ongoing, there were maybe 60 men in the whole of Western Europe. That would have been a suicidal mission had there not been millions of troops doing the fighting and providing that level of protection, right? If you just send a bunch of curators in a war-torn zone without the backing of an army, that's not going to save monuments and museums and cultural heritage. That's just going to have a bunch of people murdered. And so when we, from this side of the pond and of the world, we think of these conflicts, we need to think, is the United States, if we're talking about the United States, is the United States present in those countries? And can it be really impactful? Or is the only help that can be provided is having these conversations? Because as a matter of fact, there isn't a substantial army presence that can guarantee, I'm sorry. I move my hands because I'm Italian, and then this is what happens. So I don't know what can be done in Lebanon, just like I don't know what can be done in Ukraine or it can be done in Gaza. I think international organizations have the duty of sit around the round table and talk about this, and I think more should be done. But of course, we also have to be aware that every person we send is a life, and like we said earlier, saving art is worth a life, yes, but we need to know that it can be saved, right? If we know that by going into a country we're going to die, then that defeats the purpose. So.
Can I answer a question that may not be the question you asked at all, but one that's concerned me a great deal, and that is obviously runs parallel to this question. We're living clearly through a period of historical denial and erasure, like to the best of my knowledge, and I'm not young, I've never seen anything like this before. And my sense of things is that one of the concerns that raises is that even the value of culture gets erased in this. If there's no historical context, there's no appreciation or understanding of any of this. The second thing, and I think this is, since you've raised the issue of Gaza, and the other issue is definitional issues. When are we going to start using the proper words, legal terms, to be blunt about it, to describe what's going on in the world? I mean, there's a lot of discussion about whether this is a genocide, that's a genocide. We're also losing our grounding in legal terms that emerged from World War II and from Nuremberg. And that is a real problem, because once any term like crimes against humanity or genocide just gets thrown around in any circumstances, it makes it that much harder to really be able to distinguish what is happening, what is a genocide, what is a crime against humanity. So, as I said, I don't think I answered your question, but I wanted to put that in there, because the haunting part of this to me is that we can talk about the preservation of culture, but if there's no historical context to understand it, for example, talking about Latin American culture during the dictatorship, if nobody even understands or remembers that, it's a lot harder to understand what Eduardo's rock music meant at the time, right? So anyway, that's just an observation. Any other questions we have? Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
I want to add something very interesting, Joe, that comment. Since we're talking about cultural preservation, I cannot imagine, at least Uruguay, I don't know about Chile, but the survival of the culture without the Centro de Cultura Italiano, l'Alliance Française, Washington, Uruguay Center, United States, or the Anglo. Because it is amazing. The militaries, for example, we play in el Instituto Cultura Italiano the first poetry reading, and the militaries don't touch it. They didn't want to tarnish very much, you know. So under the ground, the cultural preservation of the culture, and I remember people celebrate like crazy when Mitterrand won the election in France. And 1 year later, or 2 years later, 1 year later, the militaries decide we are leaving power and we are going to have national election. No? There were islands, especially Alliance Française at that time. Even Giscard d'Estaing, I think Giscard d'Estaing was the president before Mitterrand. No? Yeah. They always bring writers and they speak against the government, but the military didn't touch them. You know, so that's a great way of survival. You know, I mean, I cannot imagine 12 years without having any cultural activity. You know, that was happening in Paraguay. You know, that was different case. No?
We have time, I think, for one more question from the audience. Any takers on that? Let me look if we have one more question. Several of the questions here are those that have already been asked. Here's one. How can we support and inspire young poets and artists growing up in conflict zones to persevere in their craft despite significant challenges? And that's a good one for both of you, I think.
Well, it is a very good question. I will need another day to think of the answer. You know, now it's easier than before for many reasons. No? It's very difficult to interrupt internet, for example. You know? I've been thinking about this topic for a long time, especially now in some countries like Argentina. The future looks grimmer with the actual president in terms of culture than with military governments. You know, for example, he cut funds for most of the cultural centers. You know, so I think to defend culture at the end is a private, heroic enterprise. You know, to create groups that can be supported not only by poets but independent organizations, OGNS. You know. From outside. For example, at that time, Italy considered Argentina and Uruguay, half of the population is anarchist or Catholic, which is a big contradiction. They know that there's always some certain help, cultural help, from Europe and the United States. And of course, nobody wants to do anything for free, you know. So I think workshops with writers, poets, music, can create this sense of mental freedom that is to have a critical thinking mind that can be excellent against any type of political extremism, you know.
Yes, I think Eduardo gave a great answer. I would just say that a lot of the responsibility, it's on the institutions, educational institution, because students spend more time here than at home or anywhere. And if all of the funding goes into technology and the math and science and all of the STEM, or however, right, STEM, then that's how you undermine the young poet and the young artist. Funding needs to go to this exhibition that's going to happen here. That's an important example of what students need to be exposed to, and not to be solely directed into the money, more traditional money-making careers, because I think there is more to it in life.
I believe the phrase is amen to that.
Okay.
I think we're just about out of time, so if there are no other questions, I'd like to thank our panelists and thank the audience. It's been a real pleasure. Thank you.
Today. That was wonderful, but right now I'm personally still digesting the information have been thrown at us, because I knew about Uruguay too, about like athletic programs mainly, honestly speaking. Like in football, they have a great team. However, they helped us walk through these complexities when it comes to like different historical perspectives. At the same time, the issue of preservation and the artifacts and the war and the drawing the lines from like 1930s and 1993 and even nowadays, and this all connected. And I'm really enjoying the perspective that the speakers brought up. Right now we are going to our second panel, which is going to be about NATO and NATO's impact. Me, myself, I had the pleasure working at a NATO liaison office back in my homeland, Republic of Georgia, and I know how important this alliance is for the region I represent and for the entire the bloc countries in the world. And I'm pretty sure the speakers will help us to walk through these complexities as well and the challenges that the alliance is facing right now. So I'm beyond excited, and I have a great pleasure to be introducing our moderator, Carla Castillo, on the stage, and she's going to be moderating our meeting right now, the panels, and also the panelists that will be presented. And this panel will be His Excellency Ambassador Jessica Ludwig and Emily Otto. So, Carla Castillo, please. Thank you.
Howdy. That's how we say hello, and the California girl in me had to get used to saying howdy. I thought, I'm not that country, and you know what? You're in Aggie land long enough. You say that with a lot of affection, a lot of joy, and a lot of pride. I am very excited to be here. My name is Carla Castillo. I'm a local news anchor and morning anchor / morning executive producer for KBTX, the CBS affiliate here in our community. It is so exciting to welcome all of our panelists this morning / afternoon. Internet audience, welcome wherever you are watching us from. Thank you for watching. So let me introduce you to our brilliant speakers today. Emily Otto is a fellow, Transatlantic Defense and Security and Digital Innovation Initiative, Center for European Policy Analysis. We have Jessica Ludwig, Director for Global Policy at the George W. Bush Institute, and Ambassador Robert Gelbard, member and a board of directors for the Center for European Policy Analysis. And so just to recap quickly, this panel will discuss NATO's 75-year history, its role in preserving cultural identity, and the alliance's next 75 years. Of course, as you heard, I think I can move this way now. As we heard in the last panel, these are unique times. And so I really appreciate you all being here. I think even if people at home, surface level, hear NATO, they understand the significance. They are maybe even paying more close attention now because it feels like it's an alliance that maybe can feel more relevant or more, they're always there, but I think it's at the forefront when things get a little bit scarier, it seems like. So here's how we are going to, I'd like to start out with a question for all of you panelists. As today's discussions highlight, among its many roles, NATO played key part in bringing stability to the Balkans in the wake of the Yugoslav wars. As NATO again confronts powers and global crises, what are the key lessons learned from NATO's previous 75 years? Emily?
Awesome, thank you. And thank you so much for having us here today to talk about these issues. The first lesson I'd like to focus on is the cost of delaying action, the cost of delaying to get involved. And that delay in itself can then up the cost to NATO. As far as personnel and resources required then to meet its end objective. But also there's a human cost. So the people that are involved in the crisis or in the conflict in terms of lives lost, in terms of traumas experiences. And so that lesson, I think, needs to kind of guide NATO and its decision making about if we are abstaining from getting too much involved, is that then raising the costs then further on? And a lot of my answers I'm going to kind of do or answer from the lens of cyberspace. My background was in national security in cyberspace. And so then delaying getting involved can have a real cost in the digital domain. By not being forwardly engaged and engaging with adversaries that are trying to manipulate the information space, you're ceding then initiative to them. And so it's really important to stay engaged before then the costs get too high. The second lesson, especially from the Balkans, is looking at hybrid threats and the use of information warfare and the role of propaganda and how that plays in exacerbating tensions, increasing violence against non-combatants, especially through propaganda, especially in the Balkans. Nationalist leaders used radio and information in order to demonize individuals and groups of people. And so countering those narratives and establishing alternative narratives then that people can latch onto that then tamper down the violence is essential, I think, to kind of getting more to stability in areas of crisis.
Can I ask a quick question or a follow-up to that? And you spoke about the digital aspect of it. NATO, obviously 75 years, digital wasn't a thing there. How much historical data do you have to work with in terms of the digital, whether it's 5 years, 10 years, or so, where you can look at that concrete data and it helps you figure out when is too late, when is the appropriate time?
As far as like what when is too late? I think commanders and certain decision makers, they're going to have to make that decision based on the analysts that do the research, that put together the decision briefs. And so even though NATO has been around before, full digital economies being integrated into organizations, they still have kind of brought that information with them as far as lessons learned, and they can bring those data points to commanders and to decision makers today.
Okay, thank you. Jessica, what are the key lessons learned from NATO's previous 75 years?
Well, I think, just to your point at the beginning, your comment about how many Americans don't necessarily feel a deep connection with NATO or understand what it is. But I think the strength of NATO is just, it's a reminder. One, it has been around for 75 years, now has 32 members. And the key lesson is that we are stronger together. We are stronger because of our alliances. There's a lot of power in NATO simply because it has a very powerful deterrent effect. And the NATO members are, by and large, democracies, right? We have a couple who are perhaps on the edges of the spectrum at the moment, but we do have a set of shared values. And as much as NATO is also a deterrent, it's also it's something of a carrot, right? We don't always think about the power of carrots these days, but just within the past couple of years, we've had several new members join the alliance, most recently Finland and Sweden. And so this is a body that other countries want to join because they see that together, when we work together with our allies, we're stronger. And I think something else Americans don't often realize about NATO is that the only time Article 5, which is the most, really sort of the key piece of NATO, that says if one country is attacked, it is seen as an attack on all. And the only time that's ever been invoked was to the benefit of the United States. After the terrorist attacks on the United States of September 11th, 2001, and NATO said, we are with you. And so that is something in the United States we have benefited directly from.
Ambassador?
The disadvantage of going last is that smart people always say what I was. First, let me say that I think, in reference to your question about lessons learned from the wars in the former Yugoslavia, the UN, well, first the EU thought they could take care of this themselves. And there was a notorious statement early in the conflicts where one prime minister of Luxembourg, said, "This is the hour of Europe." Well, it wasn't. Then the UN took over. And the mandate for the UN troops in Bosnia and elsewhere was weak. And the various groups were able to get around them and continue to conduct tremendously violent acts, as I said, even genocidal acts such as Srebrenica. It took until the United States and others in NATO took the decision to form the force I-4 and then S-4 to go into Bosnia in particular, violence stopped. It stopped initially simply because of shock and awe, the mere presence of the troops. Now, there was an initial shock and awe, but then people began to, these are difficult, tough people. And they began to react against the NATO troops, and it took particularly the US component and the British component to take the leadership in showing that nothing would be tolerated. So I think there were some very important lessons learned. Following on that, I will say with pride, I designed the strategy to capture the war criminals. And we needed to do that to show that the perpetrators, or the worst perpetrators of the war crimes, could not escape with impunity, even if it had taken perhaps too long in many cases. And we continued to do that for quite a few years. But these were very important lessons that NATO learned. As Jessica said, this is a club that everyone wants to belong to now. As I mentioned in my opening remarks, it has been compelling to see how other countries, including North Macedonia, Albania, Montenegro, the Baltic countries that were members of the Soviet Union, and now Sweden and Finland, have been clamoring to join. And when I was in Finland in September, it was stunning that a country that for so many years had prided itself on its neutrality, as had Sweden, 80% of the people in Finland are pro-NATO, and it's growing. That might have something to do with that they've fought 2 wars with the Soviet Union, and they have a very long border with Russia, but they understand the threat. The challenge to all of us and to our government and governments is not to wait too long, as we have in too many cases.
We'll stick with you, Ambassador. In 1997, you were appointed by President Clinton as U.S. Special Representative for the implementation of the Dayton Accords. Can you describe your experience of how NATO was able to create peace in the region and build a framework for stability and future societal growth and cooperation?
Well, first, as I said, I had actually been in Bosnia and Croatia before NATO entered. And the difference between when the UN was there under what was called UNPROFOR and when NATO came in was night and day. I will say, since I'm no longer a diplomat, I can be a little more honest. Things in the French sector weren't as quiet as they were in the American and British sectors because the French weren't as tough. And many believed perhaps they had made a deal with Slobodan Milosevic in Serbia. But it was very clear that when NATO came in, there was a big difference. The challenge, though, was to then build a society that functioned. What NATO did and the presence there was to essentially help establish with civilian authorities a framework. That framework has, very honestly, not been wholly successful because the people themselves of the country have not been fully willing and able to establish the kind of institutions which are really necessary. But in this case, there was a dramatic change by having the NATO presence, and particularly, and again, not being a diplomat anymore, when a new NATO commander came in, General Wesley Clark, we had a more forward-leaning, aggressive presence. And that showed that our troops were no longer just focused on force protection, making sure there were no problems, no accidents, nothing like that, but they were much more willing to be forward-leaning in terms of preventing any kind of conflicts and going after people who were trying to do the wrong thing.
You mentioned the communities not being willing to create those institutions necessary to make the framework successful. Is that a lack of understanding of how to get started, a lack of support? What do you think is the reason for that? You know,
I have worked in quite a few countries in Europe, Latin America, Asia, and Africa that are going through a process of democratic transformation. As I said a second ago, what we can do is try to help create a framework of possibility. And it involves funding, it involves technical assistance, it involves training, but ultimately it's up to the people of the country. Bosnia is a country that has substantial human capital. And unfortunately, with corruption and lack of ability to attract investment, and particularly, as with many countries, a lack of legal certainty, which goes hand in hand with corruption. There's been a lot of outward migration, but they don't lack for human talent. As I mentioned in my opening remarks, I just had dinner last week with the Vice President of the Bosnian Federation, very talented young man. There are other really good people. But the challenge for them, now that NATO has provided security, and they themselves largely want to join NATO, is to meet those challenges. One of the discussions we had was, how do they meet the criteria for EU membership? And a lot of that has to do with building strong democratic institutions, particularly rule of law.
Emily, the next question is for you. How have adversaries and competitors to the Transatlantic Alliance manipulated cultural identity and pieces in the past? From those experiences, how has the Transatlantic Alliance reacted to cultural identity being used against its members?
So yes, cultural narratives, cultural identity have become a battleground of sorts, especially in the competitive space and information warfare that's been used by adversaries. So specifically, I'll talk about Russia. Russia has been able to use culture as a way to support its claims for getting involved and as a target then to attack. And so as far as using it as a weapon to get involved, Russia and Putin anointed himself as kind of a protector of Russian ethnics abroad, which then gave him the kind of the political capital with the domestic population to then be more forward-leaning in the domestic policies of NATO members like Latvia and Estonia, especially when they were establishing some citizenship laws that he felt were prejudice against ethnic Russians. And this kind of came to a point in 2007. There was a Soviet War Memorial, a bronze statue that was in the city center, and it was going to be moved to a grave site. And the disinformation campaign that Russia used focused on the Russian ethnic minority in order to kind of portray the government as a threat to their freedoms, their qualities of life. And so this sparked some riots. There was cyber attacks, denials of service attacks that really brought the government, media, and the financial sector to a screeching halt. And so the narratives and being able to Russia was able to put itself in a light as a defender of a weaker entity in order then to really kind of lash out at its neighbors to kind of flex its will in their sphere of influence. And so Russia again has been using culture as a battleground space in Ukraine, and instead they've then used the same narrative as a defender of Russian ethnics abroad, but then targeted Ukrainian culture and Ukrainian history, making claims that it doesn't exist, that it's actually part of just the greater Russian culture. And then also sought to delegitimize the government by claiming that the government was a neo-Nazi government, and using that kind of culture to justify its actions. And the audiences, depending on the narrative that you want to spend, you're targeting a certain audience. And so some of these narratives that we hear in the West were like, that's ridiculous, we know that's ridiculous, but maybe that narrative is actually geared towards the domestic population in Russia, and maybe they identify with that a little bit more. And so what NATO is kind of doing as far as countermeasures, there's the Strategic Communications Center that is helping NATO countries as well as Ukraine address disinformation campaigns, do counter-narrative campaigns that focus on narratives of cohesion and portraying their history correctly. Because that's something that's very dangerous that Russia does, is they will take historical narratives and they will alter them just a little bit. And they interweave lies with truth, which make it a lot more digestible to the audience. But they tweak it in such a way that it meets their strategic goals And so what NATO is trying to do is assist countries that are being targets of disinformation with countering those narratives, how to identify them, and kind of integrate that into their defense sector. Another thing that NATO is doing is the Cooperative Cyber Defense Center. This does less with disinformation, more with on-network operations. And so helping organizations, cultural centers, museums do data protection for their archives especially, because those data troves then, if stolen, you can run analysis on them to identify key themes in a country's history that then you can start running disinformation campaigns in order to drive wedges within the population and kind of undermine stability. And so those are the kinds of things that the NATO is doing in order to help members as well as Ukraine counter some of the tactics that Russia has been using.
Speaking of those tactics Russia is using, is that old, decades old tactics that are just magnified, intensified with technology?
I think primarily, yes, especially in the information space. Russia has historically been, they've performed very well in this space. And mainly, I think, because they've had to. And so, they've been able to, they've used these before historically. A tactic they've done, and there's a great book by Thomas Rid, Active Measures, and it talks about information campaigns a little bit in some of the chapters. And one of them talks about a Russian tactic of laundering information through media entities, so that they kind of drop off information, journalism picks it up, they publish it. So now they've laundered that information to take on the credibility of the organization that distributes it. And so that's a tactic that they've used as well.
For Jessica, given your experience at your current work with civil society organizations at the George W. Bush Institute, how can NATO and other institutes best collaborate to help protect identity, community, and foster expression as part of an integrated approach to societal security?
Well, I think there's actually a really obvious answer to this question when we look at what's happening in Europe right now. We've talked about the fact that Ambassador Gelbert raised it in his opening remarks, and Emily again just now, that Russia's war of aggression in Ukraine has a cultural element, and it is about, fundamentally, it is about cultural repression, right? To deny that this country has a right to its sovereign borders. So the two things that NATO can do, one, NATO members should be supporting Ukraine to victory against Russia and Ukraine's defense, right? It is not just defending itself as a country, it's defending its people, its culture, its identity, its history. And fundamentally, Ukraine and the Ukrainian people are having to defend their desire to be a democracy, to be free, to join Europe if they want to, which they've, I think, made pretty clear they do. The second thing NATO could do is actually invite Ukraine to join the alliance. That's easier said than done, of course, because I think one of the obvious holdups is that Ukraine doesn't have integrity of its borders at the moment. But I think this would send a very, very clear signal, actually several clear signals at the same time. It's sort of a decisiveness we could really benefit from as an alliance, and as a way to, first of all, send a strong signal to Vladimir Putin, to the Kremlin, to Russia, that the West is no longer going to tolerate its belligerence. What we're seeing in Ukraine today is not the first time that Russia has meddled or been aggressive or sort of leveraged the chaos, right? That's how Russia has tried to find a foothold in the modern era. Unfortunately, the West has allowed this to happen too many times in the past. We allowed Russia to aid Bashar Assad in Syria in his brutal repression of the Syrian people, the invasion of Georgia, of Abkhazia. which still is sort of, I mean, now you look at what's happening in Georgia today. There's a pro-Kremlin party in power that's trying to undermine the integrity of Georgian democracy. And so, of course, if you also look at the things that Russia has been doing in sub-Saharan Africa and in other parts of the world, providing security services to other dictatorships, right? Like, this has knock-on effects far beyond Europe. And Russia has been a destabilizing force, so it's time to stop Russian aggression. The second signal it would send, of course, is to the Ukrainian people that we see you, we hear you, right, and we support you with material support. Ukraine, I think, they have never asked for foreign soldiers to come fight their fight and defend their country. They've just asked for support, for military support and aid. We haven't always done the best job of allowing them to fight the war in a way that they can win. And it's time to change that and to start doing more than we have. And right now, Ukraine could really use the morale boost as the pace of attacks have picked up. And then the third signal it would send, of course, is to other foreign adversaries and other aggressive autocratic regimes around the world who are watching how the West responds to all of these situations and conflicts and tension points around the world. China has, of course, been demonstrating an expansionary type of authoritarian ideology. It started perhaps within China's borders, in Tibet and Xinjiang, the repression of minority groups in both regions. We've seen it in Hong Kong, where just today, the 43 democracy advocates and former leaders of the city council were all they were all sentenced under the new Hong Kong security law. And then, of course, Taiwan is very much in China's sights. We see Iran, of course, meddling. We see North Korea coming to Russia's aid in Ukraine, and all of I think they're now called CRINC. If you put China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea, you put them all together. We really need to send a very clear signal to all of these actors that we're not going to let them take advantage of the moment, and we're going to stick together. And we recognize the nature of the challenge.
I know there's always concern about escalating things and pushing Russia. Are we past that point where, yes, we have to be cautious, but at some point something needs to be done?
Yes. Of course, that is in the back of everyone's mind, or perhaps more to the front of everyone's mind, right? What could happen? But some of the analysis I'm reading, there's not necessarily clear signals coming from the Kremlin. A lot of people who have watched the things that Vladimir Putin says over the years, right? Like there's a lot of posturing, of course. But if you look at his actions, right? Again, constant patterns of aggression and expansionism, and trying to destabilize really the whole globe. As Emily was saying, there's a risk of inaction, right, in allowing the status quo to continue. The status quo looks pretty bad to me right now, and it's time to change how we're responding.
Ambassador, based on your diplomatic experiences, including serving as ambassador to Bolivia and Indonesia, what can the United States and NATO learn from other societies about how to best resist authoritarianism through culture?
First, let me say I fully agree with what Jessica said. On Ukraine, I think, if anything, the problem has been that we have not acted fast enough and with enough resolve to help the Ukrainian government and people. And regarding territorial integrity, there has been a solution in the past. Germany was allowed into NATO before it was unified, and it was just West Germany. So they found a legal way. They put a bunch of lawyers in a room, I assume, but they found a legal way to do this, and we could do this with Ukraine, and we should do this with Ukraine. I recommend, for those who have never heard of him, it's important to know the writings of a Russian philosopher named Alexander Dugin, D-U-J-I-N, who was one of the key ideologues for Putin. and one of the great believers in establishing a neo-Eurasian empire against the West. And that's really a lot of the fundamentals of what has driven them as Putin thinks about whether he should reconstitute himself as Stalin or as a czar, or some combination of both. To answer your question, let me just say, I think I want to turn it more into culture, the issue of culture. I was really struck by a lot of the discussion in the previous panel. And it's really been compelling to me to see how, and the term authoritarian I think is used too much these days. Let's just call them dictatorships. Because whether they're authoritarian or totalitarian, the point is they're dictatorships. Dictatorships try to snuff out culture that isn't in line with their thinking. So Eduardo Espina beat me to mentioning Victor Jara in Chile. I was Deputy Assistant Secretary of State for South America, ran US policy in South America, in the period when we were trying to help consolidate democracy in most of those countries in South America as the dictatorships were falling. And I proudly helped eliminate the Pinochet dictatorship in Chile. It wasn't surprising that most of those dictatorships went after the aspects of culture, like Victor Jara and others in Chile, or a number of artists and singers in Brazil who weren't falling in line with the right-wing dictatorships, or as we see now in Cuba, with the left-wing dictatorship. I mean, Cuban culture has been a gift to the West, as there has been a tremendous emigration of Cuban artists and musicians to the United States and to Europe and to Latin America. They are a kind of weather vane and barometer, because authoritarian or totalitarian or whatever kind of dictatorships are afraid of culture. They're afraid of the arts because they know they speak to the people. And I think it is the job of our governments, whether it's NATO as an institution, which is probably complicated, but our governments and countries and people as a whole, to support culture and the arts in those countries as they fight those kinds of anti-democratic governments.
Emily, given your experience with Army's Cyber National Mission Force, what emerging technologies are U.S. and allied adversaries and competitors using to influence and manipulate cultural identity? How can the alliance work to ensure cultural freedom and expression?
So I'm also going to talk about artificial intelligence. It's on everybody's mind. It is emerged, but as far as its integration into organizations and being leveraged as a tool, I don't think we've seen it come to its full potential. And so this I'll try to address also. There was a question on the first panel about artificial intelligence. And so, but first, like, what is AI? AI is a technology that allows machines to complete tasks that usually or generally require a like human intelligence. And so that is learning, pattern recognition, decision making, and the difference between human learning and machine learning and artificial intelligence is that machines learn by data recognition and data, and humans generally learn by emotion and intuition. And so that is kind of the core difference between those two. As far as what AI can do and assist with adversaries, it can allow threat actors to create higher quality disinformation content faster. And so we saw a dip. There was a dip in disinformation when AI, especially when ChatGPT came out and large language models, And then it skyrocketed as people then were able to use, Russia used AI-driven bots in 2022 surrounding the invasion of Ukraine in order to flood the information environment with disinformation, but now doing better faster. This is also the application of AI in order to create deepfakes, images and videos. And so then there was famously the video of Zelensky. They immediately came out in order to address that. But those things will become increasingly more prominent in the information space and to a higher quality. And so we're going to have to be able to address those, to teach populations how to identify those. Also then being able to immediately counter them with truthful information to immediately address that. Another dangerous aspect that adversaries can use AI is data mining. If you take a large amount of information from archives, historical records, and you run analysis on it, you can then pull out what are key areas in a history and a target population that you can push on with disinformation in order to fracture the unity and the resilience of that community. And then you can design ways and make it more palatable. Like, what are ways in which I can deliver this information that community is most likely to then ingest and then take as real truth. And so these are very dangerous problems. And so first, promoting media literacy, which I talked about, training cultural institutions and training arts organizations in order how to protect their data, so that it isn't then stolen and then run analysis on. But also, I think what NATO and NATO members can do is then embrace AI and bring it into their own organizations so that they can then benefit from its great analytic capabilities and automation capabilities, so that they can do more. They can assist more partners. They can provide their own analysis to see where the threats are coming from or what information campaigns are being executed. And so we really have to embrace AI ourselves in order to be able to combat its use that adversaries are using.
I feel like it's very much a privilege that as a mom, artificial intelligence for me means just having to focus on making sure children don't use it to cheat on their papers. But obviously there are global implications, and I appreciate you breaking that down, because again, that understanding that is a privilege that is the capacity that I understand artificial intelligence. Jessica, how can democracies defend against authoritarian efforts to undermine their social fabric and dominate their cultural debate?
It's a great question. And I think actually there's a lot of ways that democracies can do this, right? But I think considering the current moment we are in within our democracy and other democracies around the world, I think it's important to underscore 2 points. One, we need to remain open as democracies. We need to remember that our values, the values we have, valuing freedom, accountability, these are universal values. They're not things that just belong to us. We didn't invent them in the United States, but we share them with other countries around the world. And again, there is power in that, because other countries, other people want to live in freedom too. The second thing is that we have to stay true to our values. We need to remember that even though NATO is a military alliance, and there's nothing specific about democracy within NATO's treaty, but Article 2 mentions a commitment to free institutions, to maintaining our free institutions, and so much of the work that NATO does around it, within its sort of its immediate arena and further afield around the world, is to provide security, not just for security's sake, but for something more to come, for better governance, for more accountable forms of government to be put in place. And I think it's important to think about the linkages between democracy and security, because it's something we don't talk about, and I think we're sort of at the risk of ceding this space, right? We think about democracy as a luxury, but it's actually essential. Freedom, accountability, these are essential values, and they are essential to security. because peace is not just, it's not the absence of war or armed conflict, but it really requires thinking about the long-term stability and security issues, right? You can't have an alliance if you don't have cooperation, and you can't have cooperation if you don't have trust. And how can you trust other governments, other countries, if their leaders have not been, if they lack legitimacy, right? If they haven't been voted upon by the people through free and fair elections, if their institutions of accountability and the rule of law are not strong and upheld in those societies, it makes it very difficult to trust. So that would, if we stray from our values, we risk all of that, everything that we've built as an alliance, as a community of democracies around the world, and we need to stay true to that.
I think that helps lead perfectly into the next question. This is for all of y'all, and I will start with you, Ambassador. What are your perspectives on how NATO's role in transatlantic and global security will evolve over the next 75 years?
Great question, of course. It's very hard to predict next week, let alone 75 years. But as we have said a couple of times, this is an alliance which other countries are trying to get into. It's one thing to see newly formed countries like North Macedonia want to get into NATO. It's different to see Sweden and Finland wanting to get into NATO. And the question of whether democracy is a criterion for membership is an interesting one. In preparation for coming here, I looked at the timeline for when countries joined NATO, and it wasn't an original criteria. Portugal, under a dictatorship, was one of the original members. Democracy became an unstated and even stated criterion over time. So Spain did not become a member until it became a democracy. And as these new countries have been joining, it's been very clear that being a democracy has become a very, very important criterion. One of the really important questions for the future of NATO is going to be the question of out-of-area missions. NATO did an extraordinary out-of-area mission in Afghanistan. Was that the right thing for NATO to do or not? I don't know the answer, but it's an issue for debate. With a resurgent and overreaching Russia, NATO has become much more important in terms of the mutual security that's involved in protecting these democracies. With other kinds of threats that are both state threats and non-state actor threats, we have to really consider again about it. But NATO has to also develop and modernize its internal mechanisms and institutions in the ways that Emily is recounting, but in other ways too. It has to become more nimble and be able to, with strong government support, act, not just react, and act fast and react fast.
Thank you. Emily?
So I think that NATO will have, it needs to maintain its kind of core and historical deterrent strength, as well as usually in the face of more conventional threats. But I think there's going to be an increasing focus on non-traditional threats, cyber warfare, the use of cyberspace in order to pursue strategic aims, disinformation, hybrid attacks. And I think in order to do that, it's going to have to move away some of the kind of the core national security paradigms that had really, I think, come to define Western national security. And the United States in 2018 moved away from a coercive deterrent style strategy for cyberspace. And this is when we saw the pivot from a deterrent strategy to a persistence and a persistent engagement strategy. And this was done, there was a group of scholars, Dr. Fisher-Keller, Dr. Harknett, and Dr. Goldman, who was really kind of working at US Cyber Command and kind of looking at what kind of state interaction was happening, and saw that it was kind of fundamentally different from the strategic environments that we had grown really comfortable with. And those strategic environments being the conventional environment or the nuclear strategic environment. And nuclear strategy and deterrence came to dominate the national security community and thinking. And so terms like deterrence, coercion, offense, defense, balance, those became to mean security or strategy in themselves. And so then in 2018, there was a pivot by US Cyber Command to focus on persistence, because deterrence can be very reactionary. You're waiting for them to do something, and then you either you retaliate with overwhelming force. But persistence means you have to act in the space. You have to lean forward, and you have to actively go after adversaries in cyberspace in order to contest areas of strategic importance. And so far there are only, I think, 3 NATO members that have adopted cyber strategies of persistence, that being the United States, the UK, and Estonia. And so I think NATO members need to also, really look at strategies of persistence in cyberspace, so that they can address these issues that usually fall below the level of armed conflict. So disinformation campaigns, which are especially important for preparing the information environment before an invasion. For example, when Russia invaded Ukraine, there was a large disinformation campaigns targeting the government, and so I would like to see NATO and NATO members really look into strategies of persistence in order to address those threats that fall below the level of armed conflict.
Jessica, your thoughts on how NATO will evolve over the next 75 years?
Well, there's been a lot of 2 great comments already. I would just underscore Emily's point that the nature of threats is evolving and changing. A lot of that has to do with living in a globalized era, hyper-globalized era. And we've seen our adversaries play in every, they've taken the battlefield, right, to every field of every domain in which the world is interconnected now into cyberspace and the digital domain, and not just with the way that information is shared, but even the very technology itself, the architecture of the technology, and which one is sort of gaining the upper hand globally, right? These are things that we have to think about. There's certainly economic competition that's being leveraged in a new way for influence, right? And not in a traditional sense necessarily of sort of soft power leveraging of economic influence, right? But for example, like we've seen how Russia has been able to effectively evade sanctions and launder some of its assets, right? Those close to the Kremlin, they've come up with strategies working with other autocrats to launder their money, or in oil, in fact, or natural gas, right? Things that are under sanctions as we're trying to think about new ways of tightening the screws on aggressive autocrats. But I think the other sort of outside of these domains too, we have to think about new actors further afield, right? I mean, NATO was founded in a time where the primary aggressor was, at least in Europe, and that space was the Soviet Union. And this is not just about Russia anymore, or the former Soviet Union. This is about ideas and ideals, and again about value systems and how we're competing from one perspective against the other in the world.
This is so fascinating. I would like to open it up for questions if anybody in the audience has questions for the panelists. Yes, right.
Russia can do something complex. For example, rocket tests that happened like yesterday and on Sunday. So how NATO can protect Ukrainian civilians in this case? And don't you think that in this case, NATO become responsible for Ukrainian civilians and protection of their life?
I can start. I thank you for the question. This just sort of goes back to some of the fundamentals that to date, the West has supported Ukraine, but not in a way that allows them to really fight back in the way that they need to truly defend themselves. And I think as a result of not doing that, that's why we're seeing so many horrific civilian deaths. We're seeing, there are reports, right, of civilians having to essentially being hunted by drones, right? Some of these drones are coming from Iran or Iranian technology. We are seeing, this is again sort of linking what we're seeing happening in Ukraine to an attack on culture and history and the people of Ukraine. It is about attacking the civilian population of Ukraine. That is precisely what Russia is doing, and that's why I think it's so important for NATO members as individual countries and NATO as an alliance to do something about it, right? There are more than 20,000 children, probably a lot higher than that, but that's the number that the Ukrainian government has already been able to confirm. 20,000 children have been kidnapped by Russia, forcibly relocated into Russia or being held in Russian occupied territories, right? Including disabled children and youth. They've been separated from their families. Many of them are going to re-education centers, summer camps, right? And this is not just in Russia. Belarus has also been implicated for cooperating with this project, right? And this is about undermining and erasing Ukraine's cultural heritage by already attacking the next generation, removing them from their family, preventing them from speaking Ukrainian or expressing their cultural identity, and then trying to reprogram them in a way, right? To be making them, produce artwork, right? To say that they're thankful to Russian soldiers for liberating them. Again, this just plays into what Russia is doing. So maybe just, to circle back, I think it's really important to support think about this as supporting the Ukrainian people as much as it is about creating stability and security in Europe, right? Culture and stability and long-term stability, right? If we have this population the Ukrainian population's been traumatized. They're going to have to live with this. So how do we think about putting security measures in place over the long term to help them reconnect with themselves as a country and reconnect with Europe is something we also need to think about.
I think the kind of the quickest way to ease the human suffering is to fully support Ukraine and not put in certain stipulations that forces them to fight with one hand tied behind their back. And so I was glad to see that the executive branch had kind of given the go-ahead for them to be able to target high-value targets in Russian territory in order so that they could actually fight a war. And so I think that allowing them to fight and being more supportive, and I don't think we were supportive as fast enough as we should have been, will allow them then to fight this war to meet an advantageous end to it, which is that Ukraine then has sovereignty over its entirety of its borders, and so I think that is probably the quickest way to kind of end human suffering is by leaning into the support, overwhelming support enough until they meet their end wartime objectives.
Just adding to what both of my colleagues have said, there has been much too much caution. There is no question in my mind that Putin's goal is identity erasure. Identity erasure. That was started in 2014 after Russia took over the eastern part. And disgracefully, the United States and other countries did not react strongly or at all. Now, what has happened is that too many countries have, including our own, Germany, France, and others, have provided just enough military assistance for Ukraine not to lose, but not to win. What we should be doing is providing, and should have provided, enough to win. The step to provide authority for Ukraine to use the ATACMS missiles on HIMARS to go into Russia is too little, too late. We should have done that long ago. And believing Russian threats now is a mistake. How did we react when North Korean troops entered? You know, my thought was, and I mean this only half as a joke, we should have provided South Korean troops. They're better. But we didn't react. And Russia takes that as a very important signal. On the children that Jessica talked about, they are also being adopted by Russian families. I mean, these are crimes against humanity. And it's part of the program of identity erasure. And that's what we're talking about here.
We have just a few minutes left. If anybody has one more question they would like to ask. Yes, sir?
Yes, thank you very much for Mr. Ambassador and the rest of the panelists. We heard that there are Russian ships near the Patagonia. So they were source of oil, the biggest in the world, maybe down there. Chile, Argentina are very concerned. So we envision like a NATO with participation also South American countries. I mean, when Macri was president, said we are willing to participate in NATO. The threats are big, especially in that part of the world. So, do you think that could be possible, a NATO with the participation of some South American countries?
No. But there is strong awareness that, well, let me back up and say, I think the US governments for several decades have been not assertive enough in Latin America in all kinds of policy ways. Most importantly, I think including economic, which has allowed China to make enormous inroads. And there's a price for that, which will come due at another point. China wanted to establish a port in Ushuaia. And Argentina finally blocked that at the insistence of the American government. I'm not very concerned about Russia in Patagonia, in no small part because if there's one thing with the current Argentine government, they'll be anti-Russian. I also have a lot of confidence in Boric in Chile. But NATO is not going to expand to Latin America, first because it has its own mandates and need to focus in this region. And second, because the overwhelming majority of the Latin American people wouldn't want it. This was one reason the OAS was created to begin with, and it's lost its way to a large degree. But I have confidence that, I think Russia does a lot of these things just to show they can be present. Just like their ship showed up in Cuba just so they could wave, say hello. It's more symbolic than anything else.
Interestingly, I remember reading something that, the thing that got the headlines when the Russian ships were in the Caribbean and visiting Cuba was that they were there. But what was missing from a lot of the headlines was that accompanying them were also some repair ships, right? I mean, the ships that Russia sent, they're fighting a war. They can barely put the manpower out to sustain this, right? Like, let's not overstate how powerful Russia is. Yep. Russia's in a weak position. I mean, to bring in North Korean troops, right? You're scraping the bottom of the barrel. They're recruiting troops from Cuba, mercenaries from Cuba, from Sri Lanka, from other parts of the world. Southern Africa, even I've heard some reports of from Afghanistan. We shouldn't overstate how powerful Russia is, because that gives more credit than they deserve, right? So I think it's important to keep that in perspective. The other thing too, frankly, I think Latin America needs to think about is, why is it still neutral in this, what's really a global war, right? Russia has somehow managed to buy neutrality from a lot of Latin American governments, and it's unacceptable.
Do you have any thoughts? Okay. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate you all have provided such expertise, and it has been my honor to sit here. Hopefully you all here in person and at home feel like you have gotten some more useful and great information, unfortunately, about an ongoing topic. One quick selfish question, because this is such a global thing and we've talked about misinformation, and the news person in me has to ask, who are your trusted sources for information on what is going on? And that, and I don't, it doesn't have to be, you know, this channel or that channel, but are there any pages that are bookmarked on your website where you think, just as the American public, because there is unfortunately so much of that mistrust, and it's changing all the time, and we have cell phones and computers that can also provide information, of course, artificial intelligence. And so I didn't know if y'all cared to share maybe one or two resources that for layman's people like me can perhaps also benefit from.
I'll have to say, as someone who was prior in the Department of Defense, you know, even though, you know, I had my own like work frustrations, as everyone does, I have a tendency, I do trust our government, because I know the people that you know, work on these things and do the research and do the analysis. And so I know, like, if there are mistakes, it is unintentional. And so I have a tendency to you know, look for official statements and reports from, you know, trusted departments of the governments, not necessarily political, you know, figureheads, because, you know, they are trying to get reelected. And so there's always a percentage of that. Not that I begrudge them of that, like, that is the system of democracy. But I do look for the analysis of the departments, of our government institutions, and then knowing that there is always human error, right? And so you do have to kind of give credence to, like, as 10%, maybe they didn't have the right information, they didn't have all the right reports, but I do actually believe in the trustworthiness of our government institutions.
I would say, I mean, just get your information from a wide variety of sources. I mean, it's a basic fundamental thing that I think many Americans, and right, we've forgotten this. I understand many people feel overwhelmed on a daily basis, right, with the pace of news, with the number of places you can get it from, and we no longer have just traditional media, right, which I do still mostly get my news from traditional media, because they have internal processes, they have editorial processes, they have to, I mean, we've forgotten a lot of this, right? That they do have to verify from at least 2 independent sources, or they'll get sued, right? Like, we have mechanisms, and they have to report and admit when there are errors or when they've had to make a correction. I don't take any of that for granted. But if you're feeling overwhelmed, do go check what multiple outlets have to say. And I also, I mean, something I like to do, just looking at issues that are happening in many places around the world, is I try to get a flavor of what's happening from local media, right? And we're really fortunate as you know, as Americans, that there's a lot of the rest of the world wants to communicate with us, actually, and there's so many English language sources out there now, from independent media groups too. And they want to tell us what's happening in their country. And some of them, you know, it depends on the media environment, right? In a lot of places around the world, you do have media conglomerates, or you have media that are owned by people who are very close to certain interest groups or political elite, but there are also independent media groups to be found. And I think if you compare what's out there and you ask questions, and you know, don't just always rely on the influencers, because I mean, sometimes we think we're so frustrated with traditional or legacy media, right? Established media, that will go look to influencers, but you know, you also have to ask yourself, what kind of credentials do these people have, and what kind of accountability are they held to if they report something that's false?
First, I will say that I am not on social media. Part of that, and I don't really watch television news, I'm sorry to say. And I say part of that is because I find it too easy to get angry with all those things. There was a great Canadian philosopher named Marshall McLuhan, some of you may have heard of him, who talked about hot media and cool media. TV is a hot medium. Newspapers, magazines are cool media. I agree very much with what Jessica said. I very much rely on a wide variety of sources, mostly printed, online, print, The Economist, Financial Times, some of the mainstream ones, some blogs, Heather Cox Richardson, you know her. Lots of things. Other languages, a lot of some Latin American publications. A Bosnian newspaper, an Indonesian newspaper. You know, it's very important to have a range like that. And I spend probably too much time reading, but I think it's important.
That is great. I really appreciate y'all.
I was just going to say, I think that's a really important point actually about hot versus cool media. I mean, sometimes you have to slow it down too, right? Yeah. Because sometimes we get just a fire hose worth of information coming at us, especially if you're online. But I do think there's something to be said for occasionally making time to read long form media or analysis from think tanks, from groups that do produce a little bit more of contextualized reporting, or maybe that follow specific themes over time, right? Like you can learn a lot from these experts who watch the trends and they contextualize it for you.
I recommend reading the SIPA website.
Yes, the context is so satisfying, and it feels like when you can find your trusted people and the people who have that information, it can break it down and speak to you. So I really appreciate you all sharing that, especially. But thank you so much for being here. Our panelists, everybody: Emily Otto, Jessica Ludwig, Ambassador Robert Gelbart. If you will join me in thanking you.
Thank you so much, all the panelists. I just wanted to provide my reflection, as well as Jessica just mentioned. Me coming from the Republic of Georgia, also we suffer from the conflict that it's still in our hearts, and I feel completely emphasize what is happening in Ukraine due to Russian invasion of the country. And I'm glad that they tried their best to connect these dots, because everything is connected in the region. It's never Ukraine alone. It's all the region that under jeopardy of direct invasion of Russian Federation. And also these autocracies are joining their forces and trying to tackle democracies nowadays. Is really one of the serious threats that we have to be resilient to defend our democracies. And I believe that countries like Georgia, Ukraine, and the countries should be able to define their future and then European or Northern Atlantic aspirations. So with that having said, we kind of gonna switch the gears right now because we will watch the really short the video footage from Sarajevo Museum, Madame Shenka Ibrisimbegovic. She's the director of the Sarajevo Museum of Contemporary Art. So it's going to be a short video, and then we will slowly break up for lunch. So right now it's time of the statement is provided by Dr. Ibrisim Begovic.
Hello, everybody. My name is Senka Ibrisim Begovic, and as an architect and a professor at the University of Sarajevo, Faculty of Architecture, I have opportunity to lead the Museum of Contemporary Art, Ars Evi Sarajevo, a part of the Public Institution City Museums. I did research on museums and how museums can create cultural districts in order to promote a certain city, area, or even a country and their identity. Working with that and starting to work with the Ars Evi project was very important for me after coming back to Sarajevo and Bosnia and Herzegovina after my master's studies in Italy. What is actually Ars Evi collection? Ars Evi collection was founded during the siege of Sarajevo and the war in Bosnia and Herzegovina in the early 90s, last century. The founder of the collection, Mr. Enver Hadžiomirspahić, who was at that time in Italy, he, together with the Italian artistic directors of the several institutions, invited the renowned international artists, world artists, to donate their piece of art in order to resist to the brutal war in Sarajevo and Bosnia and Herzegovina. All the different institutions came together, and they succeeded to make several exhibitions and to collect more than 150 pieces of art from artists all over the world for that call. Among the artists, you can find there Michelangelo Pistoletto, who was actually the first artist to donate his piece of art for the Ars Evi collection, and local also artists, Bosnian and Herzegovinian and ex-Yugoslavian artists, from whom a lot of them are now international renowned artists too. And for the Bosnian and Herzegovinian citizens and also Sarajevo citizens, this collection is very important because it is one of the biggest collection on contemporary art in the region right now. It is basically, I can say, the best collection of this art in the region. And above all, it is important that this collection shows how the art can resist and this kind of violent and brutal human aggressions to a certain population. And for that is Ars Evi not only the project of contemporary art, it is beyond that. It is not a museum of contemporary art, it is just a project of solidarity, it is a project of, uniting all these artists in the same purpose or with the same goal to help to stop the war. This is one of the maybe most valuable things of the Ars Evi collection. In that manner, we also, as Ars Evi team, started to developing the Ars Evi collection. We had opportunity to apply with Goethe Institute for an interesting project to do the similar work with art as resistance power with Ukraine after beginning of the aggression in Kiev and Ukraine in 2022 in February. We actually did a similar project for the Ukrainian artists. We actually from Sarajevo called artists from Bosnia and Herzegovina and Ukraine to also do nucleus Kiev or new nucleus of the Ars Evi collection in the sense that we, with this exhibition, try to motivate the Ukrainian artists also to help them to think how art can raise the voice against the war. And we are very proud of this project, and this is something that we do in order to let the Ars Evi collection grow and also to work further with the international local scenes, artistic scenes today. We are doing a promotion of the Ars Evi collection locally and internationally, like we will do it in United States of America next year. We already started this project 2 years ago. We are having the RCV tour in the cities of Bosnia and Herzegovina. Thank you very much for following us, and I hope we will have opportunity to talk more about this interesting project and how art be something that unifies the people in the world, no matter what race or culture or religion they are, but to speak the same language of art. Thank you and enjoy.
And about Ars Levy. As Senka, I really to say thank you to her. She's really incredible. I'll give you just a little bit of background about Ars Levy. Ars Levy is a name given by an Italian curator, anagram of Sarajevo in some time, in some way, and also Latin Ars for a new era. So that is really, according to me, important to say that. Was created on 1992 during the siege of Sarajevo, and Enver, named by Senka, decided just to be in Sarajevo, just to preserve the art. He was just the creator. He was just of the Olympics. At that time, they created the first Biennale in Sarajevo, the Documento of Sarajevo, the first Biennale of Sarajevo, the second Biennale of Sarajevo. They are start to creating the third Biennale when the war came. And his idea, and we were talking later, because I'll do another talk later. This idea, it was not to preserving art in Sarajevo, but was to giving art to Sarajevo as to respond to the war. So international community of curator, international community of director of museum, a museum in Austria, in Turkey, all over, decide to have a little section of exhibition, asking international artists to give for free art for Sarajevo. The response was amazing, was really incredible. As now we will have maybe in 1 year or 1 year and a half, a new museum in Sarajevo with designed by Renzo Piano. Renzo Piano for free give to the city of Sarajevo his project for the museum, and also just a little bridge between old Sarajevo and new Sarajevo that will connect the two parts of Sarajevo. This project will be for free, and I hope that will really become just a point of reference how we can respond to the war. As I said before, I'm the curator of the exhibition. I'll give you just a glimpse of what I'm thinking about this exhibition. In my old age, but I don't want to say, every single time you go to an exhibition should be for you and for me an experience. So how we can create an experience in this in this exhibition? We don't have much space. We have at least 10 artworks in this exhibition in the gallery. When we decide to have this exhibition, we love to have it here in a little library. Maybe we can have another little library. That will be one scale of the exhibition. Then we can move on and have just an exhibition about normal museum. But this exhibition was created after war. So how we can have this experience of war in this exhibition? So I decide in the little gallery there to have a dark room you don't enter from the main entrance, you have from a side entrance. You have a dark room when we will see in the darkness noise of war, noise of people screaming. Because you should have a filter between your daily life and your experience into the exhibition. And then you have this piece. I love this piece. I was talking before with artists. And because the hell is the war. Then, after purification, you can enter in the exhibition and you can appreciate the hope and the gift given by the artist. Otherwise, you don't understand. Otherwise, you go to an exhibition space, especially in a little space. I like it to go to supermarket. Oh, I like this. No, this I don't like so much. Okay. What do we have for dinner tonight? No. You should have an experience. War exhibition inside the space, and then you go through, and you have just some poster you saw before, and you see after the intermission, all the poster that was created at that time, graffiti, just to enter in this time. I had just the privilege, as I say, to be in Sarajevo 1 month ago. You really feel and smell the blood. It's really incredible. And so this experience of Ars Heavy liberated you and give you hope. But I will talk later about this. This is only one way to respond to the war, respond to the massive cancellation of identity. And then I'll tell you what you can do in your daily life. Thank you.
Thank you, Renata. Right now, we're going to have a break. The lunch will be provided and served right next building. It's a Bush Presidential Library. For those of you who signed for that, please proceed to the building at the library. And for those of you joining us online, we will reconvene in 1:30. So we're briefly going to have 40 minutes for our lunch, and we'll be resuming soon. Thanks.
dear guests, I would like to thank the International Art and Artists for my participation at the symposium organized for the 75th anniversary of NATO. It's a pleasure for me sharing with you the reflections on the role that the Carabinieri Command for the protection of cultural heritage plays in the international view of the protection and enhancement of the cultural heritage. The TPC was founded in 1969 with the mission to prevent and contrast crimes in the specific sector, to avoid the destruction of and illicit trafficking of cultural property. The loss of the heritage leads to the dispersion of important information in the narration of the national history, preventing the process of knowledge that risks never being recovered with negative effects for identity values. Following this purpose, during its 55 years of activity, the Command has achieved significant results consisting of more than 3 million works of art recovered. Nowadays, the TPC continues to prevent and fight crimes against the cultural heritage, in most cases perpetrated by criminal associations with lucrative purposes and a projection to go beyond national border for the greater economic value pieces. The TPC Command, thanks to the experience gained in the prevention and contrast of crime in this field, has made its know-how available to the international community with specific training and mentoring activities. The TPC, in fact, for a long time, has been promoting and participating in training activities in collaboration with the nation to share the experience acquired with professional and police forces. Just for instance, in the last year, several courses have been organized in Italy and abroad in favor of African Union countries and other nations such as Jordan, Lebanon, Libya, Armenia, Austria, Mexico, Argentina, Bolivia, and so on. Our contribution is also offered during courses, seminars, and meetings on demand for international organizations like UN, NATO, Interpol, and UNESCO, including the Army Monuments Office Heritage course held in June 2024 at the Center of Excellence for Stability Police Units in Vicenza, aimed to developing capacities for the protection of cultural heritage, ensuring the knowledge and the respect of the principle for protection established in the 1954 Hague Convention. This path, undertaken by Italy in the protection of cultural heritage, also through the commitment and experience to the Carabinieri TPC Command, since 2016 has been further realized in the creation of Blue Helmets of Culture, made usable to the international community to respond to the destruction of the cultural works of Syria and Iraq by Islamic terrorism. It's a task force made of experts from the Ministry of Culture and Carabinieri personnel of the TPC, qualified to intervene in Italy and abroad, also at the invitation of UNESCO, on the occasion of natural disaster, in situations of armed conflict, and in areas affected by devastation and looting due to human acts. This team is trained both to ensure secure art works in crime areas and to carry out investigation in international context on crime against cultural heritage. Following the growing use of the internet for the legal trade of cultural property, the Carabinieri TPC have developed the Stolen World of Art Detection System, a particular software which uses artificial intelligence on the web, deep web, and social network to localize artifacts subject to illicit trafficking, considered the most important tools of contrast for the activities of the judicial police. This innovation comes from the need to face the continuous evolution of criminal phenomena related to illicit trafficking of cultural properties, which requires the adoption of new and increasingly integrated solutions, making use of artificial intelligence as a strategic resource that allows us to analyze huge amounts of data, identify either correlation within the data themselves, and accelerate our investigation. Looking to the future, Our commitment will focus on an investigative action more and more efficient aimed at various strategic guidelines, with the purpose of keeping up always with times and promoting an ever greater and more effective use of newer technologies, thanks to the new projects recently launched from the evolution of current tools and for the creation of an international network that involves other countries. By providing our support and increasing effort to protect and safeguard the world's cultural and environmental heritage, it will be possible to move beyond the concept and the national cultural heritage in favor of a global one. We are aware to the protection of cultural heritage in a complex and constantly evolving challenge, and only through a joint, synergic, and a coordinated commitment will be able to guarantee its safeguard. I believe that for this goal, it's essential to create a network of experts, including museum and heritage professionals, cultural institutions, and art markets and the academic work to promote a responsible management of artworks, to combat illicit trafficking and stimulate and encourage to research into their provenances according to the UNESCO's recommendations. I conclude my speech in the belief that these opportunities for discussions represent the proof of determination building an effective, integrated and shared system for the fight against common and organized crime interested in the illicit trafficking of cultural property at the national and international level, as it was underlined in the recent meeting of the Ministers of Culture during the last G7 in Naples. Therefore, only through the provision and achievement of common objectives, the improvement of a legal instrument international cooperation, as well as the implementation and sharing of dedicated database, it will be possible to effectively protect in a global vision our cultural heritage that we have the duty to hand to the future generation. The current challenge will be to increase the horizons and the fields of prevention and contrast activities. Also, thanks to the use of technological innovation, so that the protection of cultural heritage will have no longer boundaries. Thank you indeed for your attention.
Oh, is this on? Yeah, okay, sorry. As Greg said, my name is Gayla Gregory. I am a master's candidate here at the Bush School in International Policy. I'm a United States Army veteran, and I'm also a Texas A&M alumni as well, class of 2016. I'm super excited to introduce our next guest speaker. He is our keynote interest of this event. Not only did he spend a decade in the intelligence community, he's an acclaimed author, presidential candidate, and he's also Texas A&M alumni as well, class of 2000. Will Hurd was the student body president here at A&M 25 years ago, November 18th, 1999, when the bonfire stack tragically fell, killing 12 of our own. As a College Station native, I remember that day very well and how gracefully he pulled us out of that tragedy, being the face of the 12th man. So without any further ado, please help me give a warm welcome to Will Hurd.
Howdy, y'all. Look, I'm gonna be honest up front. I was a little uncomfortable about coming here and talk about this topic. When I was asked to talk about culture, it's like, what the heck do I know about culture, right? And, I'm a, snot-nosed punk kid from San Antonio, Texas, that was responsible for recruiting spies and instilling secrets. But when my friend Diana called, I said yes, and to be able to do it here at Texas A&M is important. And my focus is really, I'm here because this facility, Texas A&M, the Bush School, is producing our future diplomats, our future generals, our future intelligence aid folks, our development people, and I want to make sure people that are coming out of here have that perspective. And this is a very U.S. centric presentation, and for our friends online from other countries, it still applies, right? Because I think if we understand some of these questions I'm going to ask, and I want to start my conversation by asking y'all a question. What is that? Teotihuacan, right? But what's the name of that? The actual thing? Anyone? Pyramid of? The Pyramid of the Sun. Guess what? Who made it? Who built the Pyramid of the Sun? Mayas? No? Anyone? Come on, yell it out. Aztecs? No? Incas? No? Trick question. We actually don't know. We don't know who built the Pyramid of the Sun. The Aztecs found it, and they didn't know who built it. The Aztecs were the one that called this the Pyramid of the Sun. I saw this when my summer of my freshman year. That's obviously me in the blue hat. It blew me away. That was the summer of 1996. I don't know why the fact that this thing that we all know and we had read about in books, we didn't know who built it, blew me away and literally changed the trajectory of my life. Because of that experience, I came back here to Texas A&M and added international studies as a minor. And at that time, I had the chance to go to the Philippines. I actually worked at a factory that manufactured integrated circuits. Now, who would have thought in 1996 that that semiconductors was going to be as big of a thing as it has become? And that's outside of Fort Santiago. The area is referred to as the Intramuros. This is in Manila. I also had, when I was here at Texas A&M, the chance to spend time in Italy. This is one of my favorite things in all of Italy. This is Moses in Chains. It's in Rome. Then these experiences led me to join the CIA. That's the seal on the floor of the agency that when you walk through the major building, we all walk past that. And to the right of that seal is the stars of former CIA officers that gave the ultimate sacrifice. And in my time in the CIA, I got the chance to live in India for 2 years. I went to the Taj Mahal multiple times. It blows you away. I always advise people when they go to the Taj, drive, because you're driving along the Ganga River, the holy Ganges, and it ebbs and flows, and you see something in the distance, you're like, is that the Taj? And then the road turns, and you get closer, you're like, wait a minute, it's getting closer, is that the Taj? It's one of the single most beautiful things I've seen. Then I went on to Pakistan. That's the Faisal Mosque in Islamabad. If you would have asked me when I was here at Texas A&M walking across campus and you said Pakistan, I'd be like, is that dude that lives down the street? I didn't know what Pakistan was, let alone know where it was. And then I lived in Afghanistan for a year and a half. Now, I didn't live there. That's the Panjshir Valley. It is these experiences in being in places that was so different than what I grew up in, and having those experiences, I learned something very simple. The United States, we sometimes fail to appreciate and understand how our soft power, the role it has in our broader foreign policy, and that when we talk about national security and working with our allies or defending our allies or defending ourselves, it's more than just defending buildings and infrastructure and people. It's about safeguarding these ideas, the customs, and broader what we consider to be culture. Now, we can define culture in many ways. I define it as the collection of shared beliefs, values, behaviors, practices that define a group of people or society. There are physical elements of culture, food, right? For me, this is how I define American food, right? Nachos compuestos, by the way, not piled on nachos. Barbecue, Thanksgiving Day turkey. We define it by our brands, right? Like, I always ask folks when I brief or talk to incoming foreign policy officers or foreign service officers, I always say, what's the Chinese equivalent of Coke? Nobody ever knows the name. I'll be honest, the number of times I've asked that question, I ask it because I want someone to tell me. I should probably do the research. But you think about the brands that are so iconic across the world. Our brands are part of our culture. Obviously, our music. You know, some of the older folks here may not know who the guy on the left is. That's Jelly Roll, right? And we all know the one in the middle. Kendrick Lamar, didn't he win he won not a Pulitzer, but a Peabody. Yeah, he's won all kinds of awards, right? He was most recently in a rap beef with my man Drake from Canada. But our music defines our culture. Our sports, our art, right? Like, you know, I was lucky when I came here to Texas A&M. We had the Visual Art Society. We had the number of entities over in the MSC that exposed us to things. That in the middle is Jackson Pollock's. I think it's 17A is the title. The single most expensive piece of art that's been sold by an American artist. We all know American Gothic on the right? But Basquiat on the left is probably one of the more famous American artists. And these are some of what I call the physical elements of culture. But then you have the intangibles, right? Our customs, our traditions. We know a little something about traditions here in Aggieland. Our beliefs, our values, our social norms, right? These are some of the intangible things that make up culture. And what was fascinating in preparing this talk, I thought, guess what? Those may not be the three pieces of art that I would have picked that I would consider American culture. I was like, what are some people going to know? I'd probably have different ones. On this picture, look, I love the WNBA. I think what Caitlin Clark is doing is fantastic. I think WNBA basketball right now is like watching the NBA in the late 80s, early 90s with Magic and Larry Bird. But I probably would have put Carl Lewis up here. I probably would have put Muhammad Ali up here as icons from sports that I believe encapsulate our culture. I do that because I'm a Generation X guy, right? I remember watching Carl Lewis running. And for some, if I put a picture of Carl Lewis up here, y'all probably wouldn't know who it was. Musicians. I would have had some old school 90s R&B people up here, right? That y'all would be like, who is that, right? Like, I might have had DeBarge up here, and everybody would be like, who's that weird guy, right? Like, I would maybe have Jamiroquai up in here. I put this, I want y'all to think about who are the three people y'all would have put on this slide to show what American culture really is when it comes to music, right? And I want us to do that thought experiment even on the food and on the brands. I want us to do that thought experiment because I think the thing that I learned through this experience is that culture is not monolithic. We want to break it down and say that there's this, like, that's why I come to that conclusion, why we talk about a patchwork, right? That America is a patchwork, it's a tapestry, right? Because it is an amalgamation of a lot of things, and we all have. No one would disagree that Carl Lewis is an iconic sports person. No one would disagree that Jackson Pollock is important to the art history of the United States. No one would disagree with these things, but we may identify with different things. And the part of our culture, and for those that are involved in national security and foreign policy, we forget sometimes the importance this plays in us achieving objectives around the world. And I can make an argument that our culture is what has cemented this century as Pax Americana, why this century has become an American century, partly because of our culture, but guess what? Others are going to disagree. This was, I think Bruno made this comment, this top one, earlier this year, and what was fascinating, a couple of days later, Matthew Iglesias, he's a lot of writing, a great public intellectual, great reporter, kind of retorted that response. And what I think is important is that when you have a culture that is dominant and aware and people start understanding it, our culture clashes, right? The nuances within those things potentially become scabs and problems that our adversaries try to take advantage of. And we saw that in 2016. These are real, this is a page from the a hearing done in 2017 on the 2016 election, and the role of the Russians and how the Russians were using disinformation into our elections. These were two real pages, Blacktivists and South United, all run by Russian, I believe they were both run by GRU, that were taking advantage of the history of race relations in the United States and using these two websites, these two Facebook pages, in order to antagonize each other, and normal people started getting involved. We also saw it happen with Islam in the United States, and how the frictions on religion, which led to an actual protest. The Russians orchestrated a real protest in Houston, Texas, using these Facebook pages to pull at those culture clashes that we are experiencing. Oh, and by the way, the Chinese tried to do it in our last election. This is a Chinese image that was perpetuated within China and the broader region, talking about how Ukraine, the purple is Ukraine, is basically the size of Texas, and they were pushing narratives that Texas was going to succeed from the Union because of the issue of immigration. And this caught on into our own ecosystems, and people started promoting that, right? And why are our adversaries picking at these issues? Because they know culture is not invincible, right? But Patriotism is based on culture. It's our culture that causes us to want to stand up and defend something. Culture is what inspires us. This is what our enemies are trying to erode. And so if they're trying to do that here in the United States of America, we know that the Russians are doing that in Ukraine. We know this is a playbook, and we have to be prepared to defend against this. And part of that means we have to better understand what this means and what our culture is and why we need to embrace it and support it. Now, this is a picture of some of the original Mujahideen. When I was overseas, I would meet with a guy who was one of the original Mujahideen. He's not pictured here. This is not one of him. But he looked like he could have been anywhere between 55 and 92. Life was hard. And I would sneak into his compound, and we would always meet in this one room in his compound, and we would sit cross-legged on this very elaborate rug. And he would always have 2 pomegranates with unblemished skin sitting there. When I get in, he would always speak first. And I would sit there, and I'd sit down, and he would start mashing these pomegranates. And he would mash them so much they looked like water balloons. And then he would take the biggest knife out of his pocket, put a little hole in it, and stick a straw in it. And we would drink fresh pomegranates from the rind, fresh pomegranate juice from the rind of this pomegranate. And he would call me Mr. Willie. He's like, Mr. Willie. One day I was in there. He goes, Mr. Willie, I've been a Pakistani for 70 years, right? Pakistan at the time was a relatively young country. He's like, I've been a Muslim for 465 years, but I've been a Pashtun for 3,333 years. And it was hard for me to understand how that much history and culture and impact can have an imprint on a people, on an individual, on a society, right? But it does. And this is the third thing that I learned is that culture is deeply rooted in our experiences, right? And I would say for men and women that are going into a career in national security, that are going into a career in diplomacy, going into a career in intelligence, not only is it important to experience, understand your own culture, it's important to experience, understand other cultures, because you'll then understand what it means to be in their eyes. And it's not just experiencing those physical, tangible things I talked about. It's about experiencing those intangible things. And we have to recognize it's real easy for us in this crowd to talk about democracy because we are at a point where we've learned and understood this. I remember there was a classroom, my first class in international economics was like on the first floor of the Bush School across the way. And I remember our first class was on the rule of law. And 19-year-old Will is like, the rule of law? Of course there's laws. We live in America. There's laws. I was like, this is the first class? We're going to spend an hour talking about something as basic as the rule of law? I'm like, come on. This is a waste of my time. And I didn't really appreciate that until I went places where the rule of law doesn't exist, right? And for us that care about these issues, we have to do a better job of communicating why these things are ultimately important, right? I always talk about democracy. America was called an experiment. Why are we called an experiment? We were called an experiment because almost 250 years ago, nobody thought this was going to work. This experiment in that we the people were sovereign, not kings, not queens, not tyrants. This was a unique idea. Democracy hadn't existed on the planet for 1,800 years. Last one was Rome. Julius Caesar screwed that up when he became emperor. The next country to try this experiment was 60 years after us, it was Switzerland. There have only been 14 countries that have been a democracy for more than 100 years. That's not, we assume this is a fait accompli. We assume, and a lot of people, we think this is the only form of government that exists because this is the only one that we have ever known. And guess what? Democracy is fragile. It always has been fragile. It always will be fragile. But guess what? We fought civil wars. We fought world wars. We had depressions. We have recessions. We had an insurrection. And we've gotten through all of these things better off at the other end. All of us have gotten through this in a way where we have thrived as a society because we've gotten back to our principles, and we got to know what those principles are. And I would say that our task is not as difficult as having to march in the streets of Selma or fight on the plains of Gettysburg or to fight in the mountains of Mazar-i-Sharif, right? Or to fight on the beaches of Normandy, right? What it requires of us is that we communicate and talk about why these things are important and why our culture is an important part of our foreign policy and something that should be protected. So I'll end it there. I know we're going to get into a Q&A, but maybe I'm going to end with one thing here. When I was in Pakistan, it was 2008, I believe. There was an earthquake that hit the northern part of Pakistan in Muzaffarabad. Killed 90,000 people. It was one of the worst earthquakes the country had ever seen. And at the time, our ambassador at the time ended up becoming a head of the Bush School eventually. And he said, hey, Hurd, we want to show the Pakistani people that they have our support. We want to send a team up there as quickly as possible to figure out what they need. And so I led a team up to Muzaffarabad, and we realized they needed airlift. Muzaffarabad was about 12,000 feet. There was smaller villages even higher up, and they were cut off from most of society. So we were able to get 21 Chinook helicopters, like that's in the background there. And I'm there directing this airlift. And by the way, it was middle of winter, negative 20 degrees below zero. Now, I always have to explain to Texans how cold that is, because in Texas, we don't get near that, right? It's cold. And we had gotten a report that this one village had been without food, water, power for 5 days. I was supposed to be jumping on one of these helicopters to go back to the capital to brief our ambassador. And I said, hey, let's go pick them up. Let's go to that village, pick these people up, and we're going to take them to Islamabad with us. And so we land in this village. Again, this is not the actual village. We land, the big bay doors of this Chinook open wide. If you've ever seen a helicopter crew, they look like they're from outer space, right? Slick outfits, black mask, hoses connecting all their gear together. And these villagers started piling on, about 150. And this one village elder had a young girl who was about 6 or 7, who lost both her mother and father in the earthquake. And she sees this scene and thinks, like, what's going on? These are people from outer space. And this village elder takes this little girl and hands her to me. And I hold on to this little girl, and she's screaming, she's crying, she doesn't know what's going on. And we ended up taking off. And about halfway through the trip, she finally relaxes. And she lays her head on my shoulder and relaxes for the first time. And we land in Islamabad. We open the big bay doors up. I take the young girl and put her on the ground. She takes about 10 steps and spins around, comes back, and gives me the biggest hug I've ever gotten in my life. And then she goes over to the helicopter crewman, and she kisses him on the hand, and he pats her on the head and gives her a thumbs up. Or here in Aggieland, we call this a gig'em. He gives her a gig'em, and she smiles real big and runs away. And that little girl's face is seared into my brain. Because on that day, the United States of America was the only country that had the resources and the willingness to help people even if they were 7,000 miles away. And the reason that the United States of America has become an exceptional nation is not because of what we have taken, it's what we have given, right? And it's not just support in time of need, it's not just rebuilding Europe after World War II, it's about this idea, right, that we call democracy. And we have to protect it. It's part of who we are. And if we don't remember that, others won't know it, and we're going to not live in a place that we don't want to live. God bless you and giggle. I think I have time to take some Q&A, or are we going to do this together? You know, how do we want to do that?
Just take a seat and we'll
start.
Okay,
there we go. And if you have any questions that we don't get to, you can ask my AI by clicking on there.
Just one more quick note, everybody. If you do have a question, remember to scan the QR code or to go up and grab pen and paper. Okay, and give it to one of our attendants and they'll help. So thank you very much for that, Congressman. That was absolutely incredible. As Professor Vogel here always says, I'm ready to sign up and get going. I'm going to lob you a softball first. For our students out there who are gearing up to graduate and go out and be the next future of public servants, how would you define leadership when making that transition from student to professional?
Look, the way I would define leadership is understand your craft. You know, you should always be trying to improve in whatever that craft is. My first boss when I was in India, he would always ask us what we were reading. And if we weren't reading a book about India, he would go apoplectic, right? If we weren't reading a book about history or diplomacy or engaging with others, he would go apoplectic. And for me, it's understand that you're, like, I don't care how successful you get, if you start your career with this notion that you could always improve, and you're seeking that out, I think you'll be fine. And then raise your hand, right? Like, raise your hand, take on more responsibility, because the sooner you demonstrate that you're invaluable, you'll get more roles. And that was one of the things I always loved about the agency. It gives you real responsibility, real authority early on. When 9/11 happened, I was the 4th employee in the unit called CTCSO, Counterterrorism Center Special Operations Division. And I was a trainee, I was 22 years old. And I just kept volunteering and was able to have some experiences that was really unique.
That's perfect. A lot of great insight. I know our students really appreciate things like that coming from you. So we do have a few questions coming in. This first one I think is a really good one. In an increasingly polarized global and societal landscape, how can cultural diplomacy and shared values serve as tools for foresighting meaningful connections between individuals or groups with differing perspectives?
Yeah. Look, I'm gonna say something that probably sounds weird right now. Way more unites us than divides us. It doesn't feel that way.
Yeah.
I think people would take our recent elections as an example. It doesn't feel that way. I bet you folks in Germany are saying the same. It doesn't feel that way. And unfortunately, we tend to focus on those things we disagree on rather than the things that unite us. Who doesn't like nachos?
I don't know. Couldn't tell you.
If you don't, you're probably a communist, okay? And it's like, who doesn't, I always, like, you know what I love about sports? Like, you watch these championship games. They've spent, let's take the NBA, 82 games. Playing 82 games is really hard. And you spend all this time, and you get to a game 7, and you lose. And guess what? Second place sucks. But what does second place always do? They congratulate the other people, they hug the other people, And then the winners usually say, hey, those guys were great, give it up to them, right? Like we've stopped learning how to be good winners and good losers, right? And I think when we focus on the fact that there's way more things that unite us than not, I think we'll get better off. And that may sound, I don't know if I can use this term anymore, Pollyanna-ish, right? It may sound like out of whack, but like, look, I've been through the bruising political landscape, right? Like, and even the things that I've learned and the experiences I've had, I know way more unites us than divides us. And how we articulate that, how we show things that we can agree on. And I guarantee you, I don't care who these two people are, you could probably agree on a TV show you like, a kind of food you like, a piece of art you find interesting, a moment in our history that is valuable, right? And I think we got to be a little bit more conscious of those things. And I can apply that to my time in India, Pakistan, Afghanistan. So you know, my goal, and look, my dad's 92 years old, and sorry for this very long-winded answer, and I'm rambling a little bit, and I apologize.
Ramble on.
But my dad's 92 years old, and he always said have a PMA, positive mental attitude, right? This is a guy, when he started as a salesman in the early 60s, got called, my dad's black, my mom's white, he got called the N-word, right? He knew that was going to happen when he walked into the store to sell his wares, right? And if my dad can keep a PMA in that environment, right, I think we can. But it's going to require us to continue to fight for these things that matter.
Totally. Couldn't agree with you more. Moving into some modern times mixed with the topic of conversation that's going on in the symposium, how do you see the United States moving more into a responsibility role of helping other countries in conflict preserving their cultural identity? Because that is a really important piece of the puzzle that we are talking about today.
Yeah, look, again, I come back to it's always great being back here because I remember things I haven't thought of. I remember going to the MSc. I got the MSc Opus. This was the Opera Performing Arts Society. I think that's what the S stands for. This is the late 90s, right? You know, but not everybody had cell phones, so you'd still go to things, and it was like the big deal. And I got to take a date to see some Tibetan monks chant.
Love it.
I didn't know what that meant, if I'm being honest. And I remember sitting in the back, we were back in the cheap seats, and this monk was on the stage, and he started chanting, and I was like, and it was no amplification, no mics. And I was like, where the hell, pardon my language, is that noise coming from? And how did it get so loud? And it blew me away. And I was like this ignorant kid that didn't have these experiences. And so part of what the United States can do, right, is these culture exchanges and hosting, right? It's like, the State Department does a number of programs where we get, some of the unique things about America and the place where we are, but we need to be doing the opposite and exposing people and also helping them further their craft. I think that's one way of doing it. Look, from a programmatic perspective, I think the United States, we always have a national security. Every year, every new administration comes in with a national security document, and the national security advisor has to go to Congress and articulate what our national security strategy is. That doesn't always include kind of a robust policy or international aid perspective. And I think we need a broader economic national security plan that includes how we spend our resources, how we partner with the philanthropic community to achieve objectives in some of these places. And so one way to ensure that we're helping our allies is the thing that gives them the courage to defend their homeland, that we're able to amplify that and ensure it doesn't get eroded. And so I think those are some of the examples, and just talking about it, right? So like I also think I've learned more about my own culture by seeing other people's culture, and it's like it makes me spark interest.
And going off of that, for average U.S. citizen who isn't really a part of the bigger, broader governmental community, how do you see their role playing a part in that preservation?
Look, I always evaluate things as how would my brother respond. My big brother, he's 5 years older than me, and look, I always use him as the butt of my jokes. He knows it, he appreciates it, but like my brother doesn't have a passport. Right?
Really?
Yeah, and so like he has zero interest in going to Istanbul and seeing three cultures, how that like work together. He's not interested in that. And so I think part of what we have to do to like the average American, if there's such a thing that exists, is talk about why our role in the rest of the world matters, right? We have an economy that's the envy of the world, not because it's been, we look inside and only do things here in the United States of America. It's because we've helped rebuild Europe after World War II. We, strengthen economies in the Asian Pacific region. We've developed relationships with Canada and Mexico that has increased, our economies by 400%, right? Like part of the success and the things that we benefit from, even if you don't have a passport, comes from places overseas, and that part of that power is soft power. I know that phrase soft power, there's a lot of debate about whether we should use it or not, if it's overused, it's underused, but understanding how that part is part of our plan. Like, look, idea, like I believe we're in a new Cold War with the Chinese government. I believe that the United States and China can coexist. I believe that we should compete on some things and cooperate on others. And one of the things I think we get wrong in that is like, in some of the ways we look at American companies that are operating in China. Guess what? The Chinese are watching the NBA. They're buying LeBron James jerseys, right? They're watching Marvel movies and going to Disneyland and stuff like that. They're buying Coke, right? So that is a way that we can have an impact, and people need to understand that. My brother needs to know that and understand it.
Totally agree. Another question that came in online, amid the rise of a divisive nationalist rhetoric, both domestically and internationally, how can we promote culture, pride, and patriotism in the way that unites us rather than dividing us?
When I was in Pakistan, these I take time because these are hard questions, right? Like I don't think there's any answer, and I appreciate groups like the International Arts and Artists and SEPA trying to explore these things. Obviously, NATO. When I was in Pakistan, I had a number of contacts that would always say, "Will, if you're over the age of like 35, this is at the time, that you spent time, and you were in Pakistan, you had probably spent time in an American center." An American center was not the embassy or the consulate. It was usually another place where like you had access to magazines and music. And the number of people that would tell me like, yeah, the first time I heard rock and roll music was at the American Center in Lahore, or the first time I saw Life magazine was here, the first time I heard an American band was at the American Center. And then post 9/11, what happened, we closed all those things, and the US Embassy has become one of the most protected and defended entities. And look, for a reason, right? And so how have we, I don't think we've thought through enough of how we go back to a level of openness, right? And bringing some of the best things that we have to offer. And in a digital world, we should be able to be doing this more in a macro way. But I also think experiences is going to be a high premium as we get to this even more interconnected digital worlds. And so how are we exposing people to experiences they haven't achieved before? So that's us. That's our diplomatic corps doing that overseas. But I also think there's a response where we should be doing something similar.
Yeah, I agree. Do we want to do any card questions from the audience?
Keep going, yeah.
No. One question that was asked, a topic that was brought up in the morning session was topic of AI, and I know you spearheaded some AI legislation when you were in Congress, and I think the biggest question that a lot of people have these days is how it can be used as a tool to help with culture and to cut out the divisiveness in today's modern world from a policy standpoint.
Look, from the policy perspective on AI, I think is simple. We need to say it needs to follow the law, right? And that seems so basic and so simple. It's like, well, do we not do that now? No, because we have a very simplistic view of the law, that if it's not written, it's not in that statute, it does not apply. And therefore, cities, states are having different interpretations. And we have made some mistakes in the past. Look, I got my business started in the cybersecurity industry, right? I've been very successful in that. But guess what? Cybersecurity industry started because we carved software out of product liability laws, right? We then made the same mistake with social media. Fox News or CNN or Wall Street Journal, the New York Times has never led to young girls increasing self-harm. Social media has. Why? We carved it out of some of the regulatory regimes that these other entities have done. So let's not make that same mistake when it comes to AI and say, hey, guess what? AI needs to follow the law. It is against the law to discriminate. You cannot deny someone a loan because of the color of their skin. It's already a law. So guess what? The AI does that. That's a violation of law, and the people that developed it should have consequences, right? And so I think that's a simple philosophy we should do, and then we should say, hey, really powerful AI, some third party needs to look under the hood and look at it, right? The European Union is doing this when their AI law comes into rule, and they said that anything that was trained by 10 to the 29th flops. Okay, what does that mean? A flop, think of it as just like some kind of execution of code. 10 to the 29th, right, is a really big number. And so to train something with that much execution requires like 200,000 megawatts of power.
Jeez.
That's big.
That's big.
Guess what? 2 gals in a garage don't have 20,000 megawatts of power. You're not going to hurt innovation by saying anything that large needs to have some smart people look at it to make sure you're doing some of the most basic things, right? So that's the programmatic side. But those that are caring about this, guess what? We got to use AI. Well, it's like, well, it hallucinates. Guess what? I'm pretty sure at breakfast today, y'all probably passed on something that wasn't true. We've been hallucinating way longer than AI has, right? In a workplace, if you have a new employee or your intern, you're not going to take their work product and just automatically reuse it. You're going to double check it. So we got to use it. So if we want to understand its power, its limitations, where it should go, we have to be adopting it and using it so that we can understand its power as well as its limitations.
Yeah, totally. From your foxhole, what do you believe some of the top threats in today's modern society to not only our culture, but culture globally and the preservation of it would be?
Look, for every tool that helps society, it can also hurt society, right? And AI, generative AI, provides you with the ability to increase with speed how you take advantage of some of those cultural fissures, right? And I think, you know, sometimes we look and think that disinformation or misinformation is like a towel that if we just squeeze it tight enough, all the water is going to get out, right? I think that's the wrong framework. We need to make sure that we're resilient and understand what's bad. Look, I used to use this as an example. We all knew when we were kids, don't get into a car with a stranger, right? Asterisk, unless it's Uber or Lyft now, right? But like, we knew when we were in school, like, I couldn't use a comic book as research for something, right? Like, I'm not gonna, like, we have to know that being able to determine whether something is reliable or not, right? And I go back and I always talk to people about, it's like the basics of like cybersecurity. Don't click on something from someone you don't know, right? And if it looks like it's coming from someone you don't know and they probably never asked that, then don't click on it, right? And so it's like, why are we sharing stuff on social media from Joe Schmuckatelli, who you know have no clue who that person is or what they're doing, and why are you even consuming that, right? And so that how we educate the world, a population, a community on how to be better at evaluating that, that's going to take some time. And the example I'll use, as I said, my dad's 92. The amount of mail, like physical mail that he gets, is crazy. Mm-hmm. And the amount of people that are pushing him something to try to take advantage of him is shocking. And why, when I see a piece of mail, within a second and a half, I can evaluate whether it's garbage or real, mm-hmm. but my father can't, right? And how come in some situations people can look at a video online and realize it's garbage or it's probably made up and others can't? If we're able to solve that, then we'll get to a way where our information diets are regulated a little bit better by ourselves, not by some entity or organization.
I'm going to push that one a little bit further. Moving into, this next piece of our history, into the next administration, what positives do you think can come out of new policy that will come out regarding things like the social media issues and AI and things of that nature?
Look, here's what I would say. When it comes to like these technological issues, I can give a perspective since George W. Bush, right? Each administration has built upon the success of the last generation. When Donald Trump's first term literally did build upon some of the great successes that President Obama and his team put in. And then President Biden continued some of those exact same things when it came to dealing with AI, with quantum computing, with synthetic biology, with hypersonics. He's done, like it was a continuation. And so I think a Trump 2.0, you're going to see some of that same kind of push. And look, when it comes to social media, what's fascinating, far left, far right, agree on what needs to get done, right? They all believe that the Section 230 carve-out needs to go away. Now, they believe that for the exact opposite reasons, but the end outcome can be the same. So on those specific things, I think there's a few bipartisan issues left. The threat, the great power competition between the United States and our allies in China is one that there is agreement, bicameral, bipartisan support and agreement on. and then the fact that technologies are potentially dangerous, how do we benefit from the upside and negate the downside? I think there's some cooperation. Now, the nuance is going to be interesting, but even though you're going to have unified government, the narrow margins means that they're going to have, if they want to show productivity, that you're going to have to work on some things that you actually agree on, and those are some of the topics.
Totally.
Now, there's going to be a whole lot of drama in between.
Oh,
don't
yeah.
get me wrong. But that's where I think I'm happy. I think that trajectory on these issues is going to be given the right attention and focus.
That's nice to hear, because so many people are genuinely concerned about where we're going when it comes to the technologies that are at our disposal these days. Another question, this one's regarding NATO. How do we ensure our continued participation in NATO given some of the recent rhetoric that's going on?
Look, continue to articulate why it's been the greatest military alliance in the history of the world, right? Prior to the Russian invasion of Ukraine, there had 75 years of peace and prosperity on the European continent. There's probably only one other time in the last 1,000 years where you had seen that, and so it's an important alliance, probably the most important alliance. So those of us that understand that, we have to continue to make that case. It's funny. A lot of people that think about running for Congress, they always call me, and they're like, "Will, what should I do?" And one of the pieces of advice I give, I say, figure out how to explain your bio and say it the exact same way every time. And because you think you've said it before. Guess what? Nobody remembers it, right? Like, I can't tell you how many times I've said I'm a former CIA officer, right? It's probably 100, 1,000 maybe. But we got to continue to reiterate it at every chance we get. And because those of us that care about this thing have been talking about it for a long time, we sometimes assume that everybody understands the basic tenets and premises of why this matters. And I'll give an example. When you explain why Ukraine matters to Americans, when I was running for office, I was in environments that people did not necessarily agree with my opinions. But when I would explain that for 5% of the DoD budget, we are dismantling the Russian military and not having to send any of our sons and daughters, most people would be like, heck, that's a good thing.
Jump on the train.
How come no one's been talking about that? But guess what? People in this crowd who have probably been thinking about this issue since the start of the conflict have probably said it a couple times, but we got to continue to reiterate that. So my point is, for those of us that understand the value of NATO and understand the reason America needs to take part of this, is we have to continue to articulate that and talk about it and not think that we're repeating ourselves or get tired of saying the same thing because we haven't done a good enough job of making the case that this is an invaluable alliance that has been part of the reason that we've enjoyed a quality of life that's the envy of the world.
Very much so. Cool. 2 more questions, if
Sure.
that's okay, Congressman?
Sure.
Can you talk a little bit about how we can encourage respect for cultural differences and for art and artists whose work is deliberately proactive or controversial?
This may not be a popular take, but calm down. It's like if you're so sensitive about somebody criticizing your thing or taking a piece of art as, oh my God, why are they being critical of us? We shouldn't be able to see that. I'd be like, maybe you need to rethink the things that you think are important, right? And use it as an opportunity to explore your own ideas and experiences. And so I just, from the banning books to talking about artists that are crazy, it's wild. And as a kid who grew up in the 80s and the 90s, the fact that people like Ice-T and Ice Cube and Snoop, the fact that Snoop D-O-double-G is like a American ambassador.
Oh, he's
right?
still getting it a lot.
This is a guy that parents were saying don't listen to and don't do all this stuff. So my thing to those that react in a violent way, be like, it's okay to sometimes look in the mirror and have people question and not be so sensitive, right? And to those artists that are doing those things, keep doing your thing, right? And keep pushing the boundaries and keep making us think about our role in the world and what we should be doing and why things matter and whether our values are in line with our actions, right? Like, keep doing that. And for organizations like this, continue to support that because it's important.
I agree completely. Last question. How can understanding cultural differences improve multilateral efforts to resolve international conflicts?
It's a lot of people say that, and I'm going to answer this with a domestic answer. A lot of people say the reason Congress became more cantankerous and adversarial is because members of Congress stopped living in D.C. They stopped having their kids go to the same schools. They stopped coaching Little League together because when you know someone, it's harder to hate somebody, right? And so I think that's why understanding other people and understanding other cultures, you realize there's an intimacy and a familiarity that makes us as humans want to be like, hey, you're not bad, you're kind of just like me, we could be able to solve this problem. So understanding other cultures and engaging in that, I think is one of the ways you can ultimately solve problems, because it goes back to my original point. Way more unites us than divides us.
Yeah.
And when we remember that, we'll be a lot better off.
Last thing, just for any of the students who are still here and listening, what piece of advice can you give them that are about to enter the public sphere?
Do something meaningful and hard, right? That's probably the best piece of advice I ever got. When I lost my first campaign for office in 2010, I left the CIA, to run for office. And everybody in the CIA thought I was crazy because I had a great career and I loved the job and I thought I could help the intelligence community in a different way. And reporters would ask me, well, what's your plan B if you lose? I was like, there's no plan B because I'm going to win because here's why. And everybody thought I was joking and be like, that's what you're supposed to say. No, I literally did not have a plan B. And when I lost, I knew when all my money was going to run out. So I had to do something else. And I asked 75 people the same two questions. I was 32 at the time. I said, if you were 32, what would you do? And if time and money wasn't a restriction, what would you do? And I got 74 crummy answers.
Oh.
Right? And literally the 75th was Roger Kramer, one of my closest friends' father. Like my closest friend, these knuckleheads I've known since I was 13 years old. We played freshman basketball together. And Roger Kramer goes, well, I don't know how to answer that question, but do something meaningful and hard, and the rest will flow. And when I go back and look at some of the crazy things that, on when you just look at it that I did, it was something that was meaningful to me and it was hard, and all those other things will flow from that. And the other, and that would be point one. Point two will be honest, right? Like, the older I get, the more I realize that the consequences of being honest are greater, right? There are consequences of being honest, but the other thing I've learned is the more you're honest, the easier it is to be, right? And so being a person of character, being an honest person requires practice, just like being an athlete or a musician or a mathematician or being in the military, it takes practice. So it seems so basic, right? It seems so basic, but being honest and doing the right thing requires work, because when the consequences are high, if you have no experience in doing the right thing, then you're not gonna be able to do it right. So do something meaningful and hard, and be honest, and have a PMA like my dad told me to do.
Beautiful. Well, thank you very much. On behalf of the Bush School and everyone, thank you very much for being
my
here,
pleasure.
sir. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Yeah.
To Congressman Will Hurd and Gayla for moderating that conversation. I hope that more and more people will continue to see that there's more that unites us than divides us. Now I'm going to introduce myself. My name is Sanchia Obi. I am a political science exchange student from England, so I hate to admit that I've never actually had nachos, but I'm pretty sure that they must be good, as Congressman has said. Okay, so I want to introduce the panel that we're about to have come up, and first we're going to have James Ball, Associate Dean for Industry and Community Engagement and Director of the Academy for Visual and Performing Arts here at A&M. We're next going to have Jake Rochon, Chief Executive Officer of Playing for Change Foundation. We're next going to have Carmela Garitano, Associate Professor in the Department of International Affairs here at Texas A&M, who I'm also lucky to have as a professor of my own. Moderating this conversation is going to be Lisi DeCanto, who I would love to introduce as our moderator. He is of the Wilson Center Global Advisory Council and president and founder of the DeCanto Group. He has an incredibly decorated and extensive background in advising governments, policy agenda, and corporate experience across a range of sectors. He is furthermore an advocate for DEI initiatives, as well as being a recognized leader in shaping ESG strategies and advancing social and environment progress. I'm extremely excited for this next panel. I hope you are too, for those of you in person and joining us online. Thank you very much.
I think they say howdy here. It's good to see everyone, and thank you for everyone who's joining online. We encourage you to invite more to this important conversation that we're having today. I want to say good afternoon, everyone. Thank you again for joining us for this important discussion on democracy and countering cultural destruction and conflict. I just want to take a moment to frame the conversation that we're going to have with our distinguished panelists. As I was thinking about this panel, I was thinking about, as Proverbs 4:23 reminds us, above all else, guard your heart, for everything you do flows from it. In a way, culture is the heart of a society. It's where identity and history and values are kept. Today, this wisdom feels particularly relevant as we confront how culture becomes a casualty in times of conflict, instability, neglect, and when we, of course, lose sight of guarding our heart as a society. Across the globe, as we've heard today from our distinguished panelists, and as we will hear today and a little later as well, cultural heritage and identity are deliberately targeted or neglected, weakening communities, destabilizing nations, from Ukraine to Syria to Myanmar, to Afghanistan, to places across Latin America and Africa. Cultural sites, artifacts, and narratives are under threat, underscoring the need to do exactly what it is that we're doing today, to not only talk about, but to do what we need to do to protect these invaluable pieces of human history and human heritage. At the heart, of course, of cultural resilience lies the power of the arts and storytelling. Through film and music and visual expressions, communities preserve and share stories of identity. Through these forms of resistance, if you will, and survival is what's helping societies withstand and counteract the attacks that we will talk about here in just a moment, what we've heard today. Today's panel brings together experts who know firsthand the strength of the arts and storytelling in fostering resilience and preserving culture. As we explore the role of institutions and alliances like NATO and others in safeguarding cultural identity, we'll discuss both the urgent threats and the collaborative actions needed to defend culture as a pillar of democracy. So please join me as I introduce and welcome our panelists who are going to share their unique perspective. I'm going to introduce each of them, and then I will invite them to say a few words, and we'll get into a conversation and then take your questions. So be thinking about those online. First, I'd like to introduce Jim Ball III. He is the director of the Academy for the Visual and Performing Arts at Texas A&M University. Following him will be Jake Rochon, Chief Executive Officer for Playing for Change Foundation. We're going to learn a little bit or more about what his foundation does. And following him will be Carmela Garitano, Associate Professor in the Department of International Affairs here at Texas A&M University. I'm going to be serving as the moderator for our conversation, and I want to welcome Jim to say a few words. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisi. Pleasure. So Lisi introduced me as the director of the Academy for the Visual and Performing Arts here at Texas A&M, and that is one of my roles, but I'm also a faculty member in our new College of Performance Visualization and Fine Arts, where I'm an associate professor of performance studies, and I think it's that background that really is what I have to bring to the table with us today. I come at our topic, I think, from a slightly different angle than many of our colleagues. In performance studies, in my discipline, we're as much interested in performance and the performing arts on stage as we are interested in performance in the world, in everyday life, in social interaction, in business, and then in my own work in politics, in democracy, in legislation, and even in war and conflict. In my research, I look at speeches in Congress or the contents of a city council meeting or testimony in the International Criminal Court or even the activities of UN peacekeepers just as often as I'm looking at plays, movies, concerts, and even the visual arts. I've been taking notes all day on the conversation. I've realized with my prepared remarks, I kind of have very little, just a small intervention to make, just a little bit to offer. Most of what I think I have to observe has been put very eloquently throughout the morning. To reiterate a main point that we heard from the beginning, it's quite clear that the arts are not simply a bystander in conflict. The cultural destruction is not a form of collateral damage, but in fact, culture and the arts are direct targets, important targets, whether they are the tangible cultural heritage that expresses a region's, a people's identity, whether they're the intangible cultural heritage, the set of acts, the repertoires, the performance practices that are passed down that maintain a culture's identity through generations, or even, I think, as Congressman Hurd was saying a few moments ago, this notion that we must think of democracy itself as part of our culture, as part of the culture that needs protecting. It is clear that the arts become a target as they are the instruments that constitute and maintain our cultural identity. I think this is one of the main arguments that we've heard throughout the day. I think it's an extremely important argument, and it's my starting point. But I also think that there are other reasons that the arts, specifically the arts as a component of culture, come under threat in times of conflict. This semester I've been teaching a graduate seminar, and a few weeks ago we read an article by the Kenyan playwright and novelist and scholar Ngugi wa Thiong'o. The article is titled "Enactments of Power, the Politics of Performance Space." And in that article, Ngugi was writing about his experiences and struggle to stage his play, The Trial of Dedan Kimathi, which dramatized elements of the Mau Mau uprising against British colonial rule in Kenya. He wanted to stage this at the Kenya National Theatre in Nairobi and encountered resistance in no small part because that theatre was in many ways a legacy of British colonialism. But Ngugi, he opens this essay by arguing that the artist and the state become not only rivals in articulating the laws, moral or formal, that regulate life in a society, but also rivals in determining the manner and circumstances of their delivery. And I think Ngugi hits here on some of the powers of the arts that might be threatening in conflict. The power to articulate law, to regulate the life of a society, and to communicate a vision of how the world could be to a community. Art and culture are performative in this way, not in the sense of being theatrical or just for show, but in the sense that they allow us to imagine another world, and more than that, they materialize that world, that way of being. They manifest it in objects and in bodies. In conflict, I think this power is quite threatening. I have seen that this power can be threatening beyond battlefields to constituted powers, to some of the powers we've been talking about today in other places, and in my own work, what I study are international institutions. So I'm thinking here of an experience I had In August of 2014, when I watched Shakespeare's Globe Theatre present Hamlet as part of its 2-year Globe-to-Globe tour, and in this case, that August, they were presenting it in a stage erected at the center of the UN's Economic and Social Council chamber. So Hamlet's a pretty dark play to put on at the UN. It's full of violence and conflict, and it resonates strongly. When Fortinbras's army crosses Denmark to fight in Poland halfway through the play, it was hard for me not to be thinking about, in 2014, Russia's recent annexation of Crimea, for example. And I think that part of the use of the play in that context was precisely to trigger some of these associations. The play had been organized as part of the UK's activities as it held the presidency of the Security Council that month. It was an effort to draw attention to their presidency and priorities. But when discussions about bringing the play had first begun in early 2014, they really wanted to stage it in the UN Security Council, in the Council's chambers itself, but they couldn't get unanimity among all security members to proceed. It was Russia who refused to consent to the plans. And this was a consistent position for Russia. A month earlier, they had stopped efforts to film some of the TV show House of Cards in the Council chambers. And there were some leaked emails that got published of this. And they argued that the Security Council premises are not an appropriate place for filming, staging, etc. Some of the same emails from Chinese diplomats went so far as to suggest that council members would need to vet any scripts for what was going to be shot in the Security Council as well. And reading these, experiencing this, talking to my contacts around the UN, at other UN embassies and NGOs, I asked them, why might Russia and China be made so uncomfortable by the arts? Why might they object to putting up Hamlet in the Security Council? It's just a play. And I got a narrow range of answers, from the opinion that they were simply being contrarian to the suggestion that this was consistent with a worldview that took advantage of the Security Council only very rarely. To my mind, their reluctance was an acknowledgement of the power of the council chamber as a performance space, and thus implicitly an acknowledgement of the power of artists, should they be given access to that stage. It became increasingly clear to me that the discomfort had precisely to do with this shared capacity to make the world that Ngugi had highlighted. In a press conference that the director of the show and performers of the show held earlier in the day, I saw another element that I felt might make these constituted powers uncomfortable. There was a journalist, and this press conference was held in the UN media offices, so on UN premises again, and so a journalist who usually asks questions of UN representatives or ambassadors and functionaries, he asked the director of the show whether the tour of the show, because they were touring the world again, had gone to any places that were not recognized as UN member states. And the director, Dominic Dromgoole, he was initially evasive before he revealed that they had been to Kosovo and they would love to go to Palestine. But he hesitated before even naming these things in that space. So again, this, to my mind, implied this global legitimizing function that could be attached both to the international institution and to the arts, that, you know, going to these places could make them real in a different way. The arts allow us to stage new visions of the world, and as those visions circulate, they gain power and legitimacy. Hamlet's a very interesting play to consider in this context. In the middle of the play, in the middle of Hamlet, there's another play, a play within a play, and that play is staged in an instrumental effort to achieve specific policy goals, chief among them, regime change. If you can recall, Hamlet is charged by the ghost of his father to avenge his murder by Hamlet's uncle. Hamlet vacillates a bit on his way to doing this, and at one point he enjoins a traveling theatrical company to play a play called The Murder of Gonzago, a story selected for its resonance with the fratricide that Hamlet's supposed to be revenging, and revised so that the murder of Hamlet's father, his uncle Claudius, will not miss the resemblance and reveal his guilt as he reacts to the play. So again, to reiterate, this is a scene in the play in which a political actor, Hamlet, organizes an artistic performance, The Murder of Gonzago, that restages recent history, the murder of King Hamlet, in order to affectively impact a politically powerful spectator, Claudius, in order to accomplish specific policy goals, eliciting an admission of guilt for regicide. It's a fascinating scene to see played at the UN, where it's played very fast, with actors switching rapidly between their roles in the play, within the play, and their roles as anxious spectators. And it was in those latter roles, the king and queen as spectators, to which our attentions in the audience were most drawn. Right? What we watched were people watching a play and seeing folks in a situation of conflict hinging on the role of spectatorship in this world. When the house lights came up at the end of the show, the NGO director that I was sitting with immediately asked me if I had seen when the Russian ambassador had left the show. We were watching the ambassadors, watching a play in which we watched a prince, watching a king and queen, watching a play. So I bring this up, it's convoluted, I know, but arts thus also regulate our attentional economies, and they do this in conflict as well. Arts and culture draw our attention, and they can be deployed in conflict to draw our attention to conflict. They can become targets in conflict because of this, in the belief that once they are gone, we will look away. The arts and artists come into our institutional spaces to do this work. They appear at the UN or in national capitals or around the world to draw attention to their conflict. And as our attentions turn, so do policies shift and so do resources flow. So there's a continuum between the ways that arts and culture modulate our attention and the work that goes on in conflicts to do the same. I'm suggesting that there's also then a theatricality to conflict, a degree to which those who make war are always conscious of who will or will not see their activities. Earlier we heard the phrase shock and awe, right? This is the language of spectacle that attaches to conflict. From my research at the UN, I often think of the earliest forms of peacekeeping, observer missions, efforts to monitor ceasefires or to increase transparency of communication between belligerents. As a teenager, I had the opportunity to tour the Green Line, the buffer zone in Nicosia in Cyprus, where as much as anything else, the peacekeepers were spectators for whom each side played or tried to keep from view their activities. If the arts are targets, then they are also clearly doing something in conflict. They are targets because they can have important material effects on conflict and on its outcomes, right? They are interwoven with our political worlds, with what goes on in conflict. So to turn to our theme, I think it's not only imperative to counter cultural destruction in conflict, but to recognize that arts and culture are caught up in these conflicts through and through. Not only as the location of cultural identity, as we've acknowledged, but as instruments that drive our attentions, as ways of envisioning and manifesting a different world. And in each of these, arts and culture can become targets of violence precisely because they could pose challenges to violence. And I'll close earlier in the NATO panel, they ended by discussing who we should trust for news media to help us understand conflicts and their histories. To reiterate, I think what was said a few moments ago, we should also trust artists, right? To show us the world, to help us know our histories, to require us to slow down and to reflect, and to know the realities surrounding us. So, thank you.
Thank you, Professor Ball. I want to invite Jake Groshong to come up and give his perspective, and I also understand that you have a video to display as well. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. It's a real privilege to be here today with you all discussing such a really vital topic, particularly with the state of the world we're in. Playing for Change Foundation was launched over 20 years ago. It started with a simple viral video. It was a cover of Stand By Me with street musicians around the world. Since that time, it's been seen by over 1 billion people. And we've launched many more videos that have billions of more views. But from that point, they decided to launch the foundation, which is about using that connection that we have through music and culture to actually create a future for the communities that music has been lost, that culture has been lost. The first one was in South Africa, and since then, we have grown to have programs in schools in 26 countries around the world, throughout North America, South America, Africa, Asia, Middle East, Europe. And the reality is each one of these programs is started in an area where the culture for the next generation has either been lost or is about to be lost. So we're in a lot of refugee camps, slums, rough areas of the world. And what I'd like to do is highlight a few examples of the work we do and how it relates directly to what we're talking about today. Our programs always start with culture, and they're designed by the communities that they're in. So we never go into any situation and say, this is what you need to do. We go into every situation and ask, what do you need from us? And again, our results, because of our approach of using culture to give the next generation a chance to identify who they are and where they come from and the power they have within themselves, our results are fairly unparalleled worldwide. So for a few examples, I'll start in Nepal. We have programs in eastern Nepal in 4 different cities and villages. They're affecting about 10,000 people right now. Before we started working in that region, girls had no rights. They were locked in rooms when they were menstruating. They were not allowed to go to school if they're on their period. The women in the village were let out 1 day a week to go shopping, and that was it. And now the village, 10 years later from when we started, has equal male and female leadership. You have girls that have been provided reusable pads and are allowed to go to school full time. And you have a graduation rate that went from 35% to 100%. You have a school in Mali that we started where when you're 15, you have to take a test. If you don't pass, you don't get to continue your education. Again, it used to be a 17% passage rate in the communities we work in. It's now 90%. The only difference between before and after is we gave these people, this next generation, a chance to explore who they are through their own culture. And it's not just education. We're talking in Uganda, where I just came back from a few weeks ago, and I'll show you a short video in a minute. This is 200,000 South Sudanese refugees living in northern Uganda in the BDB refugee camp that have lost every part of their former lives. These are people who used to be bankers and dry cleaners and what have you that now are living without electricity in a shed in northern Uganda. And what do you do for these kids that were born in the camp, that are now 10 years and older, that have no sense of who they are and where they come from? Well, you give them their culture back. You start teaching them the instruments, the music, the dances, the theater of their home. And suddenly these kids go from causing trouble in the camp to being leaders in the camp. And not only that, while we start with music, we're really a social impact organization. So when the Ukraine war started, where we also have new programs, the World Food Program withdrew from the camp. It caused a massive famine. It caused a lot of suicide. So we asked the community, what do you need? How do we get past this? And they said, we need farmland. So we bought 25 acres to start. We now have up to 200 acres. And for the community we serve there, which is tens of thousands of people, we've created the first fully sustainable food program inside a refugee camp. And not only that, we bought them an oil press. They started to create their own oil, which they're selling back to Uganda. They created a plastic recycling plant. And this has become an economic driver for Uganda from a refugee camp, which I'm pretty sure is unheard of worldwide. So that's just a few examples. Here in North America, we have programs in the Pine Ridge Reservation, which is the poorest community in North America. You're talking an average salary of $8,000 a year and an 80% unemployment rate. We opened an art center there, and the teen suicide rate, which is usually 3 times the national average, is actually below the national average in the communities we serve. And that's a reservation the size of Connecticut that we don't even know about. So the overarching theme here is when we use arts and culture, especially for these forgotten generations, wherever they might be, and we're working throughout the world, we have never failed in creating the change we're looking for. Now I'd like to show you a quick video from my time in Uganda. This is literally 3 weeks ago, where we opened an art center at that community I was just telling you about. It's the first of its kind in the world. This is a $1 million art center inside a refugee camp, where they have a fully professional recording studio, multiple classrooms, and a performance space. And I want you to imagine what that feels like in your mind, what that might look like. And then let's see what it means to the community. Play that video. So here we are in the BDBD refugee camp. We're in zone 2. This is where our art center is. Today we're here at the grand opening. It's an extraordinary day for all of us. This is a project that's 5 years in the making. This community that lost everything, and they're able to celebrate where they come from, who they are, their community, where kids were starving, where they lost all their food subsidies. We bought farmland and taught them to farm, and now they're feeding tens of thousands in this community just through this self-sustainable farming.
My hope is that our schools give kids a place to go that is safe, a sense of self, a sense of purpose, and an inner strength that then serves them the rest of their life.
and it was built with South Sudanese design in mind. And that's one of 90 locations that we have around the world. And I could talk about every single one of those for hours, but I'm not going to do that today. But just know that the approach we're talking about today, there's nothing better to deal with trauma and conflict for communities that need it. Thank you.
Oh, great, thank you. It's an honor to be here. Thanks for spending some time with us this afternoon. It's very interesting that Africa seems to be threaded through the three of our talks. We had some in Ngugi, we visited Uganda, and now I'm going to talk about conflict and African cinema. If James made the case, and I think he did quite convincingly, that art can be imagined as being caught up in conflict, and if Jake talked about art as a mode for healing from and moving beyond conflict, I want to think about African cinema as a form of cultural production, an art form that helps us to historicize, make sense of, and remember conflict, and from African perspectives, which I think is really key. Let me begin with two important caveats. The first, I'd like to say that like filmmakers everywhere in the world, African filmmakers make films about myriad topics: love, history, music, dancing, family conflict, political, economic, the kinds of conflict that we're talking about today is one theme addressed in African cinema. Why must I say that? And here's caveat number two. I say this because unlike filmmakers in other parts of the world, African filmmakers have been saddled with the heavy burden of trying to address global audiences who likely know very little or nothing about Africa, or worse, have grossly distorted ideas about Africa. And when it comes to films about conflict, I think African filmmakers must straight out contend with this major misconception, this kind of pernicious stereotype that doesn't seem to die, that's been around for a very long time, that says that Africa is a place where despair and conflict just happen, where Africa, a continent of 54 countries and over 3,000 languages, is imagined as one big, undifferentiated zone of violence and despair and conflict. So how do African filmmakers do this? African films about conflict take on and dismantle this misconception, first with brilliance and beauty. And they do this by zeroing in on the historical and political and economic contexts that help us understand how conflicts are generated and what sort of impacts they have. They also, and in the four examples that I briefly flip through with you, make the point of placing African and African conflicts in the global conversation. So identifying not only the domestic, but the international actors that perpetuate or benefit from conflict in Africa. And perhaps most significantly, African filmmakers narrate conflict, historicize, remember conflict from African perspectives, which I would suggest are often marginalized or completely eclipsed. So I'd like to just share briefly a few examples of films with you for a moment. And my objective largely is to get you excited about African cinema, and you'll leave my talk and you will search for these things online and watch them and many more. How do I make this guy work? Oh, there we go. No way. Here we go. The very earliest African films like Black Girl by the Senegalese filmmaker Sembène Ousmane, were films, probably not surprisingly, that engaged with colonial conflict. They portrayed colonial power relations from the point of view of those colonized. In Black Girl, Juana, who's pictured there, works as a nanny for a French family who have remained in Senegal even after Senegal achieves independence. The family takes Juana to their vacation home in southern France, and there she learns that even though her country gained independence from colonial power, colonial dynamics still control her life. She's mistreated by her employers and subjected to their racist remarks and assumptions. Here in this still, I like to imagine that she looks at a mask from her home in Senegal that hangs on the wall of her employer's vacation home and contemplates the irony that her Senegalese culture is being used as a house decoration by people who don't speak her language, know nothing about Senegalese history, and exploit her labor. The mask is valued as a shiny showpiece, while the African woman is treated, frankly, like rubbish. Here, colonial conflict is represented as conflict within one household, as experienced by a woman for whom colonial relations are still a reality, even though her country is free. In 2007, Newton Aduaka's film Ezra was released. Ezra tells the story of a child abducted from his home during the Civil War in Sierra Leone and socialized through violence and abuse to become a soldier in the rebel army. The film presents a deeply sympathetic portrait of Ezra. We are focalized throughout the entire film through his point of view, which in and of itself is unusual, I think. Ezra serves as a representative of child soldiers in many parts of the world. The audience is asked to understand Ezra in the context of the forces that transformed him from a promising young student into a vicious killer. It also points to international diamond networks that hungrily extracted Sierra Leone's conflict diamonds, and to the politicians and generals who used diamond money to purchase guns and fuel conflict. Civil conflict is linked to corrupt men in and outside of Sierra Leone and to the lucrative transnational trade deals that put weapons in the hands of children. The film, however, isn't all dark. It centers on the Truth and Reconciliation Commission of Sierra Leone and local rehabilitation efforts as potential, if inadequately funded, initiatives to help countries and communities tap into their own cultural resources to recover from war. A very short fiction film from Kenya, one that works really well if you are a professor and want to show a short film in your class. It's only 20 minutes. It's called Pumzi by Wanuri Kahiu. In this film, we get another type of conflict, a conflict set in the future after the Third World War, known as the Water War. This short film imagines a world devastated by conflict provoked by global heating and water scarcity, where survival means living under an authoritarian regime that polices resources, speech, and bodies. It is a world where all wastewater, even sweat, must be collected and recycled, and where lights are powered by energy generated by humans pedaling bicycles. Aisha, who's pictured there, the film's protagonist, escapes her secure underground compound and sets out to regreen the planet and liberate humanity. She travels far into the dry and dead wasteland to plant a tree that grows where eventually she dies. Her body provides water and shelter for the tree that does indeed grow, and in sacrificing her life for something bigger than herself, she offers hope for all. The film reminds us that those who have contributed least to the emissions that have warmed the planet suffer its most dire consequences. And it also suggests that the planet's future might depend on the strength and resilience of these same communities. And then finally, to North Africa, a film I just taught last week, fantastic Tunisian film called Ashkal, the Tunisian Investigation. It's set in the aftermath of the Arab Spring, or Jasmine Revolution as it was known in Tunisia. The film adopts the genre conventions of a crime thriller to ask what happens when grassroots conflict and struggle for change does indeed incite change, but ultimately fails to bring systematic transformation. In Tunisia, the Jasmine Revolution toppled the regime of Ben Ali and instituted a new constitution and democratic elections. But the film reveals that 10 years on, the economic precarious, the informal workers, the drivers and migrants who work without the protections of citizenship, remain victims of police violence, corrupt housing contracts, and exploitative labor relations. The film's hauntingly uncertain ending, which I won't tell you about because I don't want to spoil it, and I want you all to go watch this. As I said, it's on Amazon, suggests that people will continue to fight and die for a more just world. In closing, I just want to say thank you for allowing me to be a part of this panel. I welcome your comments and questions, and I hope that we will continue at the Bush School to find ways to talk and think and use art as a medium for reimagining, moving beyond, and working through conflict. Thank you.
I'm excited to start our conversation here. We're going to try to get into as many questions as possible. As we were preparing for this, I said to all of you, we're going to have a kitchen table conversation where we really get into the heart of the conversation and what people can do who are listening. Jim, you talked about how arts becomes a target in conflict, and you also said arts and culture regulate our attitudinal attentional economy. What do you mean by that? And how do institutions, how can they play a greater role, like NATO, in this effort?
Yeah, well, I mean, I think, so what I mean by that is that so much of what happens in conflict and how resources and policies get mobilized to address conflicts has to do with where the world is watching, right? And where we're looking as a society, right? You've heard perhaps the term of a forgotten conflict, one that's no longer in the headlines or something that is not getting the attention it needs. And so the arts across our society play a role in, it's both in a micro sense, by looking at paintings, at film, at a play, we're taught where and how to pay attention in our society. What's important to our society appears in our arts in these ways. We learn how to look by looking at these things. And then in a macro sense as well, the art's an important performance or musical act can draw a different type of attention to conflict. You know, another site that I look at in my work sometimes is a play also about the Congo, actually. So Ruined by Lynn Nottage, and that was a play that appeared in institutions as well. You can find videos of UN functionaries going to see it as well, to again draw the world's attention, because there was a sense that there was a shared interest between the artists, the communities they were working with, and the international institution in drawing the world's attention to this place, so that again, philanthropy dollars, military resources, all of these things would flow to address an issue. So that's what I mean by regulate attentional economy. To do more of it in institutions, I mean, I think it's worth recognizing that it's intrinsic to the work our institutions are already doing, and to recognize that there's the valence along which the work proceeds. I hope that answers.
Jake, Jim just talked about drawing attention to the impact that conflict has on culture. The work that you do at Playing for Change Foundation is clearly transforming lives through music. How do you view the role of music and culture and arts in the healing of communities who are affected by conflicts? You showed a very powerful video about your time and work in Uganda. You have other examples. How's this impacting communities and healing them, not just, as you said, for the current moment, but you said, quote, giving the next generation a chance through culture to show who they are?
Yeah. I think music and culture generally, whatever type of art we're talking about, those are tools, right? We're all trying to create impact and change to make the world better, whatever it might be. Whatever's going on, whatever conflict we're facing, we have this set of tools in front of us that when you talk about the next generation, the thing they're going to be able to relate to most is art and culture, right? That's the thing that they're going to be most interested in. You can see it across the US history as well, right? The driving force that art and culture is for youth never changes. So if we can harness that, like we do at the foundation, in more and more communities around the world, particularly in places of conflict, you see the results we're looking for time and again. Because the reality is when you have these generations that feel forgotten, it's going to lead to trouble. And if you can give those generations a chance to have identity and understanding that they have a chance to have not just a chance to survive, but a chance to live, that's when you start to see change. So I think music, theater, whatever you're talking about in the arts world, if you can give that back to the people that have lost it through their own culture and give them their own sense of actual identity, that's when you get to see real change happen in the world.
Carmela, the change that Jake talks about is found throughout almost all the examples that you've shown and the many more that you could have shown. How do you think global audiences can take from African cinema the lessons of political and cultural expression? How and what should they take from, as you pointed out, from the films, what the filmmakers intending, and how that's reshaping the global understanding of what Africa is and what it's not?
Oh, there's so much. I think everything has changed with digital technologies, with global networks, right? Since globalization, things have changed and become easier in some sense for people trying to make cinema in Africa. But I think the first, maybe and most obvious takeaway for other artists looking to African filmmakers might be the sheer drive to get art produced in situations where that might not always be easy. But on top of that, as I tried to suggest, that African filmmakers, I think, are not entirely unique, but certainly unlike filmmakers in the developed world, are always wrangling with the way dominant media, dominant culture already thinks they understand them, and that's not something that you can just pretend doesn't exist. So it's this sort of doubled audience. You're talking to the people who have gone through these conflicts in the examples that I suggested to you, but also aware that you have to be extroverted in considering how the global community is making sense of what it is that you are historicizing or remembering. It's a, and we're not even talking about funding networks, film festival circuits. It's not an easy dance to do.
Jim, in your talk about Hamlet in the Security Council, which such a powerful example here of how arts can be used to sort of present another perspective in conflict. Are there examples like that where arts has been used to help shape people's interpretation of conflict and how that impacts public perception?
Yeah, well, I think that on the one hand, I think we've heard examples throughout the day. I've been struck by how much the conversation is hinged throughout the day on misinformation and on the importance of media literacy. The front on which conflict is fought today is precisely this informational front, is precisely an aesthetic front. But I also think that Carmela, in your example, we also see with the African cinema, you hit upon the notion that there's the arts are used to tell us our history, to remember conflict, right? And that's another important place that I think we need to, that we can see the arts operating in this way. I don't know, those aren't specific examples, like, I don't know, this play was deployed to the battlefield. I can't give an example like that, but I think we do see it
cross these different sites. I also wanted to say one thing, hearing Jake talking about the importance of playing and music for these communities that haven't had that. I was reminded of a theater maker that I spoke to in the course of my research who said that theater exists for a community to celebrate itself. And I think that's actually important too, that it's not just about expressing identity or laying claim to identity, but it's like exuberant thing that can happen in the arts or in African cinema as well, right? It's a celebration of who you are that has been foreclosed upon by conflict that can suddenly happen. That's not what you were asking me a question about, but I
That's
wanted to get that out.
a beautiful question. Nonetheless, Jake, I want to ask you, how do you, in the work that you do for Playing for Change, build those partnerships? You've been in Uganda, you've been in Ukraine and other parts of the world. How do you go about building alliances and partnerships in times of conflict, particularly with some of the most vulnerable people in conflict? And how challenging is it to be in that environment and help inspire hope while you're also carrying out this important work that you're doing?
Yeah, it's a question I get a lot, actually, and the honest answer is all of our programs, all 90 locations we have, each one happens organically. It happens by organizations coming together to create something that the community is looking for. The reality is all of us, no matter what the conflict, everyone that we speak with is trying to have a positive impact. And that's why we get approached a lot saying, can we do a program here? Can we do a program here? For every one of our programs, I'm creating a new coalition of supporters, right? So I have over 175 global partner organizations. And they're all every program we have is under our umbrella. But to create true sustainability in each one of these regions, and we've never closed a location, it takes building a coalition. And what we do once it's built is over time, we're empowering the community themselves to take over, right? Our goal is to stop directly funding every program after 10 years because we are building support for them by adding the new partners to the coalition. Whether it's governments, corporations, foundations, individuals, we're building that support network where over time we can take the funds we're allocating here and put them to a new area of need. And we have a lot of partners that are, very impressed. I have schools in Colombia with Shakira, in Miami with DJ Khaled, in Jordan with Ellie Goulding. All over the world, we have these big names and faces we can put on these programs so they can draw a lot of attention, and then people want to give. They want to be a part of it. They're excited about it. And that's kind of what we've been talking about a lot today is how do we get the media to get excited about this work? How do we get everyone behind what we're doing? And that's one we've found to be very successful at it.
Carmel, I really like what you said when you were presenting how we've all sort of talked about Africa as part of our panel and being the child of immigrants from West Africa. I can resonate to that. You mentioned that African filmmakers are working on a variety of topics. They often, as you say, and as we know, confront colonial and post-colonial conflict from an African perspective. And I think the question I want to ask you is rooted in my time in South Africa last year, working with African creators and so on. And the conclusion was there are not enough stories coming out of Africa, and the stories that are coming out of Africa need to be better told. And so how do you see the narratives that are being told in Africa cinema helping to reshape the global understanding of what it is what is conflict in Africa, and more importantly, understanding Africa? You said quite well that the heroes of Africa among those outside of Africa are poverty and violence and conflict, but there's far more. There's far more, and what we export through cinema is telling that. I think if you were looking at American cinema and you saw some of the things, and that's all you knew, you would think there's violence and there's conflict and there's despair coming out of the United States, but there's a lot more. What are these films, how are they reshaping the understanding of what it is, so the African experience and really preserving culture?
I think in the last maybe 20 years, what we see is that there is not one African experience, right? It's African experiences. And again, because of digital technologies, because of liberal media environments because of globalization. Now we are lucky enough to have access to an African screen media or cinematic landscape that is incredibly diverse, right? It wasn't so long ago that there were 2 distributors of African film in the United States, and you had to hope that your library would purchase that film, and the only way you might get to see an African film is if your professor made you watch it in class. But now look what we have access to. So I think for Africans, people outside of Africa, what this means is that people get to have pleasure too. Not every African film has to be a heavy film, right, that's trying to teach us about conflict or memorialize conflict. We get movies about love and laughter. We get different genres of film. Not everything coming out of Africa has to be a documentary anymore. And of course that Africans now also have access to more readily the means of production. It's no longer the case that those few elite African filmmakers who've managed to tap into top-tier film festival networks are the filmmakers who become the African filmmakers, right? I do research in northern Ghana, a small cluster of production, it's enabled by 2 things, electricity and digital technologies that are mobile, affordable, and user-friendly. And so there's this pocket of local language screen media there that's thriving. And quite frankly, most of the people working in that industry have no interest in, not all, but most, being picked up by Netflix or Amazon. They want to make stories in their communities for their people, and they want to be able to make a living making those stories, be able to feed their family and put their kids through school. So it's really a great time to be a film scholar for those reasons. Can I ask Jake a question that that builds on that a little bit? I wondered about local artists getting involved.
Yes.
So local, and then also filmmakers. You and I should do something together.
Well, it's interesting you mentioned northern Ghana. Do you know where in northern Ghana?
I go to Tamale.
So I have
fantastic.
an incredible program in Tamale.
Oh, okay.
And we're actually in the middle of building this massive arts center in Tamale.
And there are some massive, amazing art centers in Tamale of all places,
yes.
right?
Yep. So we're building this brand new one. It's actually, I believe, going to have video editing capabilities as well.
Terrific.
So that's a great project for us to get involved in. But I should say every one of our programs, to answer your question, is everyone hired is from the community.
Yes.
Right. So every class is taught by local artists. It's administered by local administrators. We have no interest in ever putting in someone from the United States to go live in Africa and lead a program. The goal is to make these economic drivers for the arts community itself in every community we're in. So time and again, I get resumes all the time being like, I want to lead one of your programs in Africa. I want to lead one of your programs in Asia. It's like, it's not going to happen. Everyone has to come from the community. That's the only way this works. And I think the big mistake that's made time and again, particularly by American NGOs, is we think we have the solution. And the reality is we never have the solution. It comes from the community, it comes from the people. They have the solution. We just have to listen. And the only thing that's separated us in our work is coming in with that mentality.
Remind everyone that you can ask questions online. We're going to be taking those in just a moment. Jake, I want to stick with you. You are running a program in Ukraine.
Yes.
It's having a real impact today on thousands of children there. Can you tell us a little bit about it, and what do you see as the hope for those children, that next generation, that through music and performance that you're helping to not only give hope, but to give the ability to see a future?
Yeah. It's a brand new program. It was launched 3 or 4 months ago now. We're in 5 different bomb shelters across Ukraine. These are basically the new homes for our next generation right now. This is where they're living most of their lives. They go outside, but the sirens go off every single day, right? So they're stuck in these shelters for hours and hours. And what are they supposed to do? You can imagine the trauma they're already facing with their community being destroyed, with family members being lost. A lot of people have left. And what do you do when you're in that situation? Well, you do art. That's what you have access to. So we give them their art. So they have music instruments, they have art supplies, they have dance teachers, theater. Each one of these shelters now has a full art staff working with the kids We're up to about 1,000 students right now, but it's going to grow dramatically over the next 6 months.
Well, I see there are a lot of questions coming in online, which is great. Please keep asking them. We're going to try to get to all of them in just a moment. Of course, we are here in part hosted by NATO, and so I want to ask all of you here how we adapt 20th century alliances to sort of the 21st century cultural threats that we've been hearing about today. We know that NATO was originally formed to counter military threats, but I want to ask all of you, starting with you, Jim, what steps do you think NATO and its allies can take to address the non-military threats that we've been talking about all day here, such as the digital or ideologic attacks that we see on culture, sometimes in conflict, sometimes in instability, sometimes in a mixture of that, but there's constant threats that are weakening or targeting communities. How do you think NATO can address these in the current landscape?
I think the conversation that's been happening throughout the day about the role of democracy in relation to NATO is extremely important in this context. You know, there was the conversation about whether or not democracy was a requirement for NATO membership and so on, and what it meant culturally, and that it had, as I understood from the conversation earlier, it had become an expectation, right? And then the recognition that I think we've come to later in the day, and in my work thinking about our political practices as artful practices, as a way we make art out of society, that if we consider democracy to not only be a political system, but culture, to be a technique of art that we do together, right? That we make this world together, then that tells us that we need to double down on that, and our institutions, our alliances need to celebrate and advance that as well, right? If we recognize the importance of democracy is because it's who we are, then it's not just a political system, and we can use the arts to support that mission differently. We can also I think, embrace that part of our identity in a different way.
Marla, what do you think about that question?
Well, this is way outside my area of expertise, but let me just say that I think certainly African film, what I know best, but global cinema, global arts more broadly, emphasize the importance of transnational collaboration for big issues, right? That filmmakers know how to collaborate transnationally, they know how to talk among and between institutions, they know how to raise money, and they know how to create discourse that appeals to or speaks to or moves multiple audiences. I think there's a lot of very, very big problems that certainly need transnational solutions. So maybe this is something that art can model, or artists or art practitioners model for organizations like NATO.
And of course, NATO is spending a lot more time now in its engagement with Africa and African countries in a variety of ways. And so I think we can expect a lot more moving forward, and perhaps in alliance of what you're talking about. I want to get to some of the questions that have come through online, and I want to ask you, Jay, because one of them is particularly for you. The question is, how do arts efforts like this work in places where there has been a clash between two culturally distinct groups, like in Rwanda, to heal the wounds?
Yeah, that's the basis of our work, right? And I want to answer a little bit about what you said. I'm going to get to this, but you have to ask yourself, why is culture one of the first things that gets destroyed over and over again in these conflict zones? You know, and I think if you think about it just a little bit, it's pretty obvious. Like, what does culture give us, right? It gives us compassion. It gives us the idea that we can express ourselves, the idea that we have power within who we are. When you start taking away those things, that's where you find society in conflict, right? It adds and adds to conflict wherever you're in when you take away culture. So it's our job to bring that culture back. And a lot of times when you look at these different tribes, like in Rwanda, where we have an incredible program in Kigali, I was just at 2 weeks ago, you have these people whose communication was taken away, right? Their cultural communication was taken away. And once we're unable to relate to someone's culture, we're unable to relate to them. So you can look at us now and the areas of the world that we find ourselves in conflict with, and how we're not relating to their cultures, right? We've stopped seeing them as human. We've started seeing them as enemies. And the reality is, if we can stick in the cultural realm, we're able to see everyone as a person, right? And actually find compromise. So in Rwanda, that's exactly what we've done, is we have dance programs particularly that are, they now dance for the president regularly. I mean, they're incredible programs, where every type of person in the country is accepted in the program. It's all free, and it's created unbelievable cultural connection. Now, if we can take this model and put it on a grander scale, I think what we've seen, particularly in the last 10 years or so, we've stopped trying to create compromise, right? And we have to think about where that comes from, why we stopped trying to compromise and we started trying to win. And I think that a big part of that is we don't look at each other as people anymore. And we don't look at each other as people anymore because we've stopped focusing on our culture. And that goes on the micro scale, wherever you are, and also goes worldwide.
Thank you. We have about 3 or 4 minutes. There's a couple questions here I really want to get to, and I'll ask you to just be brief in your response. I'm going to start with you, Jim. The question is, how do we as a global community encourage nations and education systems to prioritize the education of arts and exposing students to global media?
Yeah, I mean, as an administrator in my arts college, this is a question I think about daily, right? How do you get more folks focused on the arts and doing it? You know, we talk about STEAM education on the one thing. I mean, I think it's important to recognize that the arts aren't something extra that we put onto our societies or onto our way of life. They are essential to everyday life, right? We can't exist without the arts. You know, the work that Jake's group is doing, cinema having access to these things, there is no life without the arts. So if we recognize the need in those terms, I think we're moving some of the way.
Thank you. Carmela?
Art is it's deeply, deeply human. How do we imagine different futures without art? How do we cultivate imagination without art? How do how do we move forward? It's difficult for me not to understand how schools can fund art at the levels that they do. It really, it's terrifying. In fact, it shrinks our hearts, our souls, and our brains and our imaginations when we don't have art.
Jake, so how do we encourage nations and education systems to prioritize the education of arts and exposing students to global media?
Yeah, number one, you have to educate what art is, because I think a lot of people are very confused about what art is. You know, they're like, I hate art and I love movies. You know, like you can't do that. You know, it's like, I love movies, but I'm not really into music. It's like, well, you can't have a movie without music. Like, those go together. I think in terms of getting art where it needs to be culturally, that's why I love the work that we do at Playing for Change. You're starting with a community, right? That one community then becomes so successful that every other community wants to be like that community, right? And then you have a region, and every other region wants to be like that region. You have to start small and grow it organically, but over time, the power of culture always will come out, and it will win.
Last question, very briefly. I'll ask you to respond. The question is for all of us, and I want to start with you, Jim. The question is, what was the pivotal moment or event in your life or career that prompted you and all of us to pursue a career so closely, quote, tied to the world of arts? So you have 20 seconds.
Sure. It was a production of all 3 parts of Henry VI, part 1, 2, and 3, in 6 hours on stage in Washington, D.C. at the Shakespeare Theater, and I was in the second row, and it was a really gory production, so there was like blood spraying onto everything. I was 11. I thought that was way cool.
Thank you. Jake?
Yeah, it's a long journey, so it's hard to say exactly the moment, but I think that, honestly, the first time I come from the theater world as well, and I actually got a grant to go live in the Middle East and do some work alongside Israeli and Palestinians. And the difference from day 1 to day 2, just using the arts, was extraordinary.
Wow, thank you. Carmela.
I had a fantastic professor when I first started graduate school who introduced me to African literature, actually, and those books blew my mind, and I knew that's what I wanted to do.
Oh, terrific. I would just say very quickly, when I was 7 or 8, my dad saw me playing a family member's piano. I was listening to the theme of, I think it was the love song or something like that, thumb theme, and he gave me electric piano because he said, I think you can play by ear, which is what I do. And so I just, the culture of the Cape Verdeans is a melodic. My last name is of the melody, so I think arts is in my culture, and I think we, in all of our work, act as conductors of this choreography of life. I want to thank all of you for this really fantastic conversation. For those that we weren't able to get your question in, I would encourage you to follow up directly with any of the speakers, and I want to thank you again for joining us for this really dynamic panel. Thank you very much, panelists. Thank you.
Howdy. My name is Trevor Chesler. I'm a cadet here at Texas A&M, a member of Army ROTC and the Texas A&M Corps of Cadets, and I have the distinct pleasure of introducing our next moderator and speaker. I want to begin by introducing our moderator, Valerie Orange. Valerie Orange is a student ambassador at the Bush School of Government and Public Service. Valerie Orange minored in Arabic Studies while earning a bachelor's in International Studies with a focus on politics and diplomacy from Texas A&M in 2023. Now, here as a graduate student, she focuses her expertise on intelligence, military policy, and the Middle East while pursuing a Master of International Affairs degree from Texas A&M University's Bush School of Government and Public Service. Valerie currently serves as the Deputy Chief of the Ambassadors Council at the Bush School and is responsible for liaising with the George and Barbara Bush Foundation, the George Bush Presidential Library, the Bush School's development team, as well as the Texas A&M Foundation. Valerie began an internship in the summer of 2024 with the Sandia National Laboratories in Albuquerque, New Mexico, as a member of the Business and Competitive Intelligence team, and she continues to work with the labs while attending school here. Now our distinguished speaker, Brigadier General retired Kimberly Field. Brigadier General Kimberly Field is the Director for Strategic Plans in the Office of the President of Texas A&M University. Retiring from the United States Army in 2015 and a previous member of the Senior Executive Service. She has served as the Director for Strategy, Plans, and Policy at the United States Special Operations Command. In this position, Brigadier General Field was responsible for developing special operations strategy and leading the development and implementation of policy directly supporting global operations to achieve national defense objectives. Prior to this position and her military retirement, Brigadier General Field was the Executive Director of the Alberton Center for Grand Strategy and a professor of the practice at the Bush School of Government and Public Service at Texas A&M. She was a strategic advisor to the Commander of Forces in Afghanistan and the Deputy Assistant Secretary of State in the Bureau of Conflict and Stabilization Operations. Some of her previous military assignments include, but are not limited to, Deputy Strategist, the Army Staff, the Director of Middle East Policy, the Joint Staff, Assistant Professor in the Department of Social Sciences at the United States Military Academy at West Point, Legislative Strategist for the United States Army. Brigadier General Field also served 2 other tours with the Department of State, as well as tours of duty in combat zones such as Iraq, Somalia, and 3 deployments in Afghanistan. Thank you very much for your time and continued participation in the discussion, and I hope you enjoy this exceptional fireside chat to come. Thank you all, and Gegum.
All right, howdy everybody. Thank you guys for joining us today, both in person and online. We're excited to get started with this policy chat, kind of shifting our attention with the same ideas we've been talking about throughout the day, but shifting the attention more to a more policy-focused side of things, as well as focusing on NATO's role in preserving cultural identity in the next 75 years and how a next generation is kind of changing the voices of that and how to implement that. So just starting off with a general question, from your perspective, what will be the defining challenge for NATO's next 75 years, and how can NATO members prepare their societies to confront this challenge or challenges?
That's an easy one, right? Okay, yeah. I think there's lots of quotes about how, the only thing that we're certain of is uncertainty, and anybody who dares to try to predict doesn't know anything at all. So, the next 75 years, I think back on my career, which is, gosh, I don't even want to say how many years. In the range of things I've seen NATO actually adapt for. So when I entered as a second lieutenant as a military police officer, we were concerned about the Fulda Gap in West Germany and East Germany, and at the time, in that Cold War, and it was indeed a bipolar world, and major power competition was certainly the name of the game. And then we have a desert storm. Let me back up. How much did we think about culture that time? We can talk about that later, but I wouldn't say so much. We were very much concerned about memorizing the shapes of the tanks and the airplanes and understanding the conventional military capabilities of the Soviet Union. All of them, it's from my foxhole. Sorry. Desert Storm was quickly over. It was one of these middle ground things, and then we have sort of the peace dividend, and we expected. And here we started a look at the internal stability of states and the absolute imperative of understanding culture as well. So NATO was, I was part of the Somalia Operation Restore Hope, a UN mission, and then a US-led mission. And then, the Balkans, where we had NATO and the EU, and all of this era of peace operations and stability operations. We could certainly talk about the importance of it, even in Somalia, where NATO was not really, but a lot of our European allies were. The importance of understanding culture and where the people were coming from. We got there as a humanitarian mission, and we're welcomed with open arms. And all of a sudden, we had to hide behind plywood on 5-ton trucks to move from point A to point B, and we're escorting humanitarian relief supplies with firearms and getting shot at all the time. And we all remember Black Hawk Down. And how did that switch like that? It was, here comes, America, rich America is going to, in all of our best friends, and it's going to change our life. We are not going to be starving anymore. We are going to, our whole way of life is going to change. And when they were so disappointed that we could not do that, and we could not hand them over, for example, our water bottles, all of the water and food we had in our Humvees. We couldn't do it. We didn't have endless supplies of these things. It was not could not understand that. And and I have stories of my Humvee being taken from us and burned to the ground. And it was we didn't understand what we were getting into it all there, right? And then we entered the world of counterterrorism for the last 20 years, which I have 4 tours in Afghanistan, and you heard a lot from. Earlier, one of our speakers, our congressman, talk about his experiences in Afghanistan and the imperative of understanding that culture and NATO, and the importance of NATO adapting to that and sort of following our lead in that. So from Cold War to this figuring ourselves out in a peace dividend into something that was not anything like the Cold War. In fact, we all sort of dropped our big weapons and took up this idea of counterinsurgency and having to understand internal dynamics. So what's going to happen next? Well, we're certainly getting a taste of it with Russia, and we've talked a lot about that, and I'm no expert beyond what anybody else has to say about that here. And as far as the Department of Defense and the Department of State, in some measure, are concerned, the pacing challenge, according to our national security strategy, and we'll see if that changes with the new administration, is China. And so NATO now is thinking about how it has to understand the actions of China inside Europe and the actions of China in the Asia Pacific. So, how much is that going to dominate? Well, right now there's actually a hot war going on in Europe. But being able to predict 75 years out what will happen when all of that has changed over the last 20 years, I wouldn't even take a stab at it. But I do know that the United States has to stay engaged in NATO, some form or fashion. I think where we go, NATO will likely go. So it's it's really important that we do keep our eye on that ball. And as far as Ukraine, that's not going to be 75 years from now. That will be resolved. I would say, who knows, right, in the next year or so. Yeah.
And bringing in what you were talking about at the end there, talking about how much conflict has changed in the past 20 years, but even going back to the start of NATO, and all of the evolutions that have been created after the Cold War, the change into counterterrorism, that extension of US power, especially after World War II that other of the speakers have mentioned. In your view, what is the effectiveness of NATO in countering not only the hot war with Russia, but also Chinese influence in Europe? What steps can be taken there to be more effective on the policy side?
Yeah, that's a great question. When we talk about sort of information operations and disinformation operations, that comes at us, we are not terribly good at it, at least inside the United States, nor as far as I know. And I'm not a NATO expert. I'm not a scholar of NATO. I was at the Marshall Center for a couple of years. That's not a NATO organization, but it is a Western European organization. And I've deployed with NATO multiple times, but I'm not a scholar. So, if anybody wants to correct or add something, please, honestly, feel free. Inside the United States, we do have some tools. Obviously, in the State Department, we have the GEC, right, the Global Engagement Center, that exists just to combat disinformation. Right now, it's and it puts out articles all the time. There's one out right now on Chinese disinformation. There's one out on Russian, right? It's a little, in my opinion, a little bit light on the specifics and talks in kind of generalities of how they use information in social media and say, make up stories and use a cultural narrative of, empires of the past to actually, change the way we think, as well as the way that Taiwanese think, the way that the diaspora thinks and their internal populations. As the State Department does, they have a whole cone of public diplomacy. Our missions in countries around the world have one of their major tasks is to actually combat information operations and to be proactive in our own messaging. How good are we at it? I actually don't think that I don't think we're so good, and we were not good at it in Afghanistan, for example, which was a large NATO effort. We were always on our back foot. We were always sort of just fighting. They always had the Taliban and others always seemed to have the lead on the narrative, and we were always just combating that. And we simply have a lot of work to do. In the Department of Defense, we have added information as a domain, the information environment, so land, sea, air. So it's not that we don't recognize this is an incredibly important even domain in the Department of Defense. The Army and the Marine Corps are quite, they're investing in it. I came from special operations community, just my last job, and we have this thing called the joint MISO, military information, I forget. MISO, yes. we say these things that roll off the tongue, we don't know what they mean anymore. A web center, warfare center, and it does information that we really can't talk about in unclassified fora. So it's not that we're not trying, we really are. We know how important it is, but we'll see.
Next question, moving into like what you were talking about at the end there of how the U.S. Failed to really control the narrative in Afghanistan. How can the U.S.'s impact in NATO, how can we influence and manipulate the cultural identities of NATO members to resist the Russian push to change the narrative in Eastern Europe?
Yeah, I think that we have to understand what they're each doing probably first. I think. I remember when I was at Special Operations Command when Russia did invade Ukraine, and we thought for sure. Well, some of us didn't even believe it was going to happen, even though we had good information and we put information out to our allies. When it did happen, we thought, okay, information is the name of the game here. We have to find a way to communicate a message to the Russian people about what's actually happening. We have to find a way to get behind these firewalls. And with special operations and some of the intel community, we really did try hard. The cultural identity of Russia and its legacy is incredibly powerful. I remember traveling there as a high school junior when it was during the Cold War, and just feeling overwhelmed by the feeling in the air of this culture. It was a bit oppressive, a bit gloomy. I mean, I have a book of Russian. I studied Russian. I spoke Russian for a while. Don't ask me to say anything now. Lived with a Russian family in St. Petersburg for 6 weeks when I was in grad school. That culture is so incredibly powerful and proud. And we're not going to come in from the outside and point out weaknesses and cracks and not just because there is a pride and I mean, they can point to all kinds of things, that their art and their culture and their ballet and their poetry and their literature and their legacy in World War II and the legacy of their empire, right? So there's this sense of we are a proud people that comes from, the Ruski Mir, the Russian world and our group and the power and influence we have around it. And then there's also the lockdown, right? There's the lockdown. The state lockdown on social media. So we had a very, very difficult time getting behind that power, that firewall, and communicating it all. So what can we do about that? I don't know. We're going to keep trying, and there's some really neat things that are in development that should help us communicate a little bit better. But they're just really, really good at the use of icons, the use of history. And then if you look at, so that's the sort of that competitor. What are they doing? They're happy to support with information and other sort of cultural tools. Their diaspora all over in Kazakhstan and in Georgia and all over, and make this narrative that that diaspora, those Russian ethnic groups are actually an incredibly important part of the national identity of that state and cannot be in any way downtrodden. And they're quite good at it. As far as China, and we do have to pay attention, I just have a really interesting story. The president of Paraguay came to Tampa to Special Operations Command, and he was talking about the influence of China in South America, the cultural and soft power influence of the Chinese. And he used the example and how they're locking down the riverways with taxes. And he used just one example. He had many examples, but one was quite powerful. They were needing the COVID vaccination in order to open their economy back up. Right? No matter what you think about it, that was required at the time, at that moment in time, to reinstate all of our economies. Right? Was vaccination. They couldn't get it anywhere. Obviously, everybody remembers that shortage. They found a way to get it through a country in the Middle East, and they had a contract. And the Chinese came to that country in the Middle East and said, if you provide Paraguay those vaccinations, we will cut yours off. Right? Now, why? Right? Because the Chinese, the PRC, wanted Paraguay to sign like an affinity deal, not exactly part of the Belt and Road Initiative, but a you're our friend kind of thing. They are one of the very few countries that recognizes Taiwan. They want them to stop doing that and to sign an agreement of trade and cultural exchange. And the Paraguayan president was having no part of it. So he came to the United States, to our State Department, to our embassy, and said, "Hey, listen, this is what's happening to us. Can you help us at all?" And we finally did. It was a long time in coming. So there's things like this that we can do to actually combat, those kinds of information. And in my opinion, my experience, information, just saying words means very little unless you are inside that country. Now then the words matter because you're already a unit. You already have something, right? You're already a culture. You have to remember that, that old saying that culture eats strategy for breakfast. It is so true, right? I think any of us that have been in the military, culture eats strategy for breakfast. So we can have all the strategy we want, but the culture that we are trying to change or address will trump us every time. So, we have to do things that shows, and I think the congressman talked about, our response in Pakistan to the earthquake, and how that is way more than saying, we're your friend, we're your friend. Oh, really? What are you doing for us, right? So Chinese and Russia less so. But it's increasingly going to be Europe's problem as well. So when I think about the threat or challenge or pacing challenge of China, I think about that, about economics, about culture, and how the creep around us is real. Coastal West Africa, South America, even in the Arctic with Russia, and the increasing collaboration in both military but also soft power and economic collaboration between Russia and China. And if we had any doubt about that, about the North Korean, Iranian, Chinese, Russia, cabal, I think we see it now in spades with North Korea and Russia. So I don't think that totally answered your question, but I talked about what I wanted to talk about. Okay? There's always a good trick.
That is perfect. That is perfect. Now shifting to a question online, and all of y'all in the room as well as those online are more than welcome to continue submitting questions through that, and we'll try to get to them all. But since you ended that last answer talking about the performing that soft power abroad and really seeing the U.S. live out that those expectations. What were some moments in your career that you can think of, like the story that the congressman shared of the earthquake in Pakistan, and how you see American soft power being able to be portrayed in that way in your own career, or something that may have happened that drove your moral philosophy? Kind of talk about that throughout your career.
Yeah, I mean, I think we certainly have some rethinking and reshaping to do across our whole interagency, as we call it. I'm not sure, again, I'm not an expert, I don't mean to throw stones, but I'm not sure our development work is as effective as it could be. I worked with USAID for a little while, and I love that organization, honestly. But some of the way we contract that, we were supposed to create stability in Mali in 5 years at 3 different zones with 3 very different problems, and do it at the local level because culture is important, right? Really? $20 million, 5 years, fix Mali. I'm not sure. I think we have some work to do in that regard. I think in the Department of Defense and across the interagency, to include State Department and that, the big 3 that was so involved in counterinsurgency, I'm slightly concerned that we are learning, from my experience, the wrong lessons from Afghanistan. I think we're just saying, never going to do that again. It was a massive failure. We can't nation build. We can't change culture. We're never doing that again. We are going to do that again, for one thing. In the next 75 years, we are going to do that again. I may not be living, but it will be happening. We are going to have to understand, the things that worked or didn't work, and we cannot enter and think that we are going to recreate these countries in our own image. And we did do that in Afghanistan. I don't think it was a failure. I don't think counterinsurgency is a bad strategy. I don't think that we did have an ends, ways, means approach. The end was to prevent another attack on our homeland. The way to do it was to create a strong enough government to not allow camps and terrorism to foment on that ground again. That was the way we thought we could do it. But man, they never needed to administer Boston, and they never needed to create the army we gave them. And so, but we're not capturing those lessons, right? We're not capturing, those things of culture and what the people wanted. Instead, we pointed out all the weaknesses, which was a bottomless pit from our perspective, instead of starting with their strengths. So when we go look at a culture, we're never going to understand it, but they understand it. And if you start to express, tell us what you need, all you're going to get is a money grab. And an inability to prioritize, and throwing good money after bad. So we don't really capture those lessons, and at 4 tours there, you could see it, you could see it coming, but we could do it much, much better. I remember General McChrystal asked, I was briefing him on something, and I said, we need accountants. We need accountants to follow our money, being culturally respectful without being a colonial power here, It's our money, right? And it's the money of our NATO partners. And he said, so the next time I put in a request for forces, you want me to put in a brigade of accountants, not a brigade of infantrymen? And I said, yes, sir, I do. Yes, if we had that thing, we would need it here, right? So it's those kinds of things that really stick in my head, not the idea that we're never going to do this again and we can't do it again. In fact, I really applaud this whole event because right now, at least in the Department of Defense, less at state, thankfully, and certainly less at aid, and and now we have the Treasury and others really invested in this sort of soft power and how we can increase our influence around the world. But in the Department of Defense, it's really we are not doing that. It's all about big weapons and modernizing and standoff capabilities in cyber and hypersonics, and it's all good. And artificial intelligence and quantum computing, we have to keep up. But it's really almost a wholesale rejection of the last 20 years and all that we learned, and that carries some risk. So.
So thinking forward to the future, what kind of advice, as you talked about with the Department of Defense kind of shying away from those lessons learned in the last 20 years, for our students and those wanting to join the public service and be public servants, what advice would you give them to encourage that kind of internal culture to learn those lessons and continue moving forward?
Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna put a pitch in for, and I have Celeste Archer in the room with me here as well, and we're going to be part of we're starting this initiative here for President Welsh on citizenship and service. So I'd say foremost, be good citizens and understand what that means, right? So we are developing a framework of what it means to be a good citizen. It doesn't just mean run out and do everything you want to do and call it selfless service. Right? It doesn't just mean that. It really means to have a certain amount of knowledge on civics and what your American government, how to access it and what it means, and the whole thing about threat to democracy, no matter what you're, with the administration, that language about it. If Americans knew about our checks and balances in our system, we wouldn't be so worried about that. We have a strong, resilient system, but we don't study it anymore. We don't study it in K through 12. Celeste is going to do that, help us with that part of this initiative. So civics, skills, cultural discourse, critical listening, and critical listening, conflict resolution. All of these things that the practice of ethics. So that's the third pillar, is ethics and values. We're going to ask students and young people to engage, self-reflect on what your values are compared to Aggie values, American values, the uniqueness of America, right? All of that. And then you practice, right? The practice of public service. So I think what we see, and this is certainly not a criticism of the people who are about to enter public service, this generation. I have tremendous hope in this generation since ours has buggered it all up. So it's not really, but is that we cannot just create good citizens for the purpose of making yourself better. Right? I would ask young people to think about the role they're going to play in our institutions. Right? So right now what we're seeing is a hijacking of our institutions for personal platforming, personal aggrandizement, and not a collective sense of mission. Right? So I would ask our young people to remember that. Yes, you've been incentivized your whole life to take your college courses in high school and make yourself stand out above everyone else. Right? You have been, and you've had to compete. The intellect and energy and wisdom in your generation is phenomenal, but it has to be harnessed inside institutions for public good, right? So I would say that one. I would say to be bold and to be brave and take your big ideas. And people, get upset when there's protests and and anxiety and energy that isn't always contained nicely on college campuses. And I say, good. That's where we need it. We want that energy. We want protests. We want them to be respectful and nonviolent, right? But we want this kind of energy and this braveness and this boldness to be happening on our college campuses. So run at things. Do we need universal service? Maybe we do. We failed. There's that here. Maybe we need that, not military service. So I would say that. And I did take a note or two here on that particular issue. It also takes boldness and bravery to listen to voices that people tell you you shouldn't listen to, right? Listen to RT. Why would you not listen to what your competitor is saying? Why would you not listen to Al Jazeera? You don't have to believe it, right? It's a skill, right? The skill of understanding fact from fiction, right? We got to develop these skills to be good citizens, but you know, to be brave and to say, I listen to RT and I'm not a traitor. You know, I want to understand where others are coming from, right? And it's the same thing with regard to people who don't share your opinions in the political spectrum as well, right? We want to listen to each other. So be brave about that, and it does take courage. It takes courage to take that middle ground and to say, on one hand, on the other hand, and this is what I think. Because everybody automatically assumes that you're in one camp or the other. Don't wait, and again, bold and brave. Don't wait to question the prevailing wisdom till you get to a position of power, right? Because I promise you, I've seen it in general officers. You wait and wait and wait. I don't want to rock the boat. I want to be loyal. I want to support my boss. Of course you do. But you want to question when you have done your homework. Because if you don't do it when you're young, the genie gets bottled up in that bottle, and you can't do it when you're older. You just don't. You haven't practiced. And that's that practice of boldness and that practice of bravery. So I mean, I think that, you know, we talked about, so, you know, those three things probably. Be a good citizen and know what that means. Be bold and be brave. And then to bring it back full circle, I think, to what we were talking about today is understand the culture you're in. Your institutional culture, your national culture, and when you're overseas and you're working with other countries, and it's a very small world, that culture you're in. To try to know what questions to ask, knowing you'll never really understand it, but what questions do I ask? So that's what I would say. Sorry to go on and on, but.
No, that was great. It's really good to hear that kind of advice. And sticking on that same topic area, with all of the changes in not only the global space, but America's national security goals, the shifting of perspectives, how do you see engagement from the next generation in this way when there's constant change? I mean, many of us here are graduate students now looking to move into the field, and things that we're being taught are true today but might not be true tomorrow. So what kind of advice or suggestion would you give for people wanting to make change?
Well, you know, I think it's funny. I think that for my whole career, I've heard the same thing time and time again, but now we really mean it, which is that the world is more complex and faster changing than ever before. And it's more dangerous than ever before. I hear it, and you hear it, and you hear it, and I've heard it now for my entire career, and I think the older folks in the room would maybe echo that. There is some possibility that now it is the most dangerous time. I'm not sure, but I think my point being that I think that you have to become comfortable with being a little insecure. Right? We can't run around being afraid of everything all the time, because when that happens, we start whacking at threats instead of taking a risk mitigation approach. I hope that makes sense. You know, it's like our response to things can potentially be worse than the threat itself, because we overreact to everything that comes our way and scares us, right? So it's going to be scary out there forever, for your entire life. There's going to be threats coming at it. We are going to have frenemies, we're going to have enemies, we're going to have competitors, we're going to have friends who are not really friends. We're going to, you know, it's always going to be scary. I think we need to do a better job of prioritizing our national security challenges. I think we need to listen to the American people, what they think the national security challenges are, and hopefully that's the President Walsh's other initiative that he would like us to start as let's have a different national security conversation. Let's have it here in Middle America. Let's listen to what Americans are saying. And we might have to educate a little bit, right? There is something to pay attention to about the Taiwan Strait. A lot of America thinks we should care less. Well, we have to pay attention. We have to at least know the risks. But my point is that if we can prioritize, and we can understand what really is a threat to us, then we're better able to proceed with our strengths, right? It's like the personal philosophy, right? You can spend your whole life trying to cover your weaknesses and, you know, try to get better at all the things you're terrible at. And my list is really long, and my list of positive things is smaller, frankly. But they're good enough, and you go with them, right? So America is incredibly strong. And besides, we invented competition, right? So let's compete, bring it on, right? And that's what I would encourage you all, is to not be afraid of everything, but what are our strengths? Compete with our strengths. If they're true, if we really mean what we say, if we believe in competition and we believe that we have strengths, and we do, we can compete well. We have to do it from a position of cohesion, of good citizenship. And I guess that's what I would say. Get comfortable being a little insecure, and take a look at prioritizing and working with our strengths.
Next question, focusing on, again, kind of shifting back to the policy perspectives of NATO, and a lot that we've been talking about today about the impact of culture and art, and as you've spoken about the failures of the US and Afghanistan to really understand at a deeper level that need for cultural change, that cultural understanding. How do you see moving forward for NATO to address that, whether it be an upward policy or lower on the ground? What kind of institutions or changes, or is it just a mindset that needs to be different? How do you feel that we should address that based on your career?
I don't really know, to be honest with you. I mean, I have not had a hands-on experience dealing with programs of art, and I was fascinated by the panel before this on the things that can be done. But I think the first step, in my opinion, would be to try to imagine the potential conflicts and situations we could get in, which could be proxy more than they could be direct. Try to imagine them, and then try to imagine the solution, the strategy, and all the different tools that would need to be brought to bear. I think it doesn't have, and I guess this is probably not a direct hit answer, but I think we have to get a little bit more comfortable with hybrid warfare, and that will be bound by the culture of the country that you're operating in. So I think NATO has to do a better job of understanding where could these potential flashpoints be. What's the hybrid warfare that could potentially happen there? I mean, what's going to happen in Kazakhstan? I'd watch the Central Asian states, right? We always watch the Central Asian, a great game area. I'd watch that area and try to imagine, right? Wargaming. I think that NATO, and they do some wargaming. We could do better and more, and we have better tools now with artificial intelligence, large language models to do better gaming and better tools for gaming. I would suggest that there's all, where I came from, we have a wargame center. The Marine Corps is building one. The State Department uses it, right? NATO can come and use it. They can come up from Norfolk, they can come from, we do have the ability to do this. So I would imagine, but and what we're gonna run into is our own culture when we look at hybrid warfare and responding to hybrid warfare. So we look at the last national security strategy, and it mentions the gray zone, right? Gray zone, hybrid. And I asked when I got there, and I was Director of Strategy Plans Policy for Special Operations Command, and looking at what special operations could do in that gray zone. But the way it's defined, probably in our culture and in that strategy, is kind of like a bad place where bad people do bad things, right? So if we tee up this kind of competition and conflict this way, and we should to some extent, right? We have laws. We have a democracy, we have our values, but we have to better understand the limits of that without defaulting to a huge degree to covert action. That can erode our democracy as well, right? So we really have to take a look at what the limits, what the market will bear, what congressional oversight is possible for the things that the agency does, that DOD does, right? So that we cannot overstep and erode our democracy. But when I talk about gray zone, these are things that we don't necessarily want everybody to know. It's information operations. It's things that are maybe not classified, but certainly not broadcasted. I'm not advocating for it. I'm just saying we better understand it better, because if our competitors are using economic warfare, and we don't want to do that, but we better understand what they're doing, understand how to combat it in a good way. So that gray zone, we got to play. We can't just define it as we don't do that. Bad place, bad actors, bad things, right? So that's what I would say. And I think NATO's going to have to, at the same time that we're trying to modernize our conventional forces as well as our nuclear forces, which is absolutely imperative as well. We have to modernize our nuclear force. It's the ultimate deterrent. So unless the globe wants to get rid of them all, which, hey, we'd all be for that, but not likely to happen.
So speaking of the idea of gray zone tactics and covert actions, information warfare being bad things that bad people do, and we don't do them, we got to stay away from them. You working to understand that throughout your career, and those of us who will be moving into that space and challenging those already existing perceptions that gray zone tactics are bad and we shouldn't do them. What kind of driving moral philosophy did you have to understand those ideas, whether personally or professionally, that can be carried through to both challenge those ideas while still understanding the tactics and putting them forward into the world in a way that the rest of America can look at without feeling like we're participating in something maybe not as tasteful?
Okay, so I latched on to, you sort of asked me what my moral philosophy is, and I'm probably not going to answer that directly, because I never always like to show where I'm coming from. But I do think it's important in any kind of conversation we have about these really tough issues to understand where someone else is coming from. What is their worldview? Is it Hobbesian? Is it Kantian? Is it, and really to start there, right? So if we talk about it, I'm trying to think about it, or things in the middle. Is it Marxist? And I'm refreshing on that, just to, so I can understand really what the pull was, why it had a big following. Some very smart people and good people, right? So saying that's right. Oh, geez, now I'm going to be labeled a Marxist. There it is. Career's over. No, it's not what I said. Okay. And I think about the sort of the lack of specificity we use when we're accusing others of propaganda. Right? We have got to be specific, because other than that, we could be accused of doing the exact same thing. Right? So when we look at Chinese and Taiwan, for example, where are they coming from? What is their philosophy? What is it? We certainly don't agree with it. There's going to be a battle. There's going to be an ideological battle, right? But what are they doing? Are they breaking any laws? Are they doing anything wrong, and how would then we respond in a way that would not violate our democratic norms? We better understand that clearly without just slinging mud at them, right? They're terrible, terrible people, right? They're propagandizing the Taiwan people. Well, there's a one China policy. We have it, and they have made it very clear it is one China, right? So whether we agree or not, right? So what they're doing right now is that there's more and more of the formal Mandarin language. It is the official state language, but there are 4. But now it's less Taiwanese and more Mandarin. It's happening. The population is absolutely split on the young people between affinity for the mainland and affinity for Taiwan. They are constantly asking the youth in Taiwan to use their social media voices to be pro-PRC, pro-mainland. They're doing everything they can to communicate that we have one China. What should we do about that? I don't know. I mean, I have my personal opinion probably about that, but there's a lot we can do that doesn't break any rules, but it certainly should be conscious of the culture in Taiwan and what the Taiwans do, and it should be their voice and not ours. And our State Department is very conscious of that. I totally didn't answer your question, but I think that it's the point being that we better understand everyone's worldview, where they're coming from, and not just automatically blast it like it's evil. It's just their worldview. Right? It doesn't do us any good to just say it's evil. We have to be specific, and we have to come up with our own response that doesn't break our democratic values. And there's lots of things we can do.
I really liked that, what you said at the end there about not just deciding something's evil and wanting to understand where others are coming from. And so looking at the competitive space that we're entering into and trying to understand competitors and adversaries' use of cultural identities to influence NATO members, in what way can we attempt to understand that perspective? Kind of as you were speaking to with the One China policy, maybe focusing on Russia, how can we attempt to understand their cultural identity and how that's tied to and manipulated by those kinds of roles?
I think the Ukraine, that whole issue and that whole question is, for me personally, the most difficult foreign policy challenge that I have seen ever. We've done a lot of complicated things. They're really hard things to do, Afghanistan, right? and trying to, change that whole country if possible, the way we tried to do it. But this one is, and what we're going to do now about it is, to me, the most difficult thing. On one hand, you can kind of see, why you can go back even to H.W. Bush time and say, what did we say at the time that kept NATO alive and kept that? You can make that, and we do have to try to understand that perspective. On the other hand, act of international aggression to roll tanks across the border of another country, right? I mean, it is the thorniest problem. What is happening with the ethnic groups on the Russian border in parts of Ukraine? Do we really have a good feel for what they want? The negotiated settlement that is the only way out of this, the only way out of this, is coming, and it's going to be ugly, and it's going to be bitter pills to swallow for Ukraine, for us, for anybody who says, "Wow, that was completely wrong," right? Completely wrong. Having said that, I have such an affection for the Russian people that it's heartbreaking. The tens and thousands, maybe more, of young Russian men who have died in this. For what reason? There's something happening. We don't understand it. We don't understand Putin. We don't understand what he's doing. We just know how horrible his action was. But we do understand this sense of the people's need to feel a national identity that is not just so downtrodden and beat up. I just, I think I was starting to say earlier, I don't know if I finished the story. If I did, forgive me for repeating myself. The book of Russian fairy tales that I have on my shelf. It all ends with decapitation and murder, right? Art Thou happily ever after. Read those. You can buy a book of Russian fairy tales, and they read them to their children. Okay, it is a country of such sacrifice and suffering that we just don't know what is behind the man who leads these people, right? And we can say, well, he's just evil, he's just bad, and well, you got to think that there's something bad going on. But what we do about it now, that we are where we are, I would not want to be the person who has to make that decision in America or in NATO. So I would just really try to understand and look for a negotiated settlement. And any negotiated settlement, both sides have to appear to have won to their constituencies. That's just a statement of the obvious. Right? Statement of the obvious. That's why we couldn't negotiate with the Taliban. There was nothing there was no win on the Afghan side. No win at all. The Taliban had all the win, clear from the beginning. That was awful. So anyway, that's really all I could say about that. Is that we're just going to really have to try to get ready to swallow a pretty big pill.
And we have about 10 minutes left, so those of you in the room, if you have any questions, or those online, please feel free to send those in so we can get those answered in the next 10 minutes. But another question we got through that came through online, you talked about technology playing a key role in war fighting. Do we need more cultural training to balance that and create more well-rounded officers instead of the primary focus on technology? And how do you suggest or have an idea of how we could go about that?
Yeah, that's a great question. You can only do so many things at once. And the way I would think about it, I joined Special Operations Command. Really, I didn't have any real intention of going back in the Department of Defense. I'd spent 31 years, including West Point there, and I thought, I'm ready to do something else and something, and I didn't really want to spend my whole life, talking about a possible invasion of Taiwan as the pacing challenge. But I thought, special operations is incentivized to sort of avoid the Thucydides trap, right? And I was a little disappointed, I'm getting to the answer, but I was a little disappointed that we weren't able to figure out the gray zone a little bit more and to focus more on our allies and partners and enable the State Department and really, look at the challenges more broadly and differently than the high tech. And the, but I was a little bit of a Pollyanna with regard to Special Operations Command, and probably with the whole Department of Defense, to be honest with you. We do have potholes to fill on the runway. We do. We spent a lot of time obviously, and money and all of our resources, and the Navy and the Air Force in good measure paid the bill. And so did the modernization efforts inside the Army and the Marine Corps, the ground forces. We do have modernization. We do have readiness and training that we need to get back on the primary mission of the armed forces of the United States, to fight and win our nation's wars. How we define those wars, however, right? And that's kind of the question I think that the person is sort of asking a little bit. But you can only do so much. The budget is only so big. And to expect anybody in the Department of Defense right now to put their hand in the air as the head of any organization and say, I'll get at the back of the line at the feeding trough called the budget, right, is not realistic, right? So everybody's got to be all hands on deck, modernization, fill those potholes, but keep the seeds of things alive so that we don't lose the lessons of Afghanistan, we don't lose the stabilization and the cultural expertise that we have painstakingly built. You know, we always want to take down the Peacekeeping and Stability Operations Institute, for example, at Carlisle, at the Army War College. Every 5 years or so, someone says, chop that off, chop that away. We don't want to spend any money on that anymore. And somebody always comes to the rescue. I think the last time it was Michelle Flournoy, the DepSec Dev, came to the rescue and said, no. We can cut some of its funding, but we got to keep a nugget of expertise. So that would be my answer. We have to keep these nuggets of expertise alive, and we have to incentivize people to want to go into those fields still. But for now, I can't protest too much that we have to focus on filling those potholes, as I call it.
So we've got another question coming in from online that I might amend a little bit just for you. The question itself was, with your experience in the Middle East, what's the answer? And I don't want to put all that pressure on you to find the answer, but maybe if you could talk about, with your experience in Afghanistan, what kind of considerations the US and NATO need to take when it comes to the Middle East, with understanding others' cultures. Maybe not the answer, but what's a start to the beginning of an answer?
Yeah, no, that's great. It's funny, I was the deputy director of Middle East as a 1-star, and I worked for the chairman on the Middle East, and was the interface with U.S. Central Command, and it was General Austin at the time. And I can remember just torturing ourselves with the Syria problem. Every problem in the Middle East is thorny and intractable, and it's never going away. It's something to be managed. I remember the chairman saying to me, and I had my people working all hours to try to find, option 1, option 2, what the cost of this, cost of that, for Syria. And I won't go into the details of Syria and Iraq, right, when there was the rise of ISIS again. And he was telling me, hey, Kim, you're doing great. You're thinking just right. But sometimes you can only see as far as your headlights. And our headlights are only going this far. And we just can't see beyond them, so let's just do that. So when I say that the Middle East is a problem to be managed, but I will say that I do worry that some people think that just whacking Iran is going to take care of the problem in the Middle East. And if we just took care of Iran, because then we had the Abraham Accords that pulled the Gulf states and some of the other Arab states together, they're getting along. I have Israeli counterparts and colleagues tell me, the states, Saudi Arabia and UAE and Bahrain, Oman, they're like they actually said this, they're like mistresses. We actually love them, we just can't tell anybody, right? So with that, and other people kind of know that, and so some folks think if we just get rid of the Iran problem. Well, do we want to be back into nation building again? What's next if we did that, right? We cannot, in my opinion, get dragged back into a war in the Middle East. The Middle East proper, right? And schwacking Iran is, in my mind, not the answer. The biggest, but something we really have to address, I think, because it indicates a changing role of the United States on the global stage, with our NATO partners in particular, at least our European partners, is the Houthi challenge. This is something. This is something. Right? After World War II, who guaranteed the free passage of goods and commerce around the world? It was the United States. Right? The global commons was ours to patrol. And now look what's happening. We're having ships go all the way around Because a non-state actor, well, they're kind of a state actor now, but and a disorganized rabble, and I've been in Yemen with them with cheeks full of cot, sabers at their sides, chanting down the streets. I mean, is stopping international commerce, and we are powerless to do anything about it. CENTCOM commander is I've known him for a long time. He's aged 20 years. He does not have an answer. It's unbelievable, that challenge. And that, if anybody's really paying attention, this is a problem. This is a problem with the United States position in the world, and maybe the reality that we have to take another look at our grand strategy. So anyway, Middle East, I'd love his answer. Her answer. Okay.
And kind of piggybacking off of where you ended that with the change in the global situation and the U.S. standing and addressing our own changes to grand strategy, NATO changing their purview not only to Europe, but thinking about Chinese threat in Europe and the South China Sea, as well as thinking about the Middle East and the threat that poses to the rest of the world. What kind of role do you see the U.S. playing or continuing to play in NATO, and how important do you think that is for the maintenance of global security as we move into a change into more great power competition?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that the Ukraine is just a European problem. I think it is a NATO. I think it is a NATO issue, for sure. I never protest when France or others say that that the Europeans should take more stake, have more claim of their own security. I never protest that. I think that's not a bad thing. We're a member of NATO, and we always will be, and we always should be. And any rattling about that we would withdraw from NATO, I don't think would ever happen. I just can't even imagine. I can't imagine. The U.S. role, I think we are going to have some revisiting. I mean, here at the Bush School, we have the Albritton Center for Grand Strategy, which is really sort of a proponent of restraint. What does that mean? That's not isolationism. It cannot exaggerate that. It's maybe using our military in a less ubiquitous way, and being a little bit more careful about the security guarantees we make. I do think the reality of the situation is going to demand that we take a look at different strategies about ends, ways, and means, and the alignment of them. Right? If your means aren't increasing and your ends are staying the same, you got to change your ways. If you can't change your ways and your means aren't increasing, you got to change your ends, right? So we really need to take a look at, at that. There's another point I was going to make. It may come to me, but okay.
Yeah, of course. Well, I think that is going to be the end to our
Okay,
panel.
and it won't come to me.
Thank you so much for joining us today and being here with us. And
It's
I
my
really
pleasure.
enjoyed talking about this with you, and I hope we didn't ask too many difficult questions.
Yeah,
So it was a little
everyone
easier
was
to tackle
difficult.
than you. Of course.
Thanks so much.
Yeah,
Thanks,
of
everybody.
course.
It's a great event. Thanks for putting it on.
For that truly thought-provoking conversation. As a college student, perhaps looking to pursue public service, albeit in the UK or the US, if you have me, I really love what was said about that collective mission, not just bettering ourselves for the individual, but once again for the collective. And especially considering such a turbulent international landscape, I think that becomes especially important. We will now be going into a 10-minute break. So coming back here about 5 o'clock, there will be some artwork screened in the background if you'd love to sit, but feel free to pop to the toilets or the bathrooms, as Americans would say. And yeah, see you shortly. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you would please take your seats, we will now begin the final portion of today's event. Howdy, my name is Trevor Chesler, cadet at the Texas A&M Corps of Cadets and a proud student of the Bush School of Government and Public Service. Our final piece is aptly titled War and Art, Our Duty for the Next Generation, and I have the distinct pleasure of introducing the moderator for the following panel. Dr. Maria Escobar Lemon is a professor of political science and the Executive Associate Dean of the Bush School of Government and Public Service. She received her bachelor's degree from Georgetown University and her doctorate in political science from the University of Arizona. Dr. Escobar Lemon has worked at Texas A&M since 2000, where she started as an assistant professor, was promoted to associate professor, and then to professor. Dr. Escobar Lemon has studied the ways democratic institutions affect how citizens are represented by and interact with government, with a regional focus on Latin America and special emphasis on the representation of women. Her co-authored work includes comparisons of the backgrounds and qualifications of men and women cabinet ministers in Latin America. Dr. Escobar Lemon has also contributed to the creation of the Women on High Courts, a global dataset of women's inclusion on high courts, which was used to show how countries tend to copy their neighbors in deciding to include women. In 2018, she became the Associate Dean for Research and Graduate Programs in the College of Liberal Arts, before moving to the Bush School as Associate Dean for Research and Graduate Education. Since 2022, she's had the privilege to serve as the Bush School's Executive Associate Dean, and I cannot think of a more apt moderator for today's panel. Thank you, and I introduce Dr. Maria Escobar Lemon.
Thank you, Trevor. Thank you, everybody who is joining us here. Thank you to our folks who are hanging on online. We're so grateful to have you here tonight. To introduce this last session, I'm really pleased and privileged to invite Renato Marocco to join me on the stage. Renato Marocco is a scholar, art critic, and curator from Naples, Italy. He previously served as the cultural attaché at the Italian Embassy in Washington, and he's a former member of the Board of Guarantors for the Italian Academy at Columbia University. He has curated numerous important exhibitions on Italian art worldwide and has published widely. Since 2019, he has served as guest curator at the Phillips Collection in Washington, D.C., the first American museum dedicated to modern and contemporary art. Currently, Marocco serves on the board of International Art and Artist Foundation in Washington, D.C. He was awarded the Order of Merit of the Italian Republic for Cultural Achievements in 2018. Now an American citizen, Marocco continues his prolific work in curation, art criticism, and cultural diplomacy endeavors. I'm honored and privileged to invite Renato Marocco to the stage. As he is coming up, I want to let you know we're about to show a brief film, The Genocide in Bosnia. And as they bring up the video for the screen, yes, you're going to see there's a little warning. It's impossible to talk about serious and tragic topics such as genocide without a little bit of violence. So please note this video may contain disturbing images.
You know, we were attacked because we were Muslims, because it was a Serb plan to claim this part of the country for themselves. So in that sense, what happened here was not personal. People who targeted me from the above. On the other hand, it was so personal when it came to the people who attacked us, because I recognized many soldiers And then, of course, neighbors came from behind the hedge.
Thank you, Maria, for your kind word. Today, everybody are tired. I know very well, me too. And we are watching since this morning like a movie. We are sad, we are happy, we are strength, we want power, we want a lot of emotion. I was here in the first row, and a lot of emotion. And when I say, Renato, you will be the last, quite the last, because you have the closing remark. But I say, okay, let us recap a little bit. Let us having a video about Bosnia in that time. Let us, all this event of today with NATO, thank you NATO, thank you to CEPAS, thank you to Bush School, really thank you Ambassador, really thank you. I don't want to spend time to say thank you to all the people here. All this came I was with Greg, CEO of ENA. We went to Sarajevo to see the collection. And we met Senka, as I said before. We met Evan, who was the founder of the collection. But I say, we cannot talk about art without think about where this kind of art came from. And then we discuss about art. So the siege of Sarajevo lasted 1,425 days. During this period, 13,952 persons were killed. 70,000 wounded, and 35,000 residential buildings were demolished. This seems number, but behind the number, they are alive. And when we were in Sarajevo, I don't want to be pretentious, but I was smelling blood. So this collection came from, as I said before, as a response after the siege of Sarajevo. So they call international artists through critics, through director of the museum, all around the world, and say what we can do just to restore Sarajevo. not to restore the identity of Sarajevo, but to give a gift to Sarajevo. So we have to be really careful about this, restoring Sarajevo. We are trying to give a gift to Sarajevo after the other country destroyed Sarajevo. It's like a gift. This gift we can combine with the word identity, maybe, but we are not certain about this. So a lot of artworks, a lot of, you see, and I say before, Bill Viola instead of Pistoletto, instead of Anish Kapoor, Marina Abramovic, a lot of artists are present in this museum. I hope, finger crossed, that will be built in 2 years, 1.5 years, in 2 years. When they say, what title you would like just to give it to your speech? And I say, I would like just to see something for the next generation. So let us talk what is our duty. Every single of us, online or present here, has a duty for the next generation. And for my previous marriage, I have 3 kids and 6 grandkids. So every single time I'm thinking, what I have to teach them? I have to teach football, I have to teach something, or I have to teach value, different value, maybe both. I have to teach both, but let us be focused on what I am and what I can give them. So briefly, I would like just to say why I choose a career as a diplomat, as strange career, because I'm half a diplomat for half of my life, half of the other side. I'm a curator, Metropolitan, Tate Modern, Tetrakoff Gallery in Russia, and whatever. So I have a lot of experience in this sense. And I came from a Neapolitan mother. I was born in Naples, Italy, not Florida, as we said this morning, exactly. And from a father from Albanian origin. So, and I remember as a kid, I was tying and toys with different heritage from Albania, from from Naples, and I was carrying in the house this little lot of toys of different origin. And this is why, because there was an omen, I was obsessed by the idea of carrying together. I didn't want to be divided. I want to carry together everything. And in my life, if you come to my house, you see, okay, you see a mess, but you see a stratification of single part of my trips all over the world for work, most for work as a diplomat or as a curator. And I was carrying this. Then one of my first job, I was in Rome. And in Rome, there is a beautiful, I don't know if you have been there, there is a beautiful square, Piazza del Popolo, beautiful. Beautiful sculpture around, 2 cupola, 2 church here, fantastic, incredible. And they took 6 years to restore this beautiful square. We were proud, wow. And then after less than 10 days, elementary school, it was medium school, it was about 12 years old, children came to the school, came to the square. Okay, look, beautiful, blah, 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 blah. After 2 hours, we were around, and we saw a lot of this sculpture with graffiti in pen, with red, green, wherever. The mayor was furious. We have to punish these boys, girls. We have to teach them. It's impossible. I want them. We cannot send them to the jail, but we have to really in the newspaper say. And I realized, calm down. It's not their fault. It's our fault. Because we were thinking that preserving art, preserving identity, preserving culture means to restore or to keep away. No. You have to teach them what that means for them. You have to teach them the importance of a sculpture that doesn't belong to the city, doesn't belong in general, belongs to them, belongs to their identity. So I had 10 questions, and I sent to all the school in Rome, and crazy, I have the response, which is the last exhibition that you see. Name one Italian artist, name one international artist, name and blah, 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 blah. Really simple questions. You can imagine the answer. Was really, okay, was the reality. So we didn't teach them that art is a tool. Art is an identity. Art is something that doesn't belong to the city and I can do whatever I want. No, belongs to your heritage. And it is one part. So I was thinking the importance of art and society. The importance of society as a piece of art. Do you know what I mean? This connection, art and society, society as a piece of art, and the power that the art has. The power, and we were listening today what they want to destroy with a war. And then I'll talk again about another kind of destroying. They want to destroy art. Art is not a sculpture. It's an art. We were talking before. Is not a paintings, or it's not. No, it's music. It's poetry. It's a poem. It's all kind. We close in this box named art a lot of things. We have to put everything in this one. And when they say, oh, when I go to the exhibition, I like Soul Impressionist, because the other line I don't understand. It's your duty to understand the new alphabet of the artist. It's your duty. And we have to be humble. Strength and humble to learn a new alphabet for a new artist, for a new art. So, coming back, then when this program with Art Levy, in the exhibition, there is also a piece by Ukrainian artist. So this exhibition can be also a start point to include a plan, to include some other artists from all over the world in the zone of crisis to put in this exhibition. And when I say art, can be a song, can be a lot of things. We have to think out of the box, according to me. And then I don't know if you have noticed the one piece of James Boyce. I was really a kid, 19 years old when I met James Boyce, and in Naples. Can you imagine Naples? Andy Warhol and him came in Naples for the series of Vesuvio. Okay, it's another part of my life. And it was really interesting because we were talking with him about social art. What does it mean, social art? We were talking before about art and society. Society as a piece of art. Okay, turn page. Social art. Social art is art that doesn't belong only to a few people. Social art is a art that belongs to everybody. So it was changing this old idea of medieval idea of social art. Social art, Renato, as something that everybody can understand with humility, with whatever, belongs to everybody and is a point of reference of everybody, not only of a high class or high educated people. It's something that it's really important. And what I've done in my life, okay, I was one of the writer of MOU between Italy and US about preserving art. And day by day, when I renew this memorandum, I add every single time some items, coins, or something different. You know what I mean? And it was really just to enlarge a little bit more the MOU. And this MOU between Italy and US was at the base of a lot of MOU. Mali, we were talking before, you were talking about Mali MOU, the Mali MOU as well, and Somalia, and so on, because it was a simple base of some economic and what we have to preserve, how we have to preserve, why we have to preserve. That means a little bit of identity of that place. Okay, we will come back soon about the idea of identity. Then I was doing a really interesting exhibition during the World War I, and then during the World War II, Italian troops and American troops were preserving monuments in Italy. And this is why I met Anna Bottinelli. We were working sometimes. We will rescue some books that we returned to a library in Naples, by the way. And if you read this diary of these simple soldiers, I couldn't stop crying, because they say, today, instead of marching, instead of killing, we put some sand around a sculpture, and we put this one in a storage. At the end of the day, we were happy. Whew. No, it's really touching, and we don't have to forget how touching it is to preserve another identity that means preserve and define your identity. It's beautiful. It's amazing. You can be tired. You can be totally destroyed. You have your priority, priority in your life. By the end, you know that you are doing the right thing. And then I can talk for hours. I know that everybody are tired today, and we have closing remarks, and we have some Q&A anyway. I would like just to say, preserving identity after a war, it's something really scary, but something that we have to do. NATO, your ambassador this morning says, NATO has to be stronger. You said this morning. I am totally agree with you. Diplomatic, stronger in preserving. In the meantime, we have to think about what means identity, and what not only during the after the war, but in our daily life. I was mentioning to Greg a few days ago that I met a friend of mine. She's a lawyer for Etsy. Do you know Etsy? So now I will receive a lot of Etsy advertising in my phone. Buy something for Christmas. Blah blah blah. This is da 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 da. Etsy has a section of antiquity. This antiquity, we discovered, came from Syria and from Afghanistan. So they are beautiful, they are cost cheap, relatively cheap, but all this money go back to the Taliban. So this is how we can, in the daily life, work for preserve. Don't buy. Otherwise, these little things, $200, $250, $430, whatever, give money to the Taliban. So give money to the Taliban who have destroyed the one. When I at the Columbia University, we did an incredible exhibition. It was really hard to convince all the board. Okay, anyway, I did about Afghanistan and how to preserve the artworks from in Afghanistan and Syria and all Palmyra and blah 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 blah. How we and we did. It was really powerful. Was really great. And this morning, I was here listening all the comments, and as I say before, was like a movie. In certain moments was like a movie, but then it will be a real life. Was, is, and will be a real life. And I don't know. Oh no! I want to read you something. Doing my research to do this, there is Edmund Burke who quote, "All that is necessary for the triumph of evil is that good men do nothing." And it's so easy for us to turn our face to do other priority in our daily life. But really, I don't want to be a good man. I want to be a bad man. Okay, thank you.
Do we have a little bit of time? We do have time. So I don't know how I'm supposed to follow that. I mean, really, that was incredible. Thank you.
With emotion.
emotion and passion. So I'm fascinated by one of the comments you made that while you were talking just now. You talked about the incredible responsibility one has in deciding and preserving culture as a curator in this. And so I'm actually going to take the opportunity to ask this question, right? How does one make the decision what to include and exclude in an exhibit such as this? How do you decide what, everything cannot fit, I presume, so how does one decide what is part of the exhibit?
It's simple. You shape an exhibition. So at the beginning, you put everything together, and then you decide which kind of path you have to follow. But generally, in my exhibition, I put always a wall dedicated to the local artist. Well, why? When I was in South America, I was working a lot in South America, in Brazil, in Argentina, Chile. I don't want to impose art. I don't want to export only art. It's much more easy for the people who are coming to your exhibition. They have a little sense of reference in their life. So if they recognize one artist that is a local artist, an Argentine artist, is a Chilean artist, Chinese, whatever, and then see the exhibition and see, okay, this artist or this group of artists were doing this. And in the meantime, in your country, they were doing this. This is the difference between the two. It's much more easy. It's not I would say, imperialist exhibition. No, it's something that will take time, humility, because you have to go around, but it's exactly what you have to do.
Okay, fantastic. So you told us a little bit about the previous exhibit you had where people walked in through the darkened room at the beginning that had the sounds of war as a way of situating themselves. And so maybe you can tell us a little bit about how you prepare to enter an exhibit and how, when this exhibit opens, we should prepare.
Okay, the exhibition will open on January 14th.
Super excited. We're heroes today.
Yeah. I saw when we came 1 month ago here, and we saw the space. My idea, I did once in my life, twice in my life, to have just a filter between outside and inside. Generally, this filter is about some letters or something or wherever. In this case, and I did another time, we needed to understand where this exhibition came from. So it came from war.
Right.
So you have to stay in the dark room for 30 seconds, 1 minute, wherever you want, with the sound of war and with one piece here. That is the hell. After the hell, you get out from the hell and you enter in a not totally with lights room, but really quite continue to be a little dark, with some focus on artworks, and that is the gift of the artist to Sarajevo. Otherwise, the gallery, I don't know if you are familiar with the gallery, beautiful gallery, really at library, Bush Library, it's all glasses. So I saw students walking and sneak inside. It was an exhibition. Yeah. So they don't enter. They don't enter. You have to force them to enter. If you want to teach something, you have to force them to enter. If you want to give an emotion, you force them to enter. If you give this as an experience that will remember for a long time, I close the main door, we enter through the side door with the dark. And we cover all the window. And we put some poster that we saw before, just in the window. So they see dark and this poster. Maybe you are curious, I don't want to see.
Super fascinating. In her presentation earlier today, Anna talked a little bit about preserving art as something worth dying for, not because you're dying to save a particular painting or a particular piece of sculpture, but because art really represents culture and an idea, and that an idea is definitely something people are passionate about.
Yeah, we have to be careful. We really have to be careful because we say preserving art. And so for preserving art, we're thinking about, okay, I have to preserve the 17th century, 18th century, 16th century sculpture, paintings, or object. No, you have to preserve the identity of a country, of a land, till now. Not only what belongs to the past, but what belongs in a daily life. So you have to be brave to think about is this song belongs to that country, that people, that I have to preserve this. A contemporary artist, great. I want all, I'm thinking, I want the artist in Uganda or some in Ukraine, they create some art for now. And that kind of art we have to preserve with the antiquity, with the other stuff. This is a duty. Otherwise we are moving, our duty is to preserve, sculpture, Roman sculpture, that's it. But what about now? Yeah. What about now? This is why I'm concerned about the next generation. The next generation say, okay, you preserved things of 1,000 years ago. And what about 50 years ago? What about 30 years ago? That belongs to the memory of a country. That belongs to the memory of yourself.
So I love this because this feeds in with this, right? This idea that art is not something that is valuable only because it's really old.
No.
Or someone's assigned a high dollar value to it, but that it has meaning for people here and now.
Yeah, exactly. No? If you go to Uganda, if you go to Africa, you see some mask, something. Do you remember all this auction, problem with the auction, whatever, and they don't return to the country. They are simple things made by nothing, but they belongs to them. Belongs to that one. And this is why when we create with Corey, with you, this symposium, I would like just to include Monuments Man, because I was working with them. I would like just to include Carabinieri. Carabinieri has the largest archive of rescue pieces. And this is why, just to give not only something related to now, but give to the students or the people who are seeing this in 1 year or right now, a little bit of history, a little bit of background, a little bit of where they start from. And there is Guardia di Finanza in Italy, NATO, for example, some people of NATO were trained by Carabinieri in Piacenza and Bergamo. They have a little camp there. UNESCO. I was working a lot when I was in New York with UNESCO preservation. We have ceremony to preservation of something again. There is a lot of little identity, big identity, all this one I would rather just connect together and give it some background and some history, and to see what we can do more, what we can do more. It's really important for the artist to feel the moment. When I was talking with Tubin here, the creator of this artwork, this artwork came from in 5 huge, heavy light box. This is the original pieces. So I say, and I decided just to have these pieces here. And so I was talking with the artist. I say, darling, I want your pieces. I don't have money to ship 5 huge. Only one. No, it's too big. It's too big. I'm sorry. It's too big and too heavy. No. So he created this edition exactly for here. And I say, because I really wanted, and today he was texting me. I was going, fine, don't worry, fine. But today, I send images of this one, and you say, oh, I'm really happy. Oh, I'm really, really happy. Because you have to respect an artist. You have to respect where they came from, his idea.
And it has been a beautiful framing piece for today, because as I've sat through the sessions, I've looked at it, and you can see the passion in it, you can see the passion in the brushstrokes, but also the whole idea brings us back full circle that destroying art is actually destroying someone's identity and seeking to erase who they are. You feel that.
Yeah, and you know what really struck me? Because he says, we are entering, when people entering in this place, and they're looking for hell. He didn't realize he is in hell.
Right.
So this is also, so you don't realize, so many times you don't realize that you are in a danger zone. You don't realize that you are in what we have to do to preserve in that precise moment.
Right. And speaking about danger zones, so I have to do a little bit of promotion for because the Bush School prides itself on being a place where we're training the leaders of tomorrow. We're producing the next generation of public servants for the national and international sphere, who I hope are going to be able to solve the problems that my generation didn't do the most awesome job solving.
Me too.
And so but those students need to be able to navigate an increasingly complex world, right? One in which they're going to have to confront not just tactical military situations, but cultures of challenge and preservation. And so I want you to reflect a little bit for professors like me and other professors in the audience and online about how we infuse this into our curriculum, how we shape people so that they're better prepared to think about these things rather than happening upon them sort of too late.
According to me, the key is the passion, and the key is the enthusiasm. So, first of all. Second, you have to have a long-term thought, but you should have also a short-term, what you can do daily. You have to teach this idea of back and forth. So, short, what I can do in a short time, and long, what I can do in long term. Even if I go for a trip, how can I, it's stupidity, can I take a shells on the sand because I would like just to bring home? No. Do you know what I mean? Or can I buy something in a flea market? Everybody knows they were stolen. No, do you know what I mean? In short time and long term.
Right. And I loved the education piece, the letting everybody know that the antiquities on Etsy are not a good Christmas gift. I love the boldness encouraged in that. So
I know you want to give one to me. I know.
I did, but now I will respect cultural patrimony. So we got some fantastic questions that have come in online, and I'm actually super curious about this one. So I'm going to actually ask the question someone else posed to you, which is, what was the most impactful exhibition you have curated in terms of its cultural impact? So you get to reflect on your long and distinguished career and pick a favorite. Even though they're all your favorite, right?
I did an exhibition in Guadalajara about Mexican, Italian, European, South American exhibition. That was a really good one. I did one exhibition about Italian paintings and French art as well. For sure, one of the best is the preserving art during World War I and World War II. There was at the Pentagon for 2 years. For 2 years. And it was really incredible because all these cadets were along the long path. And I forced to Pentagon I have to write a didactical panel. I have to write labels. I have to write this. And I did some tour guide. And the response of the cadets were really good. Because they, was in the right place. In the right place and because they say, okay, Renato, we can have for 4 or 5 months. I was so successful, they had for 2 years. Well, okay, wow. 21 months.
That's amazing. Yes. So you talk about the impact that had, and I love this question, and so I'm going to ask this on behalf of whoever asked this. This is a fantastic question. What advice do you have for students who want to take a career path similar to yours? I know it's sort of slightly off topic, but it's an incredible opportunity for them. So,
don't think about money.
Good advice.
I never thought about money in my life. This is why I'm poor. Think about experience. The more experience you do, the more you learn by yourself the path that you have to run. I don't think about, I don't know how much they give to me. I don't know about this one. I don't know how if I want to move. No, every single time you can move to another country, move to another country, move to another country. It's not easy country. I don't care. Go, and because for vacation, okay, but what I say for experience, for work. If you have an opportunity to go for 6 months or 1 year in another country, it's a really uncomfortable country, go.
It seems a consistent theme there is one that several people have talked about today, the importance of being brave and the importance of being bold and doing bold things and taking big steps. I think I'm looking at time. I think we have time for one more quick question. So I will ask this one. That's an attempt to integrate the art and the politics and identity all back into one. The person online has asked, do you have a favorite type of art? And I'm actually more interested in the second half of their question, which kind of art, if any, do you think is more influential in diplomacy?
That is a really good question.
Yeah, I love that. That's why. So kudos to whoever asked this. Feel very smart.
There is no one kind of art that will cover this section, this section, this section, and this section. You have to see which will be your audience, which will be your target, which will be your country. And then you can choose one piece of paintings, one sculpture, one installation, one contemporary. That is something, for example, was really important, especially in South America. Argentina is totally different from Brazil. When I do an exhibition in Brazil, it's totally different from Uruguay. And Paraguay is totally different from Chile. So every single country, for example, or Europe, France, or wherever, every single country can have one piece of art that will talk to them. It can be just a weapon, can be a tool to open a discussion. Absolutely, absolutely. And according to me, that means also, okay, there is a theory of chaos in art. You don't have to be chronological so many times, but you have to build link and bridge between two different kind of art. One art will talk in one way, another art will talk another way. If you create a bridge, we have two languages. I don't know.
No, I see the synergies, and it's about connections and about bringing people together.
Yeah.
And I know my time is drawn to a close. Renato, thank you so much for
Thank
this
you
conversation.
Thank you
This
for
has
having
been
me.
incredible. I feel honored to have gotten to be here at the end. I think we're up. We've got one last thank you from, I think, Michael is going to wrap us up.
Thank you. I didn't want to steal your time.
Thank you very much, Renato. Well, thank you very much, everyone, for joining us today in person and online. One final howdy to everyone. It's been an incredible day of discussions. Thank you so much to our partners, International Arts and Artists and the Bush School. Thank you so much to all of the IAA staff and the Bush School ambassadors. Thank you to Greg and Corey in particular for all of their help putting this event together. Thank you to our partners at NATO PDD, Raquel Alberto and Lucrezia. We've heard some really inspiring stories today, not only from the artists and curators fighting to create and preserve art under the most incredible circumstances, from Latin American poets to African filmmakers, Bosnian artists and Ukrainian freedom fighters. The main takeaway that I have from today's discussions is that what is going to help these folks thrive and continue to create the art and culture that makes our society so resilient and strong is by having these conversations where we bring not only those artists together, but also the policymakers that are striving to create a safer national security environment for them to thrive and flourish. And as a part of SEPA's mission, it is to ensure a strong and democratic transatlantic alliance for future generations. So that is not only about doing discussions on policy in capitals like Brussels, London, and DC, but also coming to places like College Station and making sure that we continue those discussions with everyone that's involved and everyone that has a stake in these debates. The other important part of that is the future generations and making sure that we bring on the next generation of leaders and so they can benefit from the experience of established policymakers, learn from their wisdom, their expertise, sometimes the failings, and strive in their own careers and in their own lives to improve upon that and create a safer and more stable world for us all to enjoy. I want to just leave everyone with one last moment. Today is 1,000 days since Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine. And to mark that, Ukraine was taking part in an international soccer match. And the players brought out on the pitch a shirt, a jersey with 1,000. And so they have been on the front lines of this conflict just as much as the soldiers in the trenches, not only from 2022, but all the way back in 2014 when Russia invaded Ukraine and bombed the stadium in Donetsk that was a symbol of Ukraine's freedom and prosperity. Russia sought to destroy that because they could not emulate it. And so I think today has very tangible reminiscence of all the discussions that we've been focusing on, and I'm very glad for everyone taking part, and look forward to hosting more of these in the future. Thank you very much.